right?
Wait, hold on. What's popping? We live. Go.
Yo, what's up? What I was saying is that we was talking
Yeah.
about Big Mom versus Kaido, and before we was talking about that, we was talking about how I think Kaido's immortal. A lot of them think that Kaido's not immortal. He just what do y'all think?
So you say that Big Mom can defeat Kaido, right? And we're saying based on how Big Mom's powers work, he takes souls, and you're saying Kaido's immortal. We said that we don't believe he is. He's really durable. That's what we're insinuating based on
Yeah,
everything
I think
that
he's immortal.
you feel like he's immortal. So Big Mom's powers is her ability to take your life force. If Kaido has infinite life force, that isn't going to work. So she's going to have to physically.
It's not gonna work.
She's going to have to physically beat Kaido up, and Kaido, based on what we've seen, seems to be the most durable character in the series. So how does Big Mom defeat Kaido?
What I was gonna say is that taking his life force will not KO him because he has infinite life force. But if she was to take away 100 years of his life, that's still 100 take away infinite. Like she's gonna lose. He's losing the 100. So like it's gonna hurt him. Like he's gonna do a ouch or something like that. It's not just he's gonna be like immune to her powers or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. That.
But if she has infinite
How did
life,
Big Mom
like,
knock out Kaido?
How is she? All right, because she's not good. She's never gonna. No one is ever gonna. Like I feel like Law has to do his fruit power or something special has to happen for him to get beat. But so no one's gonna ever KO him. But I feel like they can beat the mess out of him or whatever like that. Or they can like do a number on him. Check this out. It was already said that he was captured by Yonko Cruz a couple of times, and one of those could have been Big Mom at one time. Whatever like that. It's like Big Mom, she could be like taking 100 years away per punch and just woof, 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 hurting him, but he's not dying or whatever. I think she can damage him. I wouldn't put it past her.
Do you think she can damage him? How?
I just said that. All right, look. So like, if I have infinite HP and you do a move that takes 1,000 HP away from me, I'm still losing 1,000 HP.
Right.
It's just so I'm gonna quit.
Wait, say that again. I didn't hear that.
Still lose that age. You know what I'm trying to say? So Kaido, Big Mom can hurt Kaido. She's just not gonna be able to kill him. And what I was saying is that in a fight, I'm not gonna put the punching bag over the person who's doing the damage. I'm gonna put
what I'm
the
saying
person
is
who's doing the damage over.
What I'm saying though is with Big Mom's fruit, right? We've established that her fruit, how it works, it's not.
What is she gonna hurt him with though?
How is she gonna hurt him? That's
by
what
taking
I'm
away
asking.
his life force.
But you said he's immortal. How is it gonna affect him if she takes away his life force?
All right, like.
Okay, Tyler, let me say this real quick. I have an infinite amount of money, right?
Right?
Yeah. You rob me. You take $10 million.
You got robbed, Brago. That hurts. Like,
how does that affect me?
Well, put it like this: mentally, it's probably not affect because you feel like I'm rich. I got money forever. But everybody else. But take to everybody else, and in a way, you still lost money. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like you can't say that does nothing. It does nothing to you because you lost a lot of money, Brago. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not.
Do you know that what is infinite? Do you know what it means that you can't really lose anything because the only thing that changing here that is that right now, Brago has 10,000.
Wait, Seth, you're lagging a bit, bro. I can't.
Yeah, you're lagging, man.
I can't hear you.
Okay.
Wait, leave him come back. Leave him come back and see if that works.
Yeah, I had to do it too.
I love the fact you just said that Kaido has infinite stamina. Where have you seen this infinite stamina?
I still want to know where he got this immortality from.
Because I want to know.
Hold on, I seen it.
Send me the link. Send me the link where you got this infinite stamina or immortality, something like that.
We already talked about it in a stream.
No,
they found it in the manga.
No, yeah, because what we found
in the manga, hey Brago, you still got it up?
Yeah. In the manga, it said that no one could kill this man based on what they did to him. Right? That's what they said. But
exactly. That is the thing.
Here's what I want to say, Brago. So look, I got infinite blood, right?
Right.
My blood will never run out, right? Look, Brago, you stab my arm with a knife. I'm gonna be like, and I'm gonna be bleeding. Am I gonna die? No, but that hurts. I'm losing blood. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So
it still hurts.
I keep taking
I'm
blood.
getting.
No.
Why?
It's hurting me. I'm not gonna ever die, but it's gonna hurt me because I'm getting stabbed and the blood is coming out. You know what I'm trying to say? Like you can't say that Kaido's just immune to damage. Like Big Mom's gonna be able
No,
to hurt
you
him.
said that.
No, Ty, you the one who
That's
said
not
he was
what I
immortal.
said. I said Big Mom will still be
No,
just
no,
like
no,
the
no, no,
example
no.
I
You said
gave
he's
when
immortal.
I have infinite blood, but if you cut my arm, I'm still gonna feel it as the
No,
blood comes
no,
out.
no, no, no.
Kaido's
You're
still
using
gonna
two
feel the
different
life
things.
force as Big Mom
So
takes
why
it out.
wouldn't
He's
Kaido
just not
just
gonna
beat
die
up
from
Big
it.
Mom after that, though?
Would you say?
Why wouldn't Kaido just beat up Big Mom after that if he's never gonna be KO'd?
If he can never die, how is
Why
he
didn't
going
he?
to beat
All right.
him?
Why didn't he beat Whitebeard if that was the case? You know what I'm trying to say? Like
That's not what I'm saying.
when Whitebeard did a number on him. You know, just because he can't die doesn't mean that he can in return beat them or whatever like that. That doesn't mean that.
Right, the thing I ask is, where do you find this infinite stamina? That's all. That's the only thing I'm saying. You say he has got infinite stamina. I'm just saying.
It's that
from
they
where
said
is
that he
this
can't
coming
die.
from? Where is-
Wait,
They said he can't die, and they said he's immortal, which means
They
that
never
you know.
said that. They said they can't kill him. They never said he wasn't.
What's the difference between you can't get killed and you got the death sentence
You
40
are
times
invincible.
Ty.
That means
and being
that
immortal?
means
It's
that
pretty
you are
much the same
invincible,
thing.
not immortal.
Wait, hold
You're
on, hold on,
invincible. That is the
If you
thing.
never
Kaido
see
is
somebody lose a
invincible.
fight, if you never see somebody lose a fight,
You're
are you going to think
invincible.
somebody can beat him? You're going to assume that he can't lose because you've
like
never
this.
seen him lose,
With
right?
Kaido, they said he's immortal. With Jack, they just
They
said that
never said he
Who
was immortal.
said
they
that?
said
Who said
they
that?
said Jack is impressive, and you know, like if you seen what Jack did, we don't think he's dead, but they never said that Jack is immortal. So I'm not trying to hear the whole like, you know, if he never lost a fight before, people's gonna think he's immortal.
All right, show me where it says Kaido's immortal. Show me where it says he's immortal.
They said, look, whether they said he's immortal or he can never die, they said he got the death sentence 40 times. They said when you try to cut off his head, the blade magically breaks. That's
Is
pretty
that
much
equal-
being immortal.
is that
It's
not being
being
immortal?
immortal though. Like, why are you trying to it's like you want to pay the immortal parts no mind, and you want to say that like, you know, maybe he just never lost. So hold on. So all right, you said that if somebody never lost, you might think that they're immortal, right?
No, I said that you might think they aren't able to
Okay,
lose.
wait,
To
let's
die.
let's
You might think they're
let's
not able to die, right?
Hold on.
No, I said lose.
Wait, 1 second.
All right,
guys.
to
One
lose.
second.
Go ahead, Brago.
1 second.
Let Brago talk.
Because people in the chat are saying, okay, look at it like this: if he's immortal, his fruit grants him infinite life force, just like Kainu doesn't run out of magma. Agreed. But what we're saying is, Big Mom's power is to take life force. If Kaido has infinite life force, what Big Mom's doing should not affect him.
Yeah.
So Tai has Big Mom as the strongest One Piece character, and we're saying if that's the case, how does she defeat Kaido?
To be fair, we haven't seen what Big Mom can do.
You're saying
Exactly.
that it's not going to be able to affect them, but I just gave examles of how it could affect them. Like I said,
Wait, Ty. You said that if she takes 40 HP, right? You use HP, right? If she takes 40 HP
Exactly.
from his
Yeah.
infinite amount of HP, how
Yeah.
does that damage his infinite amount?
all right,
Yeah.
look, you're using. Let's say that she takes 2,000 HP from him, right?
Oh my gosh.
I'm using
So look,
your example.
All right, no, look. She's taking 2,000 HP. Ah, that hurts, but he still has infinite HP. He has infinite HP still, so he's not gonna die, but he's still getting hurt.
It's not a physical.
This is what I'm saying. Look, hold on. Look, so that's like trying to say like didn't Whitebeard do a number on him? It's like his punches, while they didn't kill him, it had to do
But
damage.
those are
You know what I'm trying to
physical.
say?
Those are
That's a
physical.
physical attack.
Yeah.
Taking life force is not physical. It's
Big
just
Mom,
taking life
Big
force.
Mom. Hold on.
It's intangible, except for Big Mom.
Hold on. We seen Big Mom take a swipe at her son or whatever like that. So she's gonna swing. She's gonna be
Okay, let me ask
It's
you.
not gonna be like telepathically.
Theory, what do you
Sorry.
think? Chime in.
If Kaido is this immortal dude, right? Where do you think he came from? Why is there no other characters like him?
Because he's a creature. That's what Ty said.
He's muted.
You said, hold on. You said why is it not other characters like Kaido?
Yeah.
All right, because Kaido is a Yonko. It's only four of them, and he's a special case. You know what I mean? Like it's not gonna be that like it's all these other people like him. Now, while it's no one exactly like him, Law Fruit has a power that can grant immortality too. So, you know, it's something like it or whatever like that. We don't know if that's how he got immortal or not. But you know, it's not like him being immortal is out the blue or impossible. It's not impossible.
I'm listening to your explanation, bro. It makes no sense. Like you just said, because he's a Yonko. That's it. He's a
Exactly.
young.
I didn't say.
Also,
Hold on,
also,
hold on, no, no, no,
That is
no.
the source.
So wait, hold on.
wait,
Hold
no,
on,
no, 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 no.
let Theory go. Let Theory go.
If you're saying he's immortal, right, based on whether he got the ageless surgery from Law, or whether it's natural, or whether it's from his own devil fruit, how would you explain him not being able to get damaged by execution, not being able to be defeated? Like, where does this strength come from? Being
It's
immortal
all.
doesn't grant you that.
It's all. It depends. Like if you're immortal on some godly stuff, why wouldn't the blades break? You know what I'm saying?
No,
No,
It's
no,
listen,
no,
gonna
no. Hold on,
be-
time.
no, listen.
Immortality means that
If law, if law,
That is
if law gave,
invincible. I'm
if law
saying it
gave,
again.
One at a time.
Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
if law gave the ageless surgery to, let's say, X Drake, does that put him on Kaido's level? No. You have to be physically strong to
There
be
we
able
go.
to like withstand all of those attacks as well.
But he's not even withstanding the attacks. The blades are magically breaking, magically, like magic,
So
like
what is that? How is
like
that
power,
immortality?
like immortality. You know what I mean? Not like because his skin is so rough or his bones are so strong, the blade is breaking.
Wait.
So
That does not mean
I'm just
immortality, though, Ty.
What are
That
we even
means
talking
it
Wait a
magically
second.
got broken.
Someone can
Wait,
search
so
that.
let's put it in perspective for Frewb. So, Frewb, do you think Kaido is immortal or just really durable?
I think Kaido's very durable, and I will also add on to that I'm pretty sure Jack was like I've said this before, but Jack is basically like a preview of what we're gonna see of Kaido. Like Jack is like a mini Kaido. Like he's just durable as fuck. He goes around doing everything by himself. And he's just a fucking huge tank.
Yeah, I
But
think
he's like way stronger than Jack though. Like
The thing is, okay, so Ty believes that Kaido is immortal, where he has infinite life force, right?
It's not far fetched, but it's just like
No, it's not. It's not. But we're trying to just come to an agreement here. Ty feels
Yeah.
like Kaido is immortal, and he thinks Big Mom is the strongest One Piece character. So we're saying Big Mom's power is to take life force. If Kaido's immortal, how can Big Mom beat Kaido?
I mean, how could
In
anyone?
other ways, man.
But the thing is,
you
based on
just
him,
said how
can.
can anybody
She
beat Kaido?
can.
Like
no,
I
no, no,
said.
no, 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 no. We're saying specifically for Big Mom, based on what we know, you have her. You have her the strongest character based on what you know, right?
All right, yeah. Look, now
Yeah.
what I'm saying is she can hurt him, she can damage him. She's just not gonna be able to KO him. That's what I said. 'Cause
But
nobody's
Ty, the
gonna-
question is,
Right. So our question
how can
is,
she physically damage
how
him?
can she damage him? How do you
She
think?
can punch. She can punch him. She can
Exactly.
swipe at him. She can take his.
But the
She can
devil
take life
fruit,
force from him.
is useless against
So the devil
So
fruit
you're
is
saying-
also listen
That's
to
useless.
this.
The
Listen to
devil
this,
fruit is
because-
not useless against him.
Listen,
Why?
if we look at Brook, he's already died, right? And the sole purpose of his fruit is to revive him. Is he also immortal?
Exactly. Another example.
So
Well,
if
I will
Big Mom
say this.
if Big Mom tries to kill him, like with her fruit, can Big Mom kill Brook? I
I'll
don't
say this
know.
just to play devil's advocate for Ty's side. That like Big Mom's fruit, like we don't know exactly what it does. So her fruit probably does other things to help her in combat, other than just
We
taking
do
life
agree
force.
there that it does other things, but
But
based on
from
what we
what-
know, Ty always says, use what you know, right?
All right, cool.
Use
So
what
look,
you know.
so
From what we saw.
we'll
Yeah.
do that. Somebody just brought up Brooke. Now
Well,
we
right.
got Brooke, right? So look, so if Brooke is flying in front of Big Mom, right, and Big Mom was to take 60 years off of Brooke's life, right? You think Brooke is just gonna be standing there like, am I supposed to feel nothing? Or you think he's gonna be like, oh, like he's gonna get hurt?
But we don't. But
He might be alive after, but he's still gonna get hurt. We seen
doesn't-
Brooke get hurt before.
But we didn't say
doesn't
Brooke was immortal.
expiry date anymore though.
No, but
A soul
somebody just
doesn't-
said that
a
that
soul
Brooke.
doesn't age though. Like his body aged, and now his soul is in an ageless body, so he
It
can
just-
essentially live forever.
It gives them pseudo immortality in a sense.
No, but wait. Do we think Brooke is as durable as Kaido?
Hell no. Fuck no.
No. So even if Big Mom's soul food doesn't work on Brooke, Big Mom can probably crush Brooke.
No, but I'm saying if she was to, so you're trying to say her soul powers is gonna have no effect on Brooke. Brooke is just gonna be chilling
I
there.
didn't
Like.
say that.
So hold on, look. So you don't have to say that, but that means that Brooke is gonna get hurt some, right? So if
He
Brooke is gonna
said
get hurt
physically.
by it, then that means that Kaido should be able to get hurt by it too. It's like I don't think that
No.
he's just
Are you
like
putting Brooke- are you putting
immune to
Kaido
her
and Brooke on the same
I
level?
even said that.
It's
I
not
didn't
about
say
it's
that.
not
No,
about the
no,
level.
no.
It's not check this out. It's not about.
If if anything, Brooke counters Big Mom's fruit because
Exactly.
he's
We
in
don't
control
know.
of his
We
soul.
haven't
No, because
seen that.
he is soul. No other person in the story can control their own soul. Brooke is a soul. That's all he is. So if she stole him from his own body, he would still be able to that is him. Do you know what I mean? Like he'd still be able to move around freely.
All right, but if she's taking life force from him or whatever like that, I'm saying is he gonna be?
No, but
It's gonna
that's what
hurt
I'm
him.
saying.
He's
That's what
not
I'm
gonna
saying.
be able to just
Brooke,
stand there like unfazed.
she doesn't take life force. She takes your soul.
All right, well put it like this: if she's taking his soul, it's gonna hurt him.
But
He's
isn't
losing his
life force
soul.
the same thing as soul theory? They've used that as
No,
a
because
synonym.
life force essentially is like how much like of your life she's taking. However, we found out in that chapter where the citizens have to gift those black figures stuff. They give a part of their soul to her. However, giving a part of your soul makes you lose ages of your life. It's not giving life force. Like you're not giving her your energy. You're giving her your own spirit.
There wasn't life expectancy.
Yeah, so she said life or treat, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, so when you say life force, it's not energy, not like it's like Goku and Spirit Bomb. That's
legit life.
It's legit
Like-
like your life.
It depends on what kind of life force you're defining it as.
Are you defining it as time?
Wait, I will
No.
swear that she's capable
When we say life force, we mean ages
the life
off
the
of
life
Years, right?
expectancy. The life
Right?
expectancy.
Exactly.
Is, period. That she's she's able to do that.
Here's another example as well. Like we don't know how big or how dense souls are. Like let's say you are a person that could live for 200 years. Is your soul bigger than normal people's, or is it larger? If it is if it's the same size as everyone else's, then that also means an infinite sized soul can just be ripped out simply in one piece. So like you'd still be able to take it from the body, but it would be infinitely dense.
Oh, we don't know that actually. We can. I don't know. Maybe yeah.
Does that make
Ty.
sense to everyone?
Yeah.
So Ty, let me
Did
ask you a
somebody
question.
ask me something?
Well, I'm telling you right now, Kaido's not immortal. I'm just saying that.
No.
You
He's
think-
not immoral.
You can think he's not immortal. I won't fight with you about it. I just think he's immortal.
Okay.
He told me.
Okay,
no,
Ty,
put it like
Ty.
this. Like, we
Hold on, Ty.
Wait,
was told Jack
let him-
was
wait, let him
durable.
finish, let him
We was
finish.
told Kaido's
Wait,
immortal,
Ty.
so I'm thinking Kaido's immortal, and I feel like Jack is just durable. Like it's a difference.
Right.
between-
So someone is
Kaido's
asking.
not a stronger version of Jack. I feel like Kaido's the real deal. He's
Right.
immortal, but Jack, he's just durable. That's what I think.
Someone was asking,
Ty,
Ty. Someone was
Ty,
asking.
Ty.
Someone said, I think I missed this, but why do you think Big Mom is the strongest character in One Piece?
Why do any of we did a top 30 and I picked her for number 1. It's like why did some of y'all have
No.
who was your number 1? You know what I'm saying? It's like I picked.
They're asking why you
We're not
personally
saying
picked
why. They're not saying it's a bad pick. They're saying why did you pick her? That's all.
I picked her because I feel like she's the strongest character in One Piece.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
okay.
Simple.
Okay. I mean,
Nah, she
nobody-
has. It's like hold on. Like she's fat or whatever the case is. Like
right. Is that
Come on.
PHAT?
she's a girl. No. I'm saying like she's fat. She's a
Like
girl.
PHAT?
She has this candy island or whatever like that. So like.
What is the
I can
fact-
see why
wait.
why she might be underwhelming to a lot of you, but her fruit is hatched like crazy or whatever like that. Like,
What's the fat? What's the fat mean? What's that?
no, because she's
Exactly.
fat. People put up people.
like
No,
she's
because she's fat. People think she's weak and stuff like that. It's like
Oh,
what could a fat girl
Yeah,
do?
there's bullshit. Absolutely
You can't
bullshit.
say fat, she's thick. That's all.
She got a big belly.
To me, it sounds like you just put Big Mom as the number 1 character just because everyone thinks that she's not the number 1.
It's not. I said her fruit is hacked. She could swipe Frank. All right. If she's fighting Shanks, right? Let's say she's fighting Shanks, right? She gets a swipe and she takes 60 years away from him. He's an old man now. If he's not gonna die,
But
so
Tyquan,
it's a wrap after that.
Tyquan, we know for a fact that when it comes to armament hockey, that there's no way the Yonkos are not gonna use that against each other.
That's her powers. Why would Oda give her a power that you could simply use
Then
armament
why would
hockey?
Her power
Oda
wasn't
then why would
fully-
Oda
He's not gonna give her a power that you can just do armament hockey.
Why would Oda give people the knowledge to have hockey if that's not a defense against Lokia?
Remember, it was already
is
said
true,
hockey.
too. That
Hockey
is
doesn't.
true.
No, hold on. Because y'all be quick to say it's true. Hockey does not negate double fruits. It just gives you a better chance.
It does. It
Ty
does.
is right. It does not negate your
No,
double
but
power.
we-
We have seen a devil fruit kind of be blocked or stopped.
Yeah,
Hold up, though, because
from the Boa sisters and Sentomaru, they used the shield.
So it's like it's different.
And the Admiral wasn't the
The
Admiral
Admiral,
Actually, the
he
Well,
wasn't
I mean,
getting
like,
Whitebeard's
hold
fruit.
on.
Yeah,
and
that
it
is
stopped the
true.
Quake Punch. So it's like they have advanced versions of hockey to kind of
But
combat devil
You
fruits. It's
think
not
hockey
gonna.
will stop like Fujitora's
But
gravity though?
Kai is right. It doesn't nullify it, but it
Yeah.
can stop it. I think.
also though,
it's the same shit that Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji used in Mario
We
4
just
actually.
said that.
No, like it's ways of using hockey to stop an attack, but you can't just like it's not like you got hockey and now somebody powers is useless because you have hockey.
No,
Yeah.
that's the big question though. Like with these hacks fruits, like Magellan's Venom Demon, right? How do
Yeah.
you stop that? That's the question. Like how do
Go
you
long
stop
range.
something? You go long range, but he has Hydra. He has like this move where he goes into like I don't know, like a tunnel, and he can
Yeah.
travel really fast. It's like it's not like he can't
well,
cover.
I'm pretty sure it literally is just hockey because they say hockey is literally a coat of armor.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I think
full body
advanced
hockey would have
hockey.
to.
But the thing is, we're like with the Venom Demon, right? It's melting you. So it's like if you put it on you, you have full body hockey on it. It goes on you. Are you gonna go home, take a shower first before you take the hockey off? It's not going anywhere, bro.
Thank you. I totally agree with that.
Yeah. So
No,
Yeah.
but going back to the thing that Ty was talking about, how like Shanks versus Big Mom. I mean, we haven't really like been explained her devil fruit yet, but it's heavily implied that you have to be fearful of Big Mom before she can take life force from you.
Yeah, it's
All right, wait, hold on.
sometimes
All
she
right.
does like a hypnosis
So we heard that. We heard that, but now remember when they told him when they was like, no, like don't run or whatever like that. You know, she'll take your life force or something like that. So if that was exactly true, he would just like he's her son. He knows her good. He would just stand there and let her do a useless swipe. I feel like maybe it gets enhanced when you're scared, but like she's taking age regardless.
Someone,
No,
I don't think that if you're not scared,
Ty,
it
I
just
think
doesn't work.
But if you notice her eyes, they go all swirly, so she can probably like manipulate your soul into being scared itself, because she has control of all souls.
Yeah.
She can probably
I think
control
those-
your soul when it's
So,
inside your body.
someone
Not even
said-
that. It might also be involved with like Conqueror's Hockey, or like how like Zora has a thing where you can like inflict fear into animals or whatever. It's like one of those things, like the killer instinct or whatever the fuck.
Theory.
I know this.
Theory.
Hold on. I know this is a tough comparison because we've seen more of his fruit than Big Mom's. But do you think Law's fruit is more hacks than Big Mom's?
It's hard to say. I have to see the extent of what.
I'd say
Like
yeah.
right now, even though like people say Big Mom's fruit is hacks, I don't know. It's just like okay, she can you can take life force out of things and put it into other things, but like we don't really know like how that could be useful in a fight. I guess is what I'm.
Well,
We seen her swipe her son with one blow and kill him though. It's like and he looked a pretty beast. Like not like he. I'm not trying to say he's
But
strong
then,
and
Ty,
cracked,
we've
but
seen Law take somebody's heart, right?
Yeah.
We've seen Law
Yeah.
literally take somebody's heart.
But look how Big Mom did it though. He was running, She
No,
swiped
but
him.
okay.
He
So
lost 40 years. It was over after that. It's like how
so
beast that is.
Here, our thing is like.
How is Shank stopping that? Like if she
Well,
gets
real
if she gets a swipe,
real quick, though. We always say, why didn't Law take Dofi's heart? Why do you think so?
Dofi knew Law fighting style very good. Like
Why do you think he didn't take it?
Dofi, he tried to. Dofi didn't let him, but that's different.
Because-
Dofi knows
right,
Law.
He tried to, but Dofi.
Law
didn't let
used to
him.
be a pirate for Dofi. That's different. That's
So
like
do you think Dofi was stronger? That's why he couldn't do it.
So
not.
oh.
Not
I say
that.
something about that?
I feel like he just knew Law fighting style too good because Law used to be a pirate under him.
Do you think
I don't
that's
feel like it has. I don't feel like it had anything to do with him being
Yeah, but you
stronger.
can't even say that because Law got his fruit after he was done with Doflamingo. Like
so
Dofi did say that he knew all Law's fighting styles while they were fighting.
No, but Law.
Yeah, but
Law's logo. I mean, not his logo. His like he still had the Dofi thing on his ship and everything. Like he was under Dofi. I'm pretty sure Dofi.
right, but he didn't even have his devil. He didn't
He
even
was
have his
under
devil fruit.
Dofi. He was under Dofi, right? And then Corazon got killed, gave him the fruit. He ate the fruit, and then he ditched
Yeah.
Dofi. He never
Yeah,
raised
so
him.
yeah, exactly.
So it's like my thing is like with Crocodile. We always talk about Crocodile. His OP, like where you can just suck the moisture out of you, right? Like if that hits you, you're pretty much done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But why didn't Crocodile do that to Whitebeard?
Because he probably just couldn't. It's a
He
power.
can't do that to Whitebeard. That's
It's a
not.
power difference.
So you're saying Brago right now? If if the opponent is stronger than you, you can't they can't
I'm
really.
saying, I'm
find
saying
that.
everybody is gonna have these OP, unbelievable moves. That's gonna you're gonna have somebody that's maybe a little weaker than you. That's gonna hit. It's gonna work. But
That's
if you go up
different.
against somebody that's pretty much even or could be stronger than you, that the likelihood of you landing that attack,
It's like zero.
it's
especially because Big Mom.
it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. If
Sucking the moisture out of you takes time. Where Big Mom just had a one swipe and it's over thing.
What?
They're not the same abilities.
He's
Trust me,
right.
they're not the same abilities.
The moisture.
I rather have Big Mom swiping ability.
wait, isn't the moisture just touching you though?
No, the moisture does take time in on like a second look, because there's a moment where he grabs Luffy's arm, and then I think Luffy gets off somehow,
Wait,
and,
but
it didn't like instantly
Right.
drain him.
But we've established that Crocodile has gotten stronger, right?
It doesn't mean that he has like a one-touch kill move or whatever. That Big Mom, she could touch you one time, and even if it doesn't kill you, if she's taking 60 years from Shanks and he's an old man, it's a wrap after that. Come on.
His basically some dehydration thing is a one shot, is a one hit move kill.
It is essentially, but it does take time to like one
Yeah,
hit.
it takes time, but it's still.
But that's another thing. So it's like with Big Moms, it's implied that you have to be scared of her, right? So Big Mom has to make you.
I don't think so, because if that was the case, he just would have stood there not being scared. I feel like it's gonna take something no matter what. But if you're scared, it amplifies it.
So
it takes like. I feel like if he wasn't in a mood, maybe it would have just took 10 years. But since he got scared and moved, it took 40 or 60.
I have a question. If Big Mom can just take life from anybody, right? If she swipes, it's gonna take. Say if she swipes and you're not scared of her, it takes 3 years, right? Let's just say that. Why isn't Big Mom Pirate King already?
Because you can't read the pony list.
Yeah.
Brago, hold on, Brago. I got asked why did I have Big Mom at number 1. I said why I had it at number 1, and then now I'm getting asked.
No. We're off of that
now.
now.
The Pirate King?
It's totally good conversation.
No. We're off of that now. I'm just saying, like with Big Mom, it's like you're saying because her power is hacked, she's gonna be able to.
It doesn't mean just because I say somebody can beat somebody, it doesn't mean that like that now they're invincible because the person that I said is a strong person. No, like it's still people that can give her a challenge and stuff like that. I'm just saying that she's a good character to put first because her abilities is hacks and she's very strong or whatever like that.
I got a question for you then. If you know she's this like top level person, who do you think that we've seen in the series is someone that can give her a challenge other than like the other Yonko?
Kobe?
You don't think
That's funny. Why did it pause for like maybe 6 seconds of like silence?
It's crazy. If she's one-shotting if she can one-shot anybody, then who could be there?
Ty, do you think Big Mom can take on a dragon?
Oh my gosh! I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't she be able to?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I'm sure she can, but it's like as far as
I agree that she has this one-shot move, but there's
Bro, what fucking chapter is it?
Drawbacks to it.
What chapter is the chapter that Big Mom took that one guy's soul? I'm trying to find.
It was like 7:30 something.
7:30. We're on 8:30.
No, 8:30 something.
8:30.
Yeah, wasn't it called like Boss the Night Jinbei or something? Wasn't that the chapter name?
Yeah, it was that chapter.
But I can't find it.
I think it was before the Seducing Woods.
Yeah, it was. That's before they got there.
No, I think
29 maybe.
Yeah, like
Oh yeah, maybe it was. I think I found it.
Like I said, I do think Big Mom has the one-hit KO, but I don't know if it's necessarily going to just work on anyone.
I think it has.
Here's the thing. I'm not saying that it has to be a one-hit KO. I had said that if she swipes Shanks or whatever like that, and she takes 40 years and he turns old, she's gonna win the fight pretty much at that point.
Right, but then the conversation started with Kaido.
Kaido being
the
immoral.
conversation started with Kaido, but since I got asked why I had her number 1, like I have like no legit reason to have her at number 1, it got switched to Shanks now. She could fight Akainu.
So she's
she
not
gets to
beating
swipe.
Kaido.
She gets to swipe. Kaido's immortal. Like he's no one's.
So how is she beating him?
So she's not beating Kaido then.
She can beat him in a fight. She's just not gonna be able to KO him.
So you think Big Mom is
just like White Bear? He did a number on him. He didn't defeat him because Kaido's still alive.
Big Mom.
You think that Big Mom without her Devil Fruit can just beat Kaido ass?
You know what I'm saying, Tyquan?
She has a Devil Fruit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it doesn't work like him.
Devil fruit. All right.
The devil fruit is not gonna work with
None
him.
of these people. None of these people. They're not just gonna have like. It's not like she. This is the thing. It's like you're underestimating her because you're trying to say like without her devil fruit she's whack, which
No,
I don't.
No, I'm not saying that. Look at that. Look at Tyquan.
She's very strong without her devil fruit. Just enhances her powers and makes her more of a beast.
Wait a second, Tyquan. She can really beat up Kaido. Maybe, yeah.
You think if hold on, I'm just gonna say this.
In other ways. Not the devil fruit is not gonna be really useful.
Devil fruit could affect Kaido. Check this out. Like if Nami had Big Mom fruit, you think she's just gonna become a Yonko? No, because it's like it's Nami, but Big Mom is. I'm not putting her strength. I'm not gonna underestimate her strength.
No.
Her power.
I'm telling that
she's one of the most.
She can beat up.
Another thing is that they said that all 4 pirates are equal. We might have one that we think
here is that
other ones or whatever, but they're pretty much equal.
Wait, I'm thinking this is the thing. We're not saying Big Mom is weak or can't defeat Kaido. She doesn't have a way to defeat Kaido. We're saying based on your definition of Kaido being immortal and Big Mom.
It's like I already explained though that like if I have infinite blood. No. Listen. Because I explained that if I have infinite blood and you
Tyquan.
And you take.
Wait, let me finish.
So I had already explained if I have infinite blood and you take a knife and you cut me and I start losing blood, it's gonna hurt. But I have infinite blood, so I'm not gonna die. So that's already me saying that. Like, no, let me finish that. She can hurt Kaido, or she can damage him. She's just not gonna kill him. So stop. So wait. So don't say that. I'm saying Kaido's immortal. Big Mom can't touch him. That's not what I'm saying.
Listen here.
Don't twist my words into that way.
Listen here. If she can hurt Kaido, yeah, with whether it's her powers or her physical strength. How is she dishing out more damage than someone that jumps 10,000 feet and says, I just bumped my head?
I just said that if I have infinite blood and I lose blood, it still hurts. It's not that.
But Ty, you're saying
blood or the life itself.
We're not gonna spend too much more time on this because.
Okay.
You're saying if you cut someone open, that's gonna hurt. The cut is gonna hurt. So that means that you're thinking
the blood leaving my body is gonna hurt too. It's not like I'm gonna be unfazed.
Why is it gonna hurt?
I have a hole. I have a hole in me, so the hole doesn't hurt. Not the hole, but the blood leaving my. That's gonna hurt. So it's not gonna kill me. Check this out. It's not gonna kill me. I'm not gonna run out of blood and die from run out of blood.
What if it's not killing you? How is she defeating him?
Nobody is KOing him. He's immortal. It's like
but that's what I'm saying. So
you can hurt him.
Can I ask a question?
It's like you keep bringing up how is somebody gonna kill him when I'm saying he's immortal. He can't be killed, but he can be hurt.
Listen,
I'm back. Y'all hear me?
If you're doing loads of damage, right, and you're not killing him and you're not KOing him, how does that mean you win?
All right, so here's what I said about that. In a situation like that, he's being a punching bag or whatever, or he's not winning a fight. So I'm gonna put the person who was doing the butt kicking as high. I'm not gonna put the person who just happened to die.
You think he can't?
You know what I'm trying to say?
You think he can't?
Of course he can fight back, but he's not like when he fought Whitebeard. I'm pretty sure he fought back, but Whitebeard did a number on him. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm gonna put Whitebeard over him. I'm not gonna put him over just because he can't die or whatever like that. Like, what's the point in having him over? It's like, if he can't beat him, what's the point of having him over?
I see what Ty's saying. He's basically saying that like Big Mom is stronger than Kaido because if they fought, Kaido would not be able to defeat Big Mom, and Big Mom.
Why?
I'm just saying from his perspective.
Yeah, I understand exactly.
She's gonna do that with the devil fruit. Nah.
But why can't Kaido beat her?
I understand his perspective, right? But Kaido v Whitebeard is a very different story. Whitebeard was the strongest man in the world, rival to Roger, right? Big Mom doesn't have that title. Big Mom is just one of the Yonko, along with Kaido.
But it was already said that all 4 of them is equal and very close to each other in power. So it's like, if Whitebeard did, what makes you
equal to
what makes you think Shanks can't do it?
No, shut up. No, listen. Equal to old Whitebeard. Prime Whitebeard is above them. He's Pirate King level.
Oh yeah.
I
can say that.
All right, no, like in his prime, he was definitely stronger than them or whatever. But I feel like during Marine Ford, he was the weakest Yonko or whatever like that, since he was old and sick at the same time.
All right, but what I'm saying is,
if all 4 of them, if all 4 of them is equal or whatever like that, and Whitebeard was able to do a number on him, I think Shanks can do a number on him too, and I think Big Mom could do a number on him too. And I'm supposed to be like, I agree.
I agree. It's not going to be a one-sided fight either way. But if you're not KOing Kaido and you're not killing him, he's just going to keep fighting you. Big Mom doesn't have infinite stamina. She's not immortal. She can't resist as much damage as Kaido.
That's
So
just being.
eventually she would lose.
How long would that take? Like, what does that take? Like 20 days?
It would take many days. Look at the animals. They took 10 days.
Yeah, let's get on another cancer stuff.
Yeah, let's talk about Kobe, please, right now.
Ty, you see my point though, right?
No, I get what you're saying, but I feel like the chances of them being able to not throw blows to the point that they KO themselves or to the point that they're so weak, now he can finally beat them. I don't think that's gonna happen. So I feel like he's just being a punching bag in that case, and that's in those scenarios, he's not gonna take the win or whatever like that.
All right.
So that's why I said that.
End of discussion. Next question.
Okay.
So the next thing we were kind of going back and forth about. This is off air. Do we want to talk about the Kuma thing first, or are we talking about the Kuma Suru, or do we want to talk about the Ace Aokiji?
We talked about the Ivankov versus.
All right. Well,
Kuma.
Let's talk about the Ivankov Kuma thing.
Exactly.
So with
exactly.
the Kuma thing, I said that I believe, because Ty was saying he believed that Ivankov was stronger than Kuma. I was like, I don't know. I believe that they're on the same level, and Ty feels like I was disrespecting Ivankov. So then we talked about Doflamingo and Suru, and he said we gave Suru credit, but we're not giving Ivankov credit. And I didn't understand how I was disrespecting Ivankov by saying they're on the same level.
Well, what I was saying about Ivankov, everybody at that moment, everybody in the stream agreed that Ivankov is stronger than Kuma. Right now, if they change their mind, they'll say something different. But at the moment, it's like for some reason, all right, cool. But it's like for some reason, it's like even though all the evidence that was given to us, and it's like I don't know why you can't think that it is your opinion, but it's like why not think that Ivankov is stronger than Kuma? It's like I know Kuma seems more intimidating or whatever like that, but Ivankov showed to be very very strong and stuff like that. So it's like
I never use intimidation to gauge how strong a character is. But what I'm saying is your reason for saying Kuma is definitively or Ivankov is definitively stronger than Kuma.
I feel like it's
right.
What happened at Marineford? Yeah, that's the main thing. When
Kuma said what did Kuma say? What did Ivankov say? So people that didn't.
It was like, I'm not exactly sure because it was a while ago. But Ivankov said like, she was like, he was like, Kuma, it's me or whatever like that. And Ivankov was like, I'm gonna have to put that fear back into your heart. Right? Yeah.
And I said, okay, I'm not ready to say Ivankov is stronger than Kuma because this happened in the past. One. And two, Kuma he doesn't have his mind. And I feel like for you to bring out the most of your will, which is hockey, all that stuff, and using your devil fruit, I don't think, did he use it? It's like you have to.
Yeah, he was using it. He did not use the pacifist wasn't using
You have to have your mind, right? I feel like you have to have your mind. And you said that you believe he's stronger now that he doesn't have his mind. And I don't agree with that.
No, check this out. I don't mean that like he's all right. What I'm saying is that when we seen him fight, the times that we seen him fight, he was always holding back or whatever like that. Every time we seen him fight, he was holding back. No, Kuma.
Correct.
Now that they have control of his mind, they can be like go all out. So he's going all out now. That's what I feel about that. I don't feel like he's.
Can he use hockey?
Where is the devil fruit right now? He can use the devil fruit.
Yeah, he can use the devil fruit.
Wait, did he use it in that fight versus? Did he use it versus?
Yeah, he used that.
Yeah, he used it.
That is true.
No, the pacifists just couldn't use it because they don't have.
In that fight versus Ivankov, he used it.
No, he did not. Versus Ivankov, he only used lasers.
Did he use his devil fruit versus Ivankov?
No, he did not.
No, he didn't.
Well,
no.
Not
so
against
you're saying
Ivankov,
based on that fight, based on that fight.
He used his devil fruit though at Marineford.
No, he did. Not against her. Not against Ivankov.
Not against Ivankov, but he used it.
Right, but we're basing on the fight versus Ivankov, right? Based on that fight, no devil fruit, doesn't have his mind, just use a laser. You're definitively ready to say Ivankov is definitely stronger than Kuma.
Yes, because Ivankov beat him in that 1v1, and then another thing is that like when Ivankov said, "I have to put that fear back into your heart," the scenario that you gave Brago, you said maybe Kuma just was becoming a revolutionary, and maybe Ivankov.
We don't know how far back this was.
I'm saying, look, that's what you said. I'm not trying to say that you're wrong with that, but that's what you said. Now, to me, I'm thinking like, let me put that fear back into your heart. Kuma's not like Kuma's a powerful pirate already. Ivankov is a powerful pirate already, and they're fighting, and Ivankov beat Kuma. Ivankov had to put Kuma in his place. Like, look, like I'm stronger than you right now, whatever like that. So I feel
Right.
like Ivankov is under Sabo in rank, but over Kuma in rank.
So you feel like
So you
Ivankov
believe
is,
Eva's like third, fourth?
And then the other thing is that like while Kuma, it's like even when Kuma was so intimidating, it's like that was against the Straw Hats who had no hockey or whatever like that. That's when Kuma was intimidating. When it came to like Marine Ford against people who had hockey and stuff like that, he wasn't as
no, we're not
beast.
talking about his intimidation. We're just talking about
No.
what we
But
want.
I'm saying though, like a lot of his, some people are still gauging like, look how much of a hard time Zoro had and Sanji had. He's a beast. I'm not trying to say that he's not a beast, but I'm saying that like
No. But what we're arguing right now is that I said that they're on the same level, even with all those things against Kuma. I'm still saying that they're on the same level.
All right, you can say that they're on the same level,
Right,
but
but you're ready to say
I'm
definitively
saying the
he's
difference.
stronger.
Yeah, because look, when he was fighting people who didn't have hockey, he was so beast or whatever. But when it came to people who got hockey, and even Ivankov, they was able to beat him. But check this out. Another thing is that when he was talking to Dragon about it or whatever like that, they wasn't concerned about Kuma whatsoever. It's like it was just that like it was like Dragon. Kuma tried to kill me. Like what's wrong with him? He can't
So
do
you're
that.
basing it
Like
off the
that.
conversation with.
That has a lot to do with it. If Kuma,
So if Kuma was like, so if Ivankov was like, oh my God, Kuma tried to kill me, then I don't know.
well, if Dragon was to be like, it's like Dragon it and care, like Dragon it and care that it's like Dragon knows Ivankov has that under control or whatever like that. Like so it's like it's nothing to worry about. It's not like Ivankov wasn't worried about Kuma, Dragon wasn't worried about Kuma, and only some of us are because we seen how intimidating he was and Thriller Bark or whatever like that mainly.
How does Suru fit into this?
What were we saying? We're saying that we gave Suru props for being able to corner Doflamingo in the past, and he said we weren't giving Ivankov props for beating
But
Kuma at Greenford.
it's like y'all was quick to say that like
You came at Brago for this one.
well y'all was quick to say that like even Dofi powers is awakened, or his devil powers is awakened, and he was still scared of her. So she must be a beast or that. But Kuma's a beast too, and if he's scared of Ivankov is a beast too. It works the same way though. It's like it's like when it seems like when you want to, you just give certain characters the benefit of the doubt when you want to, and you don't do it on an equal
Wait, didn't I give
scale.
Suru the benefit of the doubt?
Yes, he did.
No.
He said
I'm not saying that.
Strategy.
I'm saying some people. It's like when it's somebody versus the admiral gets it. It's like
So
when
you don't think the admirals deserve respect?
when it's a funny character. It's not that I'll talk about this. It's not that they don't. I give the admirals respect. I don't disrespect the admirals or whatever like that.
You feel like Ace could be an admiral.
So that's disrespect just because I feel like hold on. Gold D Rogers' son beating Aokiji and that's disrespectful. No, that's disrespectful to One Piece. This is Goldie Rogers' son.
No,
I don't want to hear that. You know what I mean? Like
no,
I said hold on. I said a few. Hold on, look. I said a few characters like Marco could be Kizaru, like Ace.
Okay, Ty, real quick. Your logic.
A few characters.
Right?
A few characters. I didn't say that. Oh, a bunch of people. I didn't say Sanji's beating this person. I didn't say like Barthos beating him. I didn't say Bellamy. I didn't just. That's disrespectful. I didn't do all of that. I just said a few characters.
Understood. But with that logic, Goldie Rogers' son.
Yeah, because that's what Ace is, right?
How do you not have Dragon as the strongest character in the series?
What's wrong? It's like Big Mom
tell
number
me.
one. I had Big Mom number one respected. Like
how is Dragon not number one if he's the Hero Garp son and Monkey D. Luffy's dad? How is he not number one?
Ace. All right, but we'll put it like this: you was just saying it's like because when I say things, you try to turn them around and act like what I'm saying. No, look, because that's what you're doing. But you was the one that said a few streams ago, Brago. Look, a few streams ago, you said that. Brago. Look, a few streams ago, you said that. Like, if Luffy's so strong, why would Dragon be a scrub? Dragon's gonna be strong because look how strong Luffy is. Look how strong Garp is. So with Ace being Goldie Rogers' son or whatever like that,
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, and that's why I had Dragon number one.
All right, and I have Big Mom number one because of her powers. I don't have Dragon number one. Dragon's not number one.
But you just referenced Goldie Rogers saying Ace could beat Aokiji.
Yeah, Ace can beat Aokiji.
Because of his dad?
It's not because of his dad. I'm saying it's like
you make it sound. Hold on.
You make it sound like you make it sound like it's bogus, like he can't beat him. I'm like, no, look, this is Ace. He not only was he second in division command on Whitebeard's crew, his father's a pirate king or whatever like that. Why can't he not beat Aokiji? Like why would Aokiji win in every situation against him?
Are we talking about Ace versus Aokiji?
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go with this shit.
Yeah, exactly. But
like everybody, I'm the only one that thinks that, but just because I'm the only one that thinks that doesn't mean that you're all correct.
Ty, I have a question.
Do you place Luffy above Ace?
About what?
Do you place Luffy over Ace in strength?
Yeah, I feel like right now.
So if Ace can beat Aokiji, that means Luffy can beat Aokiji.
Well, I don't think so. I don't think Ty always says that it's based on matchup.
He's talking about
matchup has to play with it too, because like Ace can beat Aokiji.
Yeah. He always
can
uses
beat Ace,
matchups.
but then Aokiji can still beat Luffy or whatever like that.
Yeah,
So, that factors into it too.
So with that, he always says that but I think it's just he's just looking at because Ace is fire and Aokiji's ice. I think you're looking at that too much because Aokiji is proven that he's able to overcome these odds, like by fighting Akainu, who it was proven that he said that his fruit is superior to Ace's. So if he can stand up to a fruit that's superior to Ace's, why can't he overpower Ace's fruit?
All right. So hold on. So this is Aokiji you're talking about? You're talking about Aokiji?
Yes.
So you're trying to say Akainu's fruit is superior, so is Aokiji's fruit?
We mean Akainu's fruit is superior. No. The user is superior to Ace. The user. As far as the advantage, Ace has the advantage as far as the fruit. But the user, Aokiji.
Exactly. There's the hierarchy there.
The thing is that, like, okay, we have Akainu at an S.
Correct.
Aokiji fought Akainu for 10 days at a S level, so they're both a S in that fight. But then
they're both an S, but we
in that
brought
fight,
Aokiji down because he lost.
All right, so cool. Look, so they both was an S in that fight. We have Aokiji at A+ though, right?
Right.
So even though he's an A+, he fought at an S in that fight. Now check this out. But then he goes and he clashes with someone who's a B+ Ace, but then he gets overpowered or whatever like that. So it's like
switch that. He fought Ace first.
No. So hold on. You think he got stronger after that? From the time, like, you think he got so stronger after that fight? Come on, like, he was pretty much around the same power level.
People are saying that as far as a Devil Fruit user, Aokiji could be better than Akainu because of the fact that he was at that disadvantage. He was able to fight for 10 days.
No, but I'm saying he's not displaying that same. Okay, in that one fight, he put up an S, but in Ace to get overpowered by him, who's a B+, I mean, he had to fight. He had to be at a B at that moment. Then for him to like, when he was fighting Jozu, what we had Jozu at? We had Jozu at
A. A-.
A-. So then it's like, he had to be fighting below an A-. So it's like, he's not consistent. If he was an S against every person he fought, I would.
That wasn't a fight though. That was one simple clash.
But still though, he can be. You could say that Kuma. You could say that Zoro versus Kuma wasn't a fight. But look how beast Kuma was, or whatever like that.
That was more than one
in a short
attack.
time.
Zoro was going back and forth.
Legit.
That was
one
like
attack.
One attack though.
Well, when Peckham's knocked out, the Mud Logia user, it's like it doesn't always have to be. It doesn't like it doesn't always have to be a long fight for someone to be intimidating or whatever like that. Like if you're powerful, it's gonna show. It doesn't matter if you're fighting them.
Flash is enough to just give you a full summary of someone.
Yeah, is it? Because earlier,
it depends what happens in the clash.
You said the 10-day fight didn't even happen.
Nothing happened in the clash. It just smoke and mirrors. That's
someone brought up a good point in chat as well that Ace was equal to Jinbei.
Yes, he was at that point. Yes. Well,
they fought for 5 days straight, correct?
And he still had the Mirror fruit.
Well, I don't know because we always talk about Ace's stamina at Marineford, right?
Yeah, like I feel like at that point in the story they was, but I feel like by the time we got to Marineford, that Ace was stronger than Jinbei by that time.
I don't know about that.
I don't.
I don't think they was equal then. Like I feel like in the past, yeah, or whatever like that.
And so in the past.
And remember, look, this was before Ace got.
Wait.
This is before
Ace. He's in the past.
No, Brago, look. This is before look,
Are you tired of using the past, bro?
Hold up, we using the past. What's up with the
I'm just saying. Nah,
no, Brago,
ahead,
look,
go ahead.
he was equal with Jinbei. No, listen what I'm about to say. He was equal to Jinbei before he was on White Bear Crew. Then he went on White Bear Crew, and then he got promoted. So I'm telling you, like, within all of that time, it's pretty much safe to assume that he got stronger than Jinbei, being on White Bear's crew.
Wait. So
and Jinbei was locked
how
up.
long was Ivankov impelled down?
I don't know for how long Ivankov was in impelled down.
What was Kuma doing?
Somebody said like 4 years or something like that.
4 years. Was Kuma training at this time? Is it safe to assume?
Yeah, Kuma was training. You can say Kuma was training or whatever like that.
So isn't it safe to assume that Kuma?
No, because at Marine Ford when they fought, it's like no matter what Brago, no matter what Kuma was doing, at Marine Ford, Ivankov won. So it's like, it didn't really, like Ivankov won still, so Kuma has to train harder than something like that because he still took the L.
Okay. Now go back to your original point. What were you saying? I'm sorry to cut you off. About the Ace Aokiji thing.
About Ace and Aokiji?
Yeah. You remember what you were saying?
He was talking about that one clash.
The clash.
Oh no! All right, hold on. I was just saying that, like, when I talk about stuff, it's about specific scenarios. Don't just take something I say and try to apply it to like 10 different other things. So I said when someone clashes, it depends what happens on that fight that I could base if who's stronger.
Wait, I just started something though.
No. Look. Listen. Sometimes I can. Sometimes I can't. Or whatever that. Like I said, like with five.
About Kaido though.
No. But wait. Kuma has this hacks double fruit. He can just send Ivankov flying.
Ivankov has a hacks double fruit too.
What the hell? You mean the section?
See, no, look, this is what I'm saying. Look, hold on. It's good that you said. Look, wait, hold on. Wait. I just want to say this. It's good that you said what the hell, because that proves that you're biased to Ivankov. Ivankov has a hacks double fruit.
How am I biased?
Because you're saying someone who look how many people Ivankov stood up to.
Openly hate the LGBT.
look at how many people. Look at how many powerful people Ivankov stood up to, and using
Ivankov beat any of them?
No, but did they beat Ivankov though? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Wait. So
no, not really.
Wait. Did Ivankov beat Akainu?
Yeah,
no.
I was gonna say that. Like, if Ivankov used her ability and turned Akainu into a woman right there, would he have won?
Oh, it's like
because you said his ability is hacked.
Stop. I need to stop this because Ty's logic just broke right here. Ty, are you saying that when Magellan obviously did what he did to Ivankov and left, and when Akainu did what he did to Ivankov and left, that Ivankov didn't lose?
No, check this out. The fight against Magellan, Ivankov lost, but Ivankov was still okay, or whatever like that. Which Ivankov avoided death, or whatever like that. A lot of people in that situation probably would have died. The same thing. Ivankov. Yeah, like Akainu is stronger than Ivankov, but how strong does Ivankov have to be to still be alive? Check this out. Jinbei, when we were talking about who's admiral level and stuff like that, right? At the time, we said that Jinbei should be because he took a hit from Akainu, and so did Ivankov.
So the Magellan and Akainu beat Ivankov.
Yeah, they beat Ivankov.
Okay, your logic's fine. You're good.
Okay.
they just didn't KO Ivankov, so I feel like Ivankov is strong because Ivankov didn't get Look, listen, I just want to continue to say this. What I mean by that is that Ivankov was not down for the count. Ivankov could move still or whatever like that. You know what I'm trying to say? That's what I'm trying to say.
KO is basically
I'm with you.
putting someone to sleep for a few seconds. He was asleep when they came to the.
In situations. But hold on, look.
He was asleep.
But look,
he was knocked out.
In situations where like people.
KO him.
All right, when Zoro cut Mr. Number 1, was he getting back up? Nope. So you get what I'm trying to say? Like,
wait, he was KO'd. He was down.
Yeah, so Ivankov, like, they took the win, and Ivankov was KO'd.
Use Mr. 1 and Ivankov.
No, but I'm saying that Ivankov was still up doing stuff.
Ashura, what are you saying? What Ty's saying is correct.
What? So
yeah.
He's saying that he didn't knock him out.
Ty's saying that Ivankov didn't get KO'd.
He said didn't get KO'd. He did get KO'd. He was knocked out.
I'm saying Ivankov did got knocked out, but Ivankov still had the energy to somehow get back up.
Wait.
Compared to like other people who got knocked out, they stayed down on the floor.
Ty, you just said Ivankov did not get KO'd. You just said that.
You said that.
I didn't say. I said that Ivankov. I said that Magellan beat Ivankov. I said that Akainu beat Ivankov. I said,
You
but
said that they
Ivankov.
Ty, you said they beat them. They won. They
Put it
got the
like this:
W.
if you're confused by what I said, they both beat Ivankov.
Bro, I
Right?
think you're completely forgot.
No, because look, instead of talking about what I said and what I
Not gonna
didn't say,
comment on
if
that
I'm
right
talking
now.
right now, you can listen or whatever. So they both beat Ivankov, but
Bro.
after that, didn't Ivankov finish going with Luffy or whatever like that at Marineford? Then
After he
Ivankov
woke
finish
up.
doing things. Ivankov was not like completely down.
Well, 'cause, like,
Okay.
listen, because technically Ivankov wasn't like KO as in out for the count. He was down
Yeah.
for a second and back up and helping him. Whereas
Yeah, but
if you look
that is a knockout.
look, if you look at Jozu, he was out for the count.
Oh, so he didn't have to get carried off the battlefield, but that's what you're saying.
Yeah, essentially.
Alright.
You're saying if
Ivankov
you're just
didn't
knocked
get.
down for 5 seconds, they don't count as being KO'd.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's like if you're in boxing, right, and they give the count for 10 seconds.
If you get up in 5 seconds, you're good.
You're good.
But if you
Like the referee
look at other
counting to
fights,
5.
if you
He's
look
not
at Luffy,
he's not even there to 10. He knows you're out. You're out.
No, because
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Stop. If you look at the Lucci fight, when Luffy first did get third and knocked Lucci out onto the ship, he was out for 1 second and then got back up.
He got KO'd for a quick second and came back.
So we can agree he got KO'd first few seconds. Then he
Yeah,
got
but
back
look,
up again.
he had the energy to get back up
He could have
though.
gone. He could. So then Luffy really didn't beat Lucci.
He was joking around right there, right?
He's faking it.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, Lucci still, like, even though he was out for a second, he came back with enough strength.
Yeah, but I think at that
essentially
point,
defeat
do you,
Luffy. Like,
okay,
it doesn't mean that Ivankov was like weaker or couldn't have come back.
right, being really honest, I'm not sure what are we arguing at this point. Like,
I don't
Yeah,
know.
What I think you're arguing is that because Ivankov, let's say, did get KO'd, you're saying that he couldn't have come back from that, but that's incorrect.
but
I'm not saying he
do we
couldn't-
think?
I'm not-
Okay, do you think
I'm not saying
Ivankov
he
is
couldn't get back up. I said he got knocked out.
Do,
He's
I mean,
arguing
like,
he did get knocked out. I
wait.
say he did. I'm not arguing he could get back up.
right, but say
get back
he
up.
was knocked out for 5 seconds. Couldn't Magellan have killed him?
But Magellan didn't kill him even though he was knocked out.
I'm saying, couldn't he have killed him? Like,
I'm
this is
on
the
the only
one.
Yeah, but
way.
that's what we're saying. Like, Magellan put poison on him. The poison didn't work.
He's asking if he's able to knock him out, can he kill him though?
Yeah, that's a loss, right?
Yeah,
If you get knocked out, that means they're able to kill you.
Technically, it is a loss.
That's not true though.
Hmm?
That's not
So,
true.
so hold on. You saying that if I can knock you out for 5 seconds,
I can't kill you.
you can't kill him?
Because like
What-
if you look at the Magellan Ivankov fight, Magellan's poison wasn't enough to kill Ivankov. So
Yeah, but Magellan didn't even
was
have
on
no
the
full
floor.
strength. He still had that awakening thing. That could have just killed him with that.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, in that situation, why would he go? Oh, he's out for the count for 5 seconds. I better use my ultimate move.
No. I'm saying no. I'm
Right,
not saying.
right.
I'm not saying that Magellan is going to just use his ultimate. I'm saying, does he have the ability to kill him? If I knock you out for 5 seconds, can I kill you?
That's
make
tricky.
sure-
That's tricky to ask because at the same time, it's like, hold on. We know that Magellan was playing no game, so like, why didn't he kill him? You know what I mean? Like, obviously he tried and he couldn't.
Because he
But
knew
you're
he
saying
was
that-
poisoned. No, because he knew he was poisoned, and the only way to survive is to get an antidote for Magellan. That was the only way to survive.
But the thing is, like, you're using a fake scenario.
No, I think what we're using
because
is like,
Ivankov wasn't out for 5 seconds.
how long was he out for?
He wasn't
For a
out,
minute,
he was on the
two,
floor.
Huh?
He wasn't out. He was just on the floor.
Yeah, he was
was out.
looking up at the ceiling. He wasn't like knocked out.
So he was
He
dazed.
just-
So he wasn't knocked out?
Because, like, if you look at Cracker, like, you could say he was out in the start of this chapter, but he got back up and fought. You know, there's like, it doesn't mean anything to be put on the floor. Like, look at Kobe. Luffy essentially KO'd him, but he was still around in Marineford crying his eyes out.
Okay, I'm gonna go
That's not.
one thing though. I know Tyquan likes to bring anime, so if you go back to the anime episode of the Ivankov versus Magellan, you can clearly see his hands are twitching. He just keeps back up. That means he was knocked out.
I'm not disagreeing. Like, okay, he got knocked out, but I'm saying he was able to get up and finish helping Luffy after. Like, he was not
Wait.
done for the
Yeah, but
count.
he was knocked out.
Wait, Ty, is
Ty.
Ivankov?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I don't know. I feel like we should get off this because we just.
Please, please.
There's one last question.
I'm
One
on
last
my
question.
way
Well,
right
one
now.
more.
Moving
Can we
along.
rank
What's-
Ivankov? Like,
What's the
can we
last
rank
question?
him?
What's the last question?
Wait. You wanted me to rank Ivankov?
Yeah, where would you rank him?
Was he back up on your
I-
list, Ty? I don't think he was. Was he on your top 30?
Nah, yeah, Ivankov. I think I had Ivankov. I can't remember correctly, but I think somewhere like 22 or something like that. No. It's like somewhere like 24 or something like that. Ivankov was on my list though. Like if I go back.
What's your letter rank for Ivankov though?
Where do you have Ivankov? A minus, B plus.
I want to say like right below like an Admiral, so like probably like a.
A minus.
Hold on.
A minus.
Most of the Admirals are at an A.
Somewhere at a A minus.
A minus.
Or B plus, but I'll go with A minus though.
So A's in the A minus as well.
Wait, is who A minus?
Ace.
Nah.
Is that what we had? Ace?
I don't think we never ranked Ace.
No. I think Brago, you said Ace was a B plus before, so I think.
Yeah, I think you said that too.
Did we say B plus?
Yeah, you said B plus.
Okay.
Okay.
Wait, so is Ivankov? Okay.
No, all right, but look, but at the same time, we gotta remember, like, hold on, we gotta remember that, like, y'all said with these rankings, and we gotta keep this in mind because we always forget that just because someone is B plus doesn't mean that they lose to an A minus or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, you can be a B plus and beat an A sometimes. You know what I mean?
Look,
So that's the rankings.
Here's another thing. Look, listen here. Like, if Dragon, like, where do you guys place Dragon?
Actually, I don't know if I'm ready to put Ivankov.
I give Dragon an S.
Where do you guys place Dragon? Brago?
S.
Right.
S.
So
S.
who else do you place in S with him?
Before Yonkos.
So someone of that like level.
Yeah.
Is like, let's say, top 3 main underlings, his top 3 commanders, let's say. You don't think that they're going to be on that A standard?
Wait, you talking about
like right hand man level?
I'm talking about that mysterious guy. I'm talking about Sabo and Ivankov. Because they're the silhouette. Because they're the silhouettes in that massive.
Right.
True.
Right.
Oh yeah,
I'm
I'm
one of those people that think that those guys aren't gonna be. I feel like they're gonna be people out there that are stronger than Ivankov, that are stronger than Kuma, that are stronger than Sabo.
Why were they not drawn in the silhouettes then?
They didn't want to reveal them. They're people that we know.
Yeah,
Can't draw everybody.
One of them isn't someone we know.
But hold on.
There's
Yeah,
that
like a
mysterious-
silhouette
there's that
is not
mysterious
really.
guy.
A silhouette isn't revealing them. It's keeping them hidden. So like, why not show them? You know what I mean? Like,
But based on, if you see a silhouette of Luffy, would you know who he is?
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Like, Oda drew Dragon, Sabo, Ivankov, and the mysterious guy, revolutionary silhouette. You're saying, oh, why would you want to reveal them? He just revealed one guy right there. We just still don't know who he is, though.
Right.
So what's stopping him from showing the others if they're this strong? These are obviously the 3 main revolutionaries that we're going to be
So
focusing.
based on that, that's all the revolutionaries have.
No.
I was already saying that.
What you're saying is they're going to
that
be
that Ivankov, like at the time when Sabo had his flashback, like Ivankov was seeming like, and it seems this way, like in the flashback it seemed this way, and after Marineford it seemed this way, that like Ivankov was under Sabo, like
anyway,
Sabo, Ivankov, and then Akuma.
What I'm trying to say is like those 3 that he's pointed out in the speech, because the Flamingo speech is about the people that are going to be in the spotlight of the throne war, right?
Right.
You can't deny that.
Right.
Since he drew those 3 people, that suggests they're going to be the 3 revolutionaries we're going to focus on along with Dragon. Yes, there are other commanders, but they're not going to be as integral as those 3.
So you think that with Dragon, this guy, Sabo, Ivankov, that those are going to be the main guys, the right hands of Dragon?
They're gonna be the people that, on a story point, we're gonna focus on and get more.
So what you're saying is that they're Dragon's 3 commanders in general, right?
Yeah,
that's what you're saying.
But there are other
So
commanders beneath them, like Kuma, etc.
yeah. So you're asking why can't they be at A minus level?
Based on them being on the silhouette.
Yeah.
Wait, and I was gonna add more points.
Go ahead. What?
Such as you trust, like, let's say Dragon trusts Ivankov very, very much, right? And we know this, right?
Yeah.
You trusted him to infiltrate Impel Down, something that's never been infiltrated and escaped from ever. Wait. Ivankov then managed to create level 5.5. Dragon didn't care. He was like, oh, I don't care. And Ivankov said, at one point in the future, when Dragon is ready to make his move, he's gonna escape, according to the plan, escape from Impel Down.
Yeah, like
cause
nothing.
trouble.
Like
Right,
yeah.
wait. And the fact that Dragon trusts him to be able to escape or cause ruckus with Magellan, like trust him in the future to do that, he must be on that kind of level, dude.
Do you think Dragon has someone that's infiltrated Marijoa?
It was Kuma, essentially.
What are we talking about? I'm sorry.
So it's like
I'm talking about Ivankov.
I'm saying it's like
there are two
they're
things.
saying base because they're in the silhouette, then Ivankov must be A+.
No, he said why
that
can't
because
why can't they be on that level?
He just gave a bunch of other reasons. Why are you going to the silhouette?
he had a
It's
lot
like
of
it's like you're trying to play him. Just gave a bunch of other answers.
Next question.
Wait. Let me say something to Theory. I just see when you said two things. Like one, Dragon didn't send Ivankov to Impel Down. He got
Yes,
caught.
he did.
Dragon did.
No, he didn't.
No, he said he got caught. They just
No, he
captured
didn't.
him. They said
No,
they
he
captured
didn't.
him.
No, he didn't say
I
that.
thought it said that he sent him to the Impel Down.
He willingly got caught to beat it as part of the plan.
It was his mission to get in there.
He was supposed to
And second of
infiltrate
all,
Impel
you
Down.
said that Ivankov created 5.5. 5.5 was
Oh,
only
sorry. That was a mistake. Yeah.
But why would Dragon want Ivankov and Impel Down though? That makes no sense.
Because you've got Magellan, who is Magellan at the time was Warden, who has the most OP right now, Devil Fruit in the prison. Plus you got Shiryu, which is the worst jailer you can want.
and Dragon.
There's no Ivankov is bailing out with these two guys.
He has a point though. That's
Ashura, listen.
you put him in prison with some of the most dangerous people.
Yeah, exactly. Dragon
was
knows
good.
Magellan and Shiryu are the wardens of that place. So, why would you send someone there in the first place? It's suicide. You must trust him to be able to get in and out, or at least do something in there. You know what I mean?
Do you believe he trusts them to take these people out or to do something else?
Well, he said when Dragon makes his move,
so he has a specific role.
He also will make his move from Impel Down, but he's left early because he came to save Ace because he thought it was Dragon's son. So they've had to change of plan.
Do you think Ivankov would have been able to escape?
Wait, the thing is though, because he trusts him to invade Impel Down, it's like just because of that, we're just gonna say he's A+ and not based on what we've seen.
I didn't say he was A+. I said why can't he be A- A or A+? Why
No,
can't
he
be
is
in
an
that
A-.
rank? Okay, so why can't he be an A?
Why can't he be an A?
Yeah.
On the same level as Marco, Fujitora.
Yeah, why can't he be up there?
Kizaru.
Where's Magellan and Shiryu? Where have you placed them?
We haven't ranked those guys yet.
Magellan didn't get ranked by there.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I'm placing Ivankov on both of their levels.
Magellan.
I would say Magellan's about an A-.
Magellan?
Well, yeah, because Magellan and Shiryu are equal, and I think Ivankov is on that same tier.
So, Theo, you're placing these two guys in a A class?
Equal to...
See, like I had him at A-, he has him at A. It's like, but y'all laughed or whatever like that. It's like, y'all gotta stop with the laughing.
We just agreed. Everyone agreed that he was A-. Nobody laughed.
I don't agree
Brago,
that he should be A-.
I thought all of this started because you said you're not ready to put him on that A- level yet.
Wait, who else is an A-?
When did I say that?
I thought I heard you say that.
Guys, who else is an A-?
That you're not ready to put him on an A- yet.
You said what, dude?
Who else is in A-?
We have what? Jozu.
Yeah.
Jozu, yeah.
Ace.
We had Cracker.
Okay, right. I'm willing. That's the thing. I think he's like he's on that like brink. He's in between A- and A.
I think he's probably B+.
Really?
Nah,
if we're gonna have Cracker,
he showed that he's more than B+ though. I feel like I feel like he should just be. It's like that's like taken from him for some. It's like that's like we don't like. It's like that's like we don't like that.
Where do you rank?
No. Wait. Okay, so Jinbei, right?
Yeah.
Jinbei took a what? Magma fist.
Yep.
No, he took magma, not the actual fist.
Through his body.
He took a magma.
It was a fist. Yeah. Right? And we have Jinbei on the same level as Ace. Right?
B+, right?
So where's Jinbei right now? Where are we putting Jinbei?
Jinbei's an L, bro. He's an A.
An A?
An A?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Wow. How was Jinbei get an A?
Because
Jinbei is an A-.
Well, right now, hold on, Brago.
Jinbei's a B+.
Well, I'll say right now, to be fair, since Ace passed away and he's not getting stronger anymore, and Jinbei's still alive or whatever like that, like
Jinbei not even
Jinbei could be an A, and Ace could be like
We
I
got
feel like
A
Ace
to
is
the
an A
B
minus.
plus. Why is he
I
A
feel like
minus? You just said Luffy was stronger than him.
no, yeah, Luffy is stronger than Ace.
So how does he get to A minus?
Who Ace?
Yeah.
Well, I feel like he should be an A minus. I feel like Luffy,
wait a second. Luffy.
if Luffy wins this fight, because Luffy power scaling might change anyway. Like if Luffy wins this fight, I feel like he should be an A.
If no.
Because put it like this, like Dolphy was an A, right?
No,
what
he's
did you have?
A
He's an A
minus.
minus, but I feel like if he beat Dolphy, who's an A minus, and he beat Cracker, who's an A, then it's like he should be.
We had Cracker.
Right. Okay. Now that I see more of the A minuses, I'm willing to put Ivankov in A minus.
So Ivankov is on the level of Cracker.
Yes.
A minus 1.0.
Yeah, it's like don't underestimate Ivankov.
No, Ty. I'm just asking a
Wait,
question.
Okay. I'll justify it even further. Like, you have to remember that the revolutionaries are not supposed to move yet on Dragon's orders, right?
Yeah.
So, and this is further supported by like in Dressrosa, Sabo wasn't supposed to fight Fujitora, but because of his will to he wanted to test one out. He fought Fujitora, and then what did Koala say to him? He's like, why what are you doing, you idiot? Stretched his face and all that, and he said, Dragon said not to do this, and he was like, but I got carried away. Ivankov is probably more lenient or more loyal to Dragon than Sabo is in terms of following the rules. When he goes to Marine Ford, he was only there to protect Luffy and save Ace. He wasn't there to fight and take down an admiral. That wasn't his role.
Exactly.
Rogersbase is here.
One thing I have to say, I don't think Dragon didn't tell him not to fight Fujitora. He said that Koala said we had a job to do. There was nothing like saying that he had to fight Fujitora. He said we had a job to do. You just went in and fucking
The order wasn't to fight Fujitora, but it wasn't the mission.
To fight Fuji.
Yeah,
he didn't say not to fight Fuji.
Even Fuji, Fuji's like, yo, this is what the revs do. Like,
he's saying that Dragon just
Sabo said yeah at first. Then Sabo was like, nah,
listen. Okay, I can break this down. The revolutionaries are supposed to secretly be building up a hero status. To go out of your way to start fighting an admiral in a public place makes you look like the enemy. So that's completely against Dragon's kind of plan. You're supposed to be low-key infiltrating the government.
Wait,
you're not supposed to be upfront fighting.
Didn't Ivankov go to Marineford?
Yeah, he went out of his way to save what he thought was Dragon's son.
Exactly what Sabo did.
No.
Yeah. With his brother.
Huh?
No, he didn't fight Fujitora to save Luffy.
Why did he fight Fuji?
I think he was.
Sabo did
he fought Fuji because he was going to where Luffy was.
Yeah. He didn't stop Fujitora going after Luffy, man. It was basically everyone after Luffy.
Yeah.
Wait. Where did you guys put Magellan and Shiryu?
Didn't they say A minus?
You guys said A minus? Okay.
I don't think Magellan and Shiryu A minus. So
you see what I'm saying though. There's more to
this
the
is really complex.
Here's the thing though. We got where we have Marco, right? We have Marco and
Marco's at A, right?
We have Ben Beckman and those guys at A, right?
Ben Beckman.
Yeah, I put him at A.
We have those guys at A, but we're gonna put Shiryu at A minus.
Brago, I feel like Shiryu has time to grow his power and fit.
Wait, why you act like Shiryu's like a teenager?
No, it's not that Brago. Put it like this, Brago. Look, no, hold on, because no.
He is right, Brago.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
For the story,
because
on a Yonko crew, he gets that power.
In terms of the story,
if he was equal to Magellan, you know what I'm trying to say? Like he's not at that level yet. Like the Beckman in him.
He's been restricted to being a jailer, right? And he wants the bloodless. He wants to fight, right? That's the reason he was murdering people. Like the sword wants more blood. So him going out now with someone like Blackbeard, he's free to kill whoever.
He's probably stronger than Magellan. He's probably stronger than Magellan, but I feel like not by a lot. Like I feel like he's probably like Zoro to Sanji with Magellan.
And you have to remember also in the Strong World flashback, Magellan was like a vice warden. He wasn't warden at the time, and he answered to what is implied Shiryu.
Right.
So Shiri was a warden before Magellan, but was promoted somewhere along the line to be equal to him.
Do you think? So you think Magellan
So
caught up to Shiryu? So Shiryu was stronger than Magellan at some point.
Was stronger, yeah.
Yeah.
And you think Magellan just caught up to Shiryu?
He probably learned the Venom Demon nonsense.
So you think Shiryu didn't get it?
At that point, wait a second. At that point, he
Brago,
didn't have the double
Rogersbase, check
right?
your DM.
Oh, hold on. Go ahead.
Sliding in.
Hold on a second. Can I ask something?
Yeah,
go ahead.
You guys think Sanji is stronger than Jinbei? Because I don't, and people in the chat are saying that he is.
Jinbei is stronger than Sanji at this point.
I got Sanji over Jinbei.
I got Jinbei over Sanji.
All right, Brago, you have Sanji over Jinbei, but do you have Jinbei in water over Sanji?
Yes.
No,
Jinbei in water
way,
over Sanji
dude.
too?
Jinbei in water?
Yes.
I have Jinbei over Sanji on land.
In water over Sanji.
In water?
Yeah. In water?
No. Jinbei in water, bro.
Jinbei in water, yeah.
Natural element. There's no way.
I feel like it's. I mean.
I think you're pretty close.
I feel like
I got
Jinbei
so
is
close.
stronger
I
than
think,
Sanji.
actually.
Do we think? Okay. So this is how we clear this up. Do we think Zoro's over Jinbei?
Yes.
I don't think Zoro's over Jinbei either. I think Jinbei is over.
I think you're pretty close as well. Like I think Sanji, Jinbei, and Zoro are on like close.
I feel like they're really close, but I feel like if I had to pick, I'm picking Sanji and Zoro over Jinbei.
Yeah, I feel like Sanji and
It's like we
Jinbei.
can't put. I don't feel like we should put Zoro over Jinbei, but have Sanji beneath Jinbei because that's like.
That's disrespectful to Sanji.
I kind of feel like Zoro and Sanji are just a little bit above Jinbei.
Exactly.
But I feel like Jinbei,
Exactly.
they're
The
all
gap
kind
is
of like
really.
for sure.
Yeah, I feel like they're right there. It's like
I can
we
see
all
that.
put
I can
Zoro
see
over
that.
Jinbei, but not Sanji.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I feel like Jinbei's above both of them though, because remember Jinbei was tied with Ace, so like I'm saying that I think we all agree that Luffy's stronger than Ace at this point, or he's equal to Ace or something like that. But are y'all trying to say that Zoro and Sanji is stronger than Ace at this point too? Or are they equal to Ace?
Oh yeah,
I
definitely.
think post time skip they are.
I don't think so though.
I think so.
Why didn't
So hold on.
Jinbei-
So then Zoro and Sanji could take Ace position and White Bear Pirates like right now, like they could be White Bear second in command. I don't think
The
so.
thing is, as far as strength, and Ace wasn't the second strongest. A lot of people feel like Ace wasn't the second.
No, Brago. I don't mean that. Hold on. I just want to clarify this. I don't mean that as second strongest on the crew. I just mean holding that position.
As a
like holding
commander?
That second.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for
sure. Yeah.
No. Brago. Not any commander though. Like the second commander. Like that position that they were trying to give to. No,
But
Brago.
not all the wait. But not all the second commanders are an even power level. Like if you look at Burgess got wrecked by Sabo.
He's the first commander.
Exactly.
The first commander of a Yonko. Like I don't necessarily think all the Yonko commanders are the same level. Like I think look at Cracker. Like I underestimated Cracker. I said Cracker was going to be garbage, and how
Pretty much.
True.
Yeah,
I feel like
look at
Burgess.
Matsu.
I feel like Burgess is the extreme example because I feel like Burgess is the weakest on Blackbeard's crew though. I feel like he's
But
like
he's
the
the first division captain.
But he's the first division.
Yeah, but remember that doesn't mean power though. You know what I mean? He's just probably the first to join the crew.
You said can they take a rank of a commander on Yonko's crew? I think Zoro and Sanji definitely could.
Yes.
But all right, but hold on. But I want to say this: the thing with Burgess, I feel like Burgess got that just because he was on his crew first. I mean, like they don't have the privilege of being on Whitebeard's crew to get second out the blue. I mean, like can they legitimately get second?
Honestly, like, if Blackbeard didn't have his powers, like if Blackbeard didn't go about killing Whitebeard the way that he did, Blackbeard hands down would be the weakest of the four Yonko right now. And I honestly think if he did not have two devil fruits, that man would be absolutely annihilated by Shanks, Big Mom, and Kaido.
I slightly agree because of the whole thing with Shanks.
Yeah, and I honestly I feel like the only way Blackbeard is even going to raise above the current Yonko right now is when he finally gets Kaido's devil fruit. Like I feel like there's going to be some shit where like someone takes out Kaido or like and Kaido can't die or whatever, but due to like fucking Blackbeard's devil fruit, there's going to be some way where like he'll be able to steal the devil fruit and get that most powerful zone, and then he becomes the most powerful one. Like there's no way, even at this point, Blackbeard is as strong as.
I wanted to ask you, like during the Fisherman Island arc, why if Jinbei's like Zoro or Sanji level, right? Why didn't he deal with Hody by himself?
Why did Jinbei?
Yeah.
Jinbei wanted peace. I think that's why he wasn't really trying to. He wanted to like deal with him with words. He was,
He was trying to be diplomatic. I don't think he wanted to fight him.
Trust me.
Jinbei, the best way to describe it, Jinbei was like the Martin Luther King, and Hody was the Malcolm X.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Pretty much. Like,
Pretty much.
Hody's like, fuck this, we don't want to talk, I want to kill everybody. And then Jinbei's like, no, let's reason with this. Peace is the way to go about it. Like, that's totally what they were trying to mirror.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair enough.
I think it's with the whole Jinbei thing. It's tough as well because do we think Dofi's stronger than Jinbei?
Hold on. I just want to say this, like about Sanji and Zoro being stronger than Jinbei. If Jinbei is the strongest fisherman, like I don't get how Sanji. I don't think he's stronger than the strongest fisherman.
Well, the thing
Zoro
is,
stronger than the strongest
if
fisherman.
does Jack count?
Wouldn't Jack count as fisherman?
Does Jack count?
No. Jack counts for sure. But
If
look,
Jack
this is what I want
counts,
to say.
then Jinbei isn't the strongest.
Yeah.
No, look, but
There
I want
we
to say
go.
this though. Here's the thing: Jack counts, but they had already said that Jinbei is the strongest fisherman. So that's like even saying, he's pretty much stronger than Jack too. So it's like I don't think we can lower him saying that Sanji and Zoro is stronger.
Do you think Jinbei is stronger than
You
Jack?
think Jinbei stronger than Jack?
No way. Are you kidding?
That is crazy, bro.
Jack would transform into a mammoth and smash him.
guys, I just thought something really crazy. Something super crazy.
Come on, go ahead.
If Jack's a fisherman, right?
Yeah.
And he's also like this mammoth zone, etc. And he's called Jack the Drought. And he's a fisherman, right?
He drink up all the water.
Let's say he knows fisherman karate. He can probably like drain moisture from his surroundings with fisherman karate and nonsense like that.
That shit would be hype.
That's a great way.
I like that. I like that.
That is possible.
Yeah.
So I was gonna say this. Like I don't think Jinbei's stronger than Jack. But what if it's a scenario to where like Jinbei can beat Jack up, but he just can't KO Jack, just like the Minx couldn't, or something like that. Like something like that.
So you think Jinbei could do what Jack did versus the Minx?
Because Jinbei, I kind of feel like Jinbei's on the level of Inuarashi and Nekomamushi.
Yeah.
And Inuarashi.
I feel like he's way stronger than them.
I don't know. Inuarashi and Nekomamushi traveled with Gold Roger.
Wait, hold on.
Man.
Wait, hold on. My bad about that. Wait, Roger. My bad about that. I thought you meant Kinemon in them. That's why.
Oh yeah. No, man. I was like Inuarashi and Nekomamushi traveled with Gold Roger. Like Jinbei definitely is on the level of those two. I feel like at his peak. So. Yeah,
okay.
No, all right, but like I feel like even if he doesn't win, I feel like he would put up a decent fight against Jack in a 1v1. I don't think it would be like a slaughter or anything like that.
Yeah, you definitely put up a
Oh,
fight.
he put up a fight for sure.
He's not getting
one shot,
Yeah.
Wait, who's not getting one shot?
Jinbei.
Versus Jack?
Getting one shot by Jack.
No, hell no.
I feel like but hold on, hold on. It gotta be a very good fight because this is the strongest fisherman. And hold on, wait. We go in with Mihawk being the world's greatest swordsman, and we go in with Whitebeard being the strongest man on earth. So they're saying Jinbei is the strongest fisherman, even though Jack.
But what if Jack hit that he's a fisherman?
Yeah, how do they know this?
That's the thing. All right, hold on. If they don't know, that's different. But if they know, then it's like
Cracker, they didn't know Cracker's true body.
They didn't even know
Yeah,
Cracker's
it's the
true
same kind of
form.
thing. Yeah. I feel like with Jack. I feel like with Jack is probably not full fisherman. Jack is probably like half fisherman.
His
And on top of that, Jack,
blood.
look at how fucking massive Jack is too. Jack is probably like half giant, half fisherman probably.
All right, so I'll agree with that because Jack.
Look at Odie Jones. He wasn't like a have really.
Yeah, so maybe they don't count Jack. Hold
on, wait. I'll say this. Like, I'll agree with that because Jack does. He did have some type of mask on or something like that. So they probably don't know Jack is a fisherman.
And
maybe when he was younger, he was like a okay
and
fisherman.
honestly, who was taking Jack's mask off? I mean, obviously Zunisha. It's like that's, but an island doesn't. An island doesn't attack you every day, right? That
So Jack was probably like a okay
See,
fisherman.
this man Brago's dropping the truth. This man said an island doesn't attack you every day. Exactly.
That is true.
An island. Those were Jack's opponents, man. Islands and admirals. Give me a break, dude.
I wish one were over here.
Oh man. Cody be like end the mammoth right now, man.
Right. They've been wanting you to ask in the chat for a while about where you think the monster trio will be after the 1-0 in terms of strength.
After 1-0?
Well,
yeah.
That's because assuming they defeat Kaido, right?
No, this is just however you think it plays out, how strong. Like amongst us all, it doesn't matter who they defeat. Like in your own mind, how
after
strong you think they'll
Wano,
be.
how strong they have to be. Okay, after Wano, I think after Wano, the Shanks and Blackbeard thing should have happened.
No. In terms of the monster tree, isn't Luffy, Sanji, Zoro, how strong they're gonna be after Wano?
Oh, saying like after they defeat
Ooh.
their opponents or whatever.
Yeah.
Wow.
I feel like following the. I don't think Kaido. Well, I don't know. It's difficult. I feel like I don't necessarily think
it depends.
Kaido gets taken down in Wano.
Because it doesn't matter what our answers are.
I don't think Big Mom's going to get taken down in Wano.
Here's the thing.
I agree with you. I don't think Kaido's getting taken. I think the Shogun's going to.
No, but we're not.
I don't think Kaido is.
They never asked like whether Kaido gets taken down. They're just saying
after Wano.
It's important to think about who the final opponent is, though, when you're thinking about rankings. Because if Kaido's the final opponent of Wano, then you got to imagine that like Zoro and Sanji would have to be Jack tier, and that Luffy'd have to be able to take down Kaido. But that's no way in hell is that going to happen. Not even close. That's what I'm saying. Not even close.
The only way is if it's like Theory. Remember you said this. Hold on. Theory said this that in Wano it's going to be the Supernovas versus Kaido. And then once they take down Kaido, that's when the dominoes start to fall, and they may even battle between themselves to kind of assume that spot. So if say that happens, where they all take down Kaido, then it's between Law, maybe X Drake goes against Kaido, Kid, Killer, all those guys. They're gonna at least have to be commander level. I'm thinking around Marco, Jozu, those guys.
Yeah.
But they're not going to be Yonko level after the 1 arc.
No, I agree. They'd be like Yonko commander level.
Right.
I feel like.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, it's like really look at what Kid did. Now that we know all this stuff about Arouge and Kid running between his legs, what is Kid? Honestly, like I'm sorry if you're a Kid fanboy, but look, like Kid came into the New World. He's like, look, I'm going to start slaughtering some people. We see him start crucifying people. First thing, he goes into Big Mom's island, gets squashed by one of the Big Mom commanders.
Right.
He's like, you know what? I can't handle this. Come over here, Killer. We're gonna get an alliance with frickin', Hawkins and with Apu. All right, come on. We're all gonna join an alliance. Let's get an alliance together. What do Hawkins and Apu do? Backstab him the second Kaido shows up.
Again.
Then Kid gets destroyed by Kaido, beaten to a pulp. And now Kaido's like, listen, you got to go run off. At this point, it's like Kid, honestly, at this point, is probably one of the weakest of the supernovas.
Right? Oh yeah, Roger. I don't agree with Kid being the weakest super. Like I feel like Kid is still
not the weakest because we've got Zoro and we've got Killer and stuff.
I feel like this. Like my supernova list, it was Kid first, Luffy second, Lord third, Arouge fourth, and it was X Drake fifth. Now, what I want to say about the Kid thing, you see how you said first thing he did when he went into the New World, he went to Big Mom, right? Got defeated, right? So I feel like at the time that Kid went, because he went so early on, at that point, any of the supernovas would have got defeated by that first commander. That's how I feel like.
Sure.
But I feel like at the time Arouge went, and we can kind of assume he went recently because he still was healing when he met Kaido on the Sky Island. So I feel like at the time that Arouge went, pretty much about 8 of them could probably beat that commander at that point. So I feel like, he's still, I feel like he was stronger than Arouge back then. I feel like he's stronger than him now, but he just went too early, and Arouge went at a better time.
That's a good point.
It's down to like who the commander was and like who Arouge fought, and then like on top of that too, you gotta take into consideration like their devil fruits, because I kind of feel like, I don't know, this is me personally, but I feel like if we're looking at the Cracker fight right now, and Cracker's whole thing is he can't take pain, so he just creates like unlimited armor. Like obviously Luffy's having a hard time because he's going at it at brute strength. But imagine this is a situation where if you look at Law's devil fruit, Law could easily just like shambles the real Cracker out of the body and then like prick him, and then he dies. He doesn't die, but Cracker's like, oh, whereas like Luffy's taking him with brute strength. Law I feel would have a much easier time, but Law is clearly not stronger than Luffy because Law couldn't even take on Doflamingo.
Too, but
matchups are important.
Matchups are
what
very.
They were saying before though, they were saying that Law wasn't able to do that with Dofi because of skill. So maybe he won't be able to do that to Cracker either though. They was trying to say.
Well, to be fair though, I mean Dofi's kind of Yonko commander level. He's the strongest.
I've got a question for Roger as well.
Beyond Mihawk, obviously.
Like Roger, in the recent chapter, when we skip to Big Mom, it says that it's morning, which suggests that a day has passed since Luffy fought Cracker.
Right.
But she still doesn't know who won. So doesn't that imply that Luffy has beat him somehow?
Read that?
Yeah, it does. Because he has to
Cracker,
communicate with Big Mom.
Because Cracker would say something. He wouldn't just be quiet.
Actually, no. I thought about that. And there is a way that it doesn't matter. So look, you remember when it said that Cracker has like the little bodyguards patrolling the areas?
Yeah.
If Cracker was defeated, wouldn't those break down?
Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh,
I
that's
think the
true.
fight's
Yeah.
still going.
So wouldn't
But no,
everybody
the
know?
Brook part wasn't a day after.
No, I'm talking about
That was
that.
before.
So look, in that morning, if they were all broken down, not patrolling,
True,
wouldn't
true.
everybody know?
People would notice.
Oh, that's right.
Hold
That's
on.
right. Yeah, it'd be like a sugar situation where like
Yeah,
the
pretty
twins
much,
have-
pretty much.
Yeah, because that's what I'm arguing with Brule as well. Brule isn't out for the count. Otherwise, Chopper and Carrot would be out.
Would be out of her mirrors, yeah, right?
Hold on, what I want to say about those soldiers, I thought they just had shields made out of biscuits
Well,
too.
yeah.
I didn't think that
I
they
thought
was.
Big Mom brought those to life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So
Like,
he created the armor, and Big Mom brought them to life.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like he just made the shields.
Wouldn't the
He just
biscuits
made
like
the shields.
fall
They're
apart?
not his
But
creation.
wouldn't they still break down because it's his power?
No,
she
I
put
feel
the
like if
stone.
he was
This is complicated.
if he was controlling them,
Well, someone pointed out in my review in the comment section. Someone pointed out that Brooke and Pedro are inside of one of those officers.
Yeah,
right?
they are
Yeah.
inside.
I totally
inside of
missed that on
Bob.
on my first read and my reread. I didn't catch
No,
that.
Roger. Do you think that they're walking into a trap? If that's the case,
I mean, I personally believe that the first one who's going to get to Sanji among everybody is going to be Chopper.
Yeah.
Chopper.
Chopper,
I honestly believe like Sanji's going to be in a mirror or something, and Chopper's going to be like, "Look, we need to get the hell out of here right now. I don't care if you're going to lose your arms. I'll graft you on some new ones. You got to go, buddy. You got to go." I feel like Chopper's going to be the first one to get to him, but I feel like I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck is going on with this arc. This
is getting so insane right now.
What about the theory that Jinbei helped Luffy out?
What do you mean?
it's very possible.
Oh, that Jinbei came out of nowhere.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
helped Luffy.
like helped him with Cracker.
There's the other theory as well that like Nami uses like the rain tempo to like make the biscuits like
Soggy biscuits.
Soggy. Oh, that's good. Well, no, but that wouldn't help because isn't the whole thing like that he cracks up the biscuits to make them malleable? So that wouldn't help really, because he's just gonna bake more biscuits.
True.
It kind of, like a year ago, if we would have discussed the villains of the whole Cake Island arc, I don't think any of us would have been like, "Oh man, this dude with a biscuit devil fruit."
Yeah. Well, that will be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, he's tanking Gear 4.
It's crazy, man.
What I want to say about Brule mirrors, I feel like the best thing for Chopper and them to do, like after they help Sanji or whatever like that, is to like, or even before they help Sanji, because I'm pretty sure Sanji will be good, is that to destroy the mirrors from the inside. If they destroy all the Brule mirrors and just leave like one, if they leave none of them, or say if they destroy all the mirrors but one, leave, then when Brule gets killed that one final time, she'll have no mirrors to reappear from again. I think she'll be done. I think that's what they're gonna do.
I think they're
He's gonna break all the mirrors and hold.
Yeah, break them from the inside. That way she doesn't have. She doesn't have
the mirrors though to get to Sanji to get inside the castle.
That's what I'm saying. That's how I think they're
True,
doing it.
but I'm saying they could help Sanji with that, and after they help Sanji with that, they can still like that. Because remember, they said that every time she gets killed, she can just go through one of her mirrors. So I feel like if they break those mirrors from the inside, she has nowhere to recover from.
Yeah,
she'll just be defeated.
I agree with that, but I feel like they're gonna use them first because I'm
You
sure
know, guys, you have to remember that.
Yeah,
Like,
I can kind of see. I can see the mirrors shattering like right before they leave.
Yeah,
I feel like
yeah.
Chopper's gonna discover what the hell the mirror thing is, or how to get through the mirrors, or whatever, and then they're all gonna like. That's probably how they'll leave with Sanji, honestly, and then they'll like blow up the mirrors, and then they'll leave and they'll teleport out or whatever.
You think Quentin's gonna do anything though?
And then like another thing is that if they destroy those mirrors without Brule knowing, and she thinks like she has a bunch of lives and she doesn't, she might fight reckless, and they might be able to get an easy killer for her.
Maybe see another star.
Is the mirror thing like her? Is the mirror thing's not her stamina? The mirror thing's like just how she gets around, right?
Right.
Well, what would happen is if they break all the mirrors, then she wouldn't be able to travel where she wants to
So
travel.
then you can attack her regular body.
Hold on, but that's not the only thing. When Nami defeated her, right? Nami defeated her, but just that one mirror broke, and she still has all these other mirrors. It's like she could be anywhere where the mirrors is at and stuff like that. So it's like she changed. But if she gets defeated with no mirrors, it's like that's her for real. Like she can't teleport after that.
So she's kind of fighting like Pika was, where she's like going between.
Yeah, kind of with the mirrors.
Okay, yeah.
Kind of have to narrow it
That makes
down.
sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Pika wasn't a Logia, was he?
No, he was a
What the heck, dude? Like, how did Pika even do that as a Paramecia?
True.
That's messed up.
That was
Paramecias are weird.
Hold on. Like I just want to ask this: what's the name of what is Kizaru's fruit called?
The
Wait, hold on. Can so many people talk at the same time? What is this fruit called?
Pika no Mi.
Yo, when I was first hearing about Pika and stuff like that, I'm like, yo, like, is this Kizaru's fruit? Like, what? Like, what's up with this? Because his name was Pika, and then
villain of One Piece.
and Kizaru's fruit is like the Pika no Mi. What did they call Pika's fruit?
It's not the peak. Well, it's like the stone something. It's
Stone,
like
stone,
Stone,
I don't know what
When that happened, that Jane was confusing the mess out of me.
It's spelled different. It's Pika with a K for Kizaru.
Oh, okay.
Pika is too irrelevant, so.
Also, but the name
Pika means spade, or something like that.
Yeah, well, that, but also the Pika in Kizaru's fruit is lightning, because that's where the name Pikachu comes from. Pikachu literally means in Japanese lightning mouse.
Yeah, it's like glimmer, like glint.
Yeah,
it's
glint,
like glint, or like it could mean glint, it could mean light, it could mean light.
It turns into a light human.
Light mouse, basically. Yeah.
Another thing with this whole forest situation, that like Nami's most likely going to convince the homies to betray Cracker. Do you think that they're going to help Luffy win?
Probably.
Well, the homies can't do shit at this point. I want to know like why the homies can't hurt her, even though she's got the Viver card. Because
I'm still thinking that. Yeah, that's true.
Roger, I have an answer for that. Like my answer for why they can't hurt her, I feel like they're Big Mom's creation. So just that being her Viver card and that being attached to her, it's like they can't even go near it. You know, it's like because Big Mom created them. That's why I feel like.
It's like they find her some way.
Yeah, but I feel like with Brule and with Cracker, they're just her sons. Or
Like,
her
if we look at
well,
more,
I mean, I understand like why Brule and Cracker can attack, and why the homies can't. But I'm saying like I'm really curious as to what the specific thing is. Like if the homies like touch the Viver card, does their life force get sucked away or something? Or like,
maybe it's because of Big Mom's fruit, so it's like her creations can't attack her. So it's
because
like,
I'm curious as to like what that's gonna mean. Like.
So with her aura, because
I seriously think that it's going to be another Dressrosa where these homies are going to act like when Luffy's out of time, they're going to be the decoys again.
I hope not, bro.
I don't feel like the homies or the people that Big Mom is creating, they want to be.
Wait, but hold on. He has a good point. Let's say like Luffy Gear 4th runs out, right? And Luffy needs 15 minutes. Remember Nami was saying like who's more scarier, Cracker or Big Mom? And they're probably like Big Mom. She's like, all right, so pick Luffy up and help him get away for 15 minutes.
But
they can do that.
See, the big there is strong enough to even do that.
No, but the big thing everybody is like missing from this conversation about like a fight against Big Mom or a fight against the Yonko that I think is like so crucially important, because Oda's setting this up, and Oda is known to never just put in things willy-nilly. Like he has a reason for having everything there. Yeah. I did a live stream about a week ago where I was opening up like just a bunch of little Japanese boxes, and people were donating and giving me theories. And this one guy, David, like sent me this theory in a donation, and I was straight up like, "Oh, that's the finale of the Whole Cake Island arc. This guy totally got it. It's totally right." His idea was that Caesar is going to have to create that giant serum or that giant like gas or whatever, right? Yeah. He has to do that, otherwise he dies. Yeah. So what's going to happen is Luffy, kind of similar to the end of the Thriller Bark arc, where he sort of like summoned up all of the shadows and became Nightmare Luffy. What's going to happen is Luffy is going to get his hands on the gas and then go giant, like, or Giganto or whatever, Gear 4. And that's how he's going to be able to actually do damage. Is he's going to go in Gear 4 as a giant temporarily.
So you're saying that he's going to be able to go against, at least slightly against Big Mom?
I don't think he's going to be able to defeat her, but I think it's going to be enough where they can escape.
I can help you even further, because Capone, he's a rat, and he has a sea stone spear. If he
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah, that's going to help big time.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh yeah. Well,
actually, I like that idea. I like the idea that Luffy would be a giant fighting Big Mom, who's already sort of a giant. And then, last minute, like you just said with Capone, I could see Capone being like, "I'm gonna be the next Yonko, bitch," and like tosses the sea stone.
But another thing though,
he's busy with Luffy.
We're forgetting a big part. We're forgetting
the tricky thing about that is that
What about
the tricky thing about that is that giant stuff has been known to be fatal. So I don't think Luffy would be able to, because the kids was dying and stuff.
He's gonna die anyway, bro.
They were giving the kids the permanent giant thing. I feel like the thing that Caesar creates, because he's like rushing to create something, will be a temporary thing that turns you giant for like a day to get him out of the situation, and then like you go back to normal again.
what I feel like Caesar was what I feel like Caesar was gonna do, because I feel like in Caesar's predicament, if he makes it or not, I feel like when he's done, Big Mom's gonna kill him anyway, and I think he knows that. So I think that he's gonna his best bet is to try to make the thing that was on Punk Hazard, the bomb or something like that. Try to make something and try to just blow everything up.
What do you think that that's that candy guy that's guarding Caesar?
I mean, the thing.
FerroSpace?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen.
His gay cousin.
He seems like the sugar. He seems like the sugar of this arc.
I liked the idea that someone brought up in I forgot I think it was like one of Forever World's reviews, but someone brought up the idea that Sparrow, since he's made of candy, and Caesar's whole thing during Punk Hazard was like the fatal giant candy or whatever, was that Caesar somehow tricks Sparrow into turning part of his body into candy, and then how Sparrow's like, I'm gonna lick you and eat you or whatever, is that Caesar will sacrifice part of his body, create and alter that candy part of his body to make it like a fatal candy, and then feed it to Sparrow.
Dang.
Like he poisoned his own candy.
Okay, yeah.
Sparrow turns part of Caesar, who's already poison gas candy, and Sparrow starts licking it, he's eating poison candy.
Yeah.
We gotta have German playing this.
I like that idea, man.
Yeah, well, so that's the thing. Where are we placing Germa in this whole thing? Because
that's what I'm saying.
They're a player as well.
What I want to say about Germa is Judge already said he needs Big Mom help. So I feel like they need Big Mom help. A lot of people think that Germa's gonna backstab Big Mom. I don't think that. I think that they really want Big Mom help.
What about German Science Division?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's up with the old dude who was fixing his face and then used a hydraulic?
Exactly. They are cyborgs. They are android. What the hell is happening?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, they say leave the German to Sanji.
Maybe,
Sanji is not taking out the German.
Maybe in a way it was just
hold on, Roger, you know how you said that like I agree. Like I feel like the Shogun's gonna be the final villain on Wano, and I feel like somehow it's gonna be the Vince Smokes. It's gonna be like Luffy and Sanji versus the Vince Smokes, and not Big Mom or something like that.
Oh yeah,
so I feel like
I think Big Mom, if they fight at all, it's gonna be like a temporary punch or whatever, like a little scuffle, and then they get away from her. Like it's not gonna be an actual fight.
Since Big Mom,
Vince Smoke.
Since Big Mom is doing some type of mafia stuff or whatever like that, I could kind of see you know how if you wanna join the family or whatever like that, they make you do a mission to prove your strength. It could kind of be something where Luffy's there and Big Mom is like, okay, Germa, why don't y'all deal with Luffy? And she just sits back and all her commanders sit back and Germa has to deal with Luffy. But if they can't, then it's the wedding's off, that they're not gonna team up no more, and Luffy gets to go away. And she might partner up with Luffy at some point on some way. But I feel like that might happen. She might leave it to Germa.
I think it's funny how Big Mom's hat is her right hand man as well, or advisor at least, because she speaks to it.
Yeah, it's her manager.
What do you guys think Capone's gonna do? Is he gonna ally with the Vince Smoke?
I think he's already working with the Vince Smoke.
You think he is?
Yeah, I think he's a double agent.
You think Capone is working with the Vince Smokes?
Yeah, because we saw when Capone got sucked
in Big Mom versus Vince Smokes and Capone. I said Straw Hats and Big Mom versus Vince Smokes and Capone.
Straw Hats and Big Mom. Well, I think Capone is working for the Vince Smoke, right? But right now it looks like he's working for Big Mom. I don't think his goals align with either of them, so he's going to betray both. So I think this is where Capone kind of makes his mark, because a lot of people have Capone as the weakest supernova right now.
Capone is a selfish mother flipper.
Yeah, but I think he has his own goals, because he got sucked up by that big island thing.
He's pulling the Blackbeard.
Yeah, he's going to do something to kind of he has a mission.
And it's he's goals. He's a snake. He's a
remember they referenced that cake
really
as well?
clever.
Just is the cake ready? What's in that cake? I believe that something is in that cake.
I honestly feel I don't know, man. I feel like with all these different things, with the Vince Smokes and with Big Mom and with Capone and with all these characters and all these commanders and people coming to the wedding, I honestly feel like Oda has read Game of Thrones. It's known that Oda's a Game of Thrones man. Exactly. This man is gonna make so many people get defeated or die at that wedding.
I'm interested to see
another thing is
poison cakes and poison candies and everyone's gonna get.
Another thing is we forget that the present that Luffy sent from Fisherman Island.
And the Fisherman Island present's gonna blow up.
Loads of stuff.
It's just gonna be nonstop betrayal at the ending, man.
How is going to end this? I'm really absolutely confused.
Y'all think Pedro's going to come back?
So what's the deal with? Do you think? I'm gonna pose this question to all you guys right now.
Yeah.
Do you think the fourth commander that was defeated by Rouge, do you think that was Pedro or do you think that was Bobbin?
I heard about this.
Neither.
I think it was neither.
Maybe it's another character.
I think it's just some random person that's going now.
Yeah.
Because if that's the case, then what was the whole Pedro thing that he's hiding, and where's Bobbin?
Bobbin cannot get off screen. So
Yeah,
Bobbin could just be busy making preparations.
yeah.
I don't think they want to see Bobbin right now.
Maybe Bobbin's too busy recording videos on YouTube. I don't
Bobbin is
know.
Yeah, he was too interesting of a character of like the boyoyoy quirk to be like off screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Bobbin's done. I think it's somebody that we're gonna see in the future, but I don't.
It's very possible that Roge converted the fourth commander into his crew or whatever.
The fourth commander was Pudding.
Pudding. This is what somebody said. Pound.
Someone said Pedro's going to try to marry Lola.
That's another.
That is crazy.
Guys, I know I joke about it every stream, but we need to get Pound that apple juice.
Yeah, we do.
We do.
Rizo brought up a good point that they said Pudding would have recognized Pedro if he was the fourth commander.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
True.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
There's people that they think Sanji probably is gonna marry Lola.
I feel like Pedro. I feel like Pedro is a spy for Kaido, because he's been too willing to fight Big Mom forces.
Yeah, I feel like we've been on that Pedro snake train for a long time.
I feel like he's gonna take a sample of the poneglyph and dip. Like that's what he's gonna do.
He was ready to fight the officers. He was ready to fight Big Mom's daughter. It's like too many times he's been willing to like go against him.
Pedro is definitely something sketch with Pedro.
Yeah, no one in this arc can be trusted at all.
Yeah.
No one.
And that's a good thing.
Know who seems pretty trustworthy in this arc? Tamago seems pretty trustworthy in this arc. The way he's acting, like I don't think
Tamago probably.
Tamago?
I know he's on Big Mom's side, but he seems very trustworthy. Like he's really on Big. Like he's not gonna betray. Like you know how the whole thing happened.
Oh yeah,
with,
Tamago's not gonna betray Big Mom.
I don't think he's a monster though, because like Luffy met him.
Nah, he's a monster, yo.
No. Luffy met him on Fishman Island.
Oh, true.
And he didn't do the you're strong kind of nonsense that he's been doing recently.
Oh, okay.
True, but hold on. I want to say this about him though. But he is an egg though, right? So maybe he has his powers like inside his shell, and he's hiding it or something.
I actually completely agree. People made fun of Alpha's theory about this, but I actually totally agreed with his theory. I like the idea that he's got like a boil fruit or something, and that's why he's got the tea on his
If you have a look in that video, he gives a shout out to me because I gave him that idea.
Well, there you go. Boom.
Shout out to Theory.
Shout out to Theory.
Oh yeah, what I want to say about Tamago when Sanji was like, he'll never join the crew because like they try to kill each other and stuff like that. Tamago was like, Capone was in the right for that. Like he understands the pirate rules and stuff like that.
So I'm curious, who do you guys, because we'll just go around and we'll all say, like, who do you think is going to leave Whole Cake with Sanji and Luffy? Because I personally think it's going to be Sanji, Luffy, Nami, Brook, Chopper, and then I think Jinbei is going to go with them.
I think Jinbei and Carrot are both going to go.
I think Carrot's going to go with them, and I think Caesar's probably going to go with them.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I think Caesar's going to go too.
Pedro's going to do some shit, I feel like. I don't necessarily think Pedro's going to leave with all of them. I think Pedro's going to do some snake shit.
I think Carrot's on some sneaky stuff as well.
Man, Carrot's one of the few I trust.
I can trust Carrot.
Wait, do we think, like, say Big Mom captures Luffy and them, they have to kind of exchange crewmates for a while? Where they have to kind of offer somebody up, where they have to go back to Whole Cake.
Maybe that'll be Pedro. Or no, maybe that'll be Caesar. They're like, fuck it, just keep Caesar.
Exactly. Or I can see Pedro sacrifice.
Like, come on, bro.
Yeah. I can see Pedro.
Yeah, he sacrifices himself so Peckham's could leave.
What about the role?
Hold on, wait. Like, know what I'm thinking? Like, if Pedro's not a traitor, right?
Right.
But something happens to where he has to stay and sacrifice himself so they can leave, like what Mr. Number 2 did or something like that.
I can see that.
So maybe that happens.
What do you mean? Pedro
Like,
sacrificed himself. What do you mean?
all right, like Big Mom's coming, or like one of her high-ranking officers come in, and he has to stay and fight him while Luffy and him leave
Yeah,
and gets
I
away.
think I see something like that happening because
Yeah.
I don't know
maybe-
what Peckham. Maybe Peckham's did that. That's why he stayed on Big Mom's crew so he could get away. You know, and maybe that's why he came along to kind of, I don't know if he's feeling guilty or whatever, and he does that to repay Peckham's.
Y'all think Peckham's still alive?
Yeah, I
Why
think
do you think
Oh,
Peckham's that? Why do you think
Peckham's is a
that?
turtle, man.
I think
Peckham's
Aladdin
is a turtle.
saved
Of course
him.
he's alive.
I think
Yeah.
Aladdin.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, Aladdin totally did save him.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
Aladdin saved him.
If y'all would have
Actually, there's a
known
good point. I think
that's the thing. It's two things. Either Aladdin could have saved them, or he is a turtle. You know, like
When
what's the
Peckham
point of
was
being a
still-
turtle?
that's a good no, but that's a
What's
good
the point of
point
being a
with
turtle
Aladdin.
if the water's gonna
turtle.
make you not move?
But he's a devil fruit
He's
user.
a devil fruit user though.
Yeah.
He gets
But
water.
when Peckham's
Wait,
failed,
wait,
all of
I
those
just
whale
realized
sharks right
But
now.
wasn't that one devil fruit user Frankie Ford able to swim underwater or something like that? Like,
No,
like
he
No, but
wasn't
I
able
think
to.
I feel like
that was the irony.
That was basically a ground type.
He's able to swim in everything except water.
Maybe
I
he
heard
can.
one of you
maybe
guys.
he
I heard
can-
one of you guys say exactly what I think, which is that the whale sharks are
Yeah, I
probably
said that.
called by Aladdin or Jimbei, and they're going to save him.
So
Yeah.
if Peckham's got saved, does that
Peckham's
mean
is probably going to leave with them too. Peckham's is probably going to be a good guy.
I agree.
So
Hold on.
that would mean
So
Aladdin.
what I wanna say
Peckham's
about
for the next straw
Peckham's-
hat.
Peckham's was like, don't underestimate Mama before he got shot and fell. Like Peckham's talked like if he was good no matter what. Like if maybe because like if you're a turtle Zoan or if you're like a shark Zoan, the water shouldn't do what it normally does.
Maybe he
I
can
think
float on
that's
his
the
ship.
No, Ty, that's
Like,
nonsense.
the only exception would be for you to be a fishman devil fruit user.
Yeah, maybe he
No.
can float on his
But look,
shell.
a
I'm saying he
fishman
can
devil
float.
fruit user is different because we already seen Jack couldn't move. He's a fishman, not his fruit. His fruit isn't water based.
No, but Ty, listen.
Like a
Every
turtle.
devil fruit user becomes a hammer in water. There's no exception to the rule.
I don't think that's true if you're a
Wait,
turtle or if you're a
I
shark.
got a question. I got a question for all of you guys. I got a question.
What's up?
So if Peckham's was rescued by Aladdin, wouldn't that mean Aladdin was able to tell Jinbei and Jinbei was able to tell Big Mom about Peckham's situation?
Well, we still don't know what happened to Jimbei with the roulette.
Yeah.
Like we still have no idea what happened there.
Yeah, I don't think Big Mom's listening to Jimbei at this point.
What
Yeah,
if
right.
Peckham's went to Luffy, told Cracker the situation, and that's why Cracker had to come back there?
Yo, do in the anime, right? When we get to Whole Cake, the anime only watchers are going to be so confused when Jinbei brings Big Mom a poneglyph.
Exactly.
Yeah, what I want to say is that you said that every devil fruit is weak against water or whatever like that.
Yes.
Or like all right, look, I have to disagree because like if I'm gonna say this, like say like you know how Akainu has the magma fruit, Aokiji has the ice, but if someone has listen, look, if someone has a water Logia devil fruit, they should be able.
Never do that.
They should know,
He's
but
never going to have a water user.
Oh, listen, he's never
all right,
gonna
but if there was one, they should be able to swim in the water. Or they should
because
be,
it breaks the rules.
It breaks the rules.
That's the reason why you won't.
Yeah, the
Devil
reason
fruit
Aokiji can walk on water is because he's freezing the water and he's standing on the ice. He's not standing on the water.
Exactly.
But if
And
he's
he's not even touching it. He's not even touching the ice. He's on a bicycle on the ice.
if he was to fall inside of the water, yes, he could freeze it, but he wouldn't be able to swim out of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, he'd be
He'd just be
done.
stuck
Okay.
in an, he'd go Annie from Attack on Titan. He'd become an ice ball in the middle of the water. He couldn't do shit.
I get what you're saying. Like we don't necessarily know what happened with Peckham's, but like it's a hint. But I feel like it's something up if you're a Zoan and you're like a shark, or you're like a Zoan and you're like a turtle or something. I think that is
Look at someone in the chat just brought up Maisie the Amazing. He's like, dude, Senior Pink literally had a swim fruit and he couldn't swim in water. So that's a perfect example. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you have a devil fruit, you're not gonna do anything.
There's another thing as well. Like if there's two more commanders, right? Where are they both? Is one like defending the tea party and one defending the wedding?
Probably.
I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Well, who's to
I'm
say?
sure.
Who's to say they're not off doing shit like Jack?
Yeah.
Where they're off.
Yeah, do you think
Maybe
Big
they're
Mom fully
chilling right
trusts
there.
Gemma? Do you think she fully trusts them? Because I
No,
don't think so.
No.
I don't think so. I think she probably has those guys like watching them.
What do you
You
guys
tell
put
my
Bob in?
personality.
What do you guys put Bob in the commander list?
Like rank
I
one,
think he
I
could
think
be-
Bob's first.
I'm gonna wait till he does something before I place him anywhere.
No. I'm saying, do you guys think he's the first commander, or you guys think he's the second commander?
He might just be a random crewmate, for all we know.
Oh.
You know what I'm thinking? Actually, I think the Cracker is the weakest, in a way. Bobbin is the second one.
I feel like Bobbin is the first right hand.
Yeah, I believe Bobbin is as well.
Yeah,
I don't think Bobbin is the first right
not
hand.
scared of her. He's like,
yeah, like right
He's like,
after
yeah, mama.
right after she ate somebody, he walked up to her. I'm like,
Yeah, he didn't give a fuck. Bobbin just walked up like, hey, I'm popping.
Bobbin getting no love. Like, what's up?
Exactly.
And he's just so weird. I don't think you like.
Yeah, he's still weird.
Yeah. Nah, Bobbin.
I honestly think though of the Yonko commanders of Big Mom, sort of like how the numbers don't really matter in terms of strength on Blackbeard's crew, I kind of think it's the same thing here, because I do think the strongest of the Yonko commanders of hers is Cracker, because they made a point time and time again to say she knows that Luffy's a threat, that's why she sent in Cracker.
Yeah, exactly.
She was like, listen, no, let's nip this in the bud, let's get my strongest guy out there right now to take him out. So I kind of feel like the other three aren't going to be as strong as Cracker. They might be more trustworthy within her inner circle or whatever, like Bobbin, but I don't think they're going to be stronger than Cracker was.
I think Cracker, because what it seemed like, I feel like the one that lost was the weakest, and so they sent Cracker, like he's the third strongest.
But the thing is, this is the point.
But at the same time, hold on. At the same time, he was able to. He never really lost. He was able to complete all his missions, so it's not like she has to worry about him.
What do you think's going on with Pudding's third eye? Because she's had it covered up, but she still has it.
Right.
What do you think's going on with that?
I don't know.
Maybe it's Pudding.
Maybe she's embarrassed. Maybe she's embarrassed of it.
Yeah,
I
but
want to say this, Roger. Like, Luffy,
how does it even exist? Does she have a fruit? Is it a new race? What is it?
Yeah, she's
probably a different
Try
fruit.
as a fruit, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. What I want to say about Cracker, if Cracker's her strongest commander, right, and Luffy beats him, that means that the other two are now no threat, pretty much. That means he could destroy them. So I feel like Cracker's the third strongest. That way, even if he does beat Cracker, the other two are still a threat. And then they said that, even if by some miracle he beats Cracker, he still has zero chance. Meaning like it's stronger people than Cracker he has to deal with still.
Yeah, I don't know.
Bro, if Luffy beats Cracker, there's an asshole.
You think it's an asshole?
I don't think so at all. All he has to do is land one punch on his drill body.
It's suggested that he's won already.
Situation.
So whoever said that he won already.
Wait, say that again?
It's suggested that he won already.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, because it's the next day. Big Mom doesn't know what's going on and what's up with that.
But there are a bunch of things that could have happened in between that.
Yeah, that's true. Like we were saying, if Luffy got saved by somebody.
You guys have predictions for the next chapter? Like what's going to happen?
At this point, I have no idea because we've got the stuff with Sanji, we got the stuff with Big Jinbei, we got the stuff in the woods.
I think that's what we get. We get the Sanji stuff. We get some more. We get some more dialogue.
We're gonna see. I've got a question for Roger as well.
Probably we're gonna see the interaction between the brothers and Sanji.
Yeah, we're gonna see that because
I
think
really hype about that.
We made a point last stream or the last two streams that, let's say Luffy did beat Cracker and it's been a day or whatever. We were saying that maybe it's Oda's story writing so that when we go back to that scene, Luffy's done some big attack that we're not going to see for a while.
Right. We just see Cracker in a crater.
Yeah, like
you're thinking that
he has some new beast attack.
Yeah, so if we go back and then Cracker is just defeated and we don't know what happened, Oda just goes away from that. This whole time we're like, what the hell happened? Did Luffy beat him? Did somebody else come? Like, does he have a new gear? Because I feel like we're just gonna go away from that for a while, then go to the Sanji, the Mirror World stuff.
I can see that.
If Cracker's
I feel like next chapter though has to be Sanji and his brothers. They wouldn't just introduce the brothers and have him talking to them directly. Like I think we gotta know more about Ichiji and Niji.
I'm really interested in Ichiji, yo.
Please.
I just had a vision in my head, like, what if? All right, so like Cracker's stronger than Luffy even in Gear 4th, but Luffy has a time limit, right? So when Luffy time limit runs out, Nami gets the homies to grab Luffy and run around the forest with him so Luffy can recover, and then Luffy gets to continue fighting every single time. And I can see Cracker being like, what are you guys doing? And then they're like, Big Mom's scarier than you. We don't want to get Big Mom mad. She has the Vivi card or whatever like that. And that's how Luffy's able to win, because he's getting multiple recover time with Gear Force.
The thing I think no one's like ever really looking at during this arc, which I think is kind of crazy considering what his power is like if you look at Big Mom's power, right? Her whole thing is life, pulling life from people, right? We have Brook on the island, who's already dead. Like that's. I feel like kind of like Brook is the natural enemy of her. Like look at remember how Usopp was like the natural enemy of Perona because he was already negative. I feel like that's kind of going to be the big thing, and how they escape is Brook's going to have something to do with it because it's going to be like she'll try to pull life, and he'll be like, "Yo, I'm already dead, bitch," and like there's going to have to be. And I feel like, and on top of that, with Brook, like we know that Brook has a connection with the Vinsmokes too. I feel like Brook is the linchpin that nobody's talking about because he's the natural enemy of Big Mom's fruit, and he's got history with the Vinsmokes.
And another thing, though, they're heading right towards the palace, right? Where everything is going on. So Brook is in this thing, and what if once he sees Judge, and he says, "Oh shit, that's the guy." Like he remembers everything that happened, and he gets some backstory.
For sure.
So you think that Judge was the person who really wrecked all his group?
What if we get?
I think Judge's father is the person who did it because we saw. Remember in the picture, with the guy who looks on the Judge with the
Roger, I'm gonna ask you something right now. What do you think? What do you think about Judge level power?
Judge is a fucking scrub, dude. I feel like
I've been saying
Judge.
I've been saying Judge is a scrub.
Dude, Judge is a fucking scrub.
As a person, is really is.
No, because if Judge didn't call up all those other guys, Sanji would have kicked the shit out of Judge then and there.
Yo,
I feel like Sanji's fight in this arc is gonna
I've been
be Judge.
saying that exact same thing.
I don't agree.
The only thing is that I've been saying Judge is trash. I didn't use scrub, but I've been saying the exact same thing.
I don't agree that he was going to knock out Scrub.
Exactly. Judge is hiding a lot of shit. I'm just saying. We don't know.
You're assuming he's hiding
to Judge. He did nothing.
The thing is, I said no. Someone pointed out in the chat, didn't Roger say Cracker was a scrub? Yeah, but if you look at my review, two things. One, if you look at my review, one, I mentioned that when Luffy did the Gear 4 and knocked out the Cracker, or how it looked like he knocked out Cracker, he did knock out that armored part of Cracker. He just didn't. How the fuck was I supposed to know there was a person inside of the body of the whited out eyes?
That is impossible. Yeah, absolutely.
But the thing is, with Judge, like we straight up know, or we don't know this, but we don't think Judge has a devil fruit power. It's just that he's commanding all these people because they trust him so much. Judge is just like a fucking old dude who I don't know.
What I want to say about the Judge fight, one of the reasons why I was calling him trash is that fight versus Sanji, that didn't look intimidating at all. Like you see how Cracker was all up on Luffy, even the fake Cracker, and Luffy had no room to do nothing. That's showing you're strong. That Sanji fight was too even of a fight. Like Sanji.
But he's
One second though.
Can I bring up two?
You get what I'm saying?
No. Let me say.
We're talking at the same time, yo.
What Cracker did versus Luffy, that's how you show you're powerful. What Judge did, that was mad poor. I'm like, yo, he's trash.
I'm gonna really ask again something else related to Judge. The thing is,
one second.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Big Mom, right? Big Mom said she wasn't underestimating Luffy, so she sent Cracker. Do you think Judge went into the fight expecting Sanji to be strong?
No.
Do you think Judge went all out on his weakest son? He expected.
Yeah, he hates him. He was like, "Fuck you," and then he hates.
No, but Roger and Ty, you have to.
Why would he go?
Stop. But you have to remember that Judge cannot like completely obliterate the son he's trying to marry off.
Yeah, why would he do that?
Right, but you gotta remember too. Yeah, well, I guess that's true. He might be holding back to not obliterate son. That's true. But I don't know. I'm getting Spandam vibes from Judge. He's this guy.
I can feel where you come from, but it's just it'll be such a letdown.
The other thing I'm gonna say is that before that fight started, he was like, my other son, he's pretty like strong. Like how did you beat him? Like so he was going into that fight expecting something. It's not like he was. I don't think he was not trying. I think that he's just not. I think Sanji's probably stronger than him or whatever like that.
What was he expecting?
But I feel like Germa
will right now. People with observation haki can read each other's strength. Like if Judge saw Sanji was stronger than him, I don't think like he would even there'll be more tension and all sorts of nonsense going on.
Yeah.
I feel like Germ is not going to be a letdown. I feel like because like the brother number one, he's going to be so strong. He's going to be like, all right, like Germ is powerful. Like look how strong he is.
But when I say that Judge is a scrub, though, I don't necessarily mean that he's weak. I'm just saying that like I feel like Judge is going to be on the level of like Sanji. I feel like Sanji's got to take out Judge in the arc.
I feel the same way. I was saying the same thing. I was like
against like a commander or against Big Mom, and you're going to have fucking Sanji against his dad.
I think it's against
I was
his
saying
brothers.
that I was saying that like give forth Luffy or destroy Judge and stuff like that. And everybody's like, no. Like check this out. They was talking about that picture that is Judge and he's like stomping on people or whatever like that, like the kings or something like that. But these are no name people we never seen. It's not like he's stepping on Sengoku and like other powerful people. He's stepping on like Prada people.
Who is this dude Bow Wow who just said I called Sanji a scrub? I did not call Sanji a scrub.
What he's saying is Judge is
One other thing I want to say about Judge and like Sanji beating him is remember when Sabo came to Dressrosa, right? He didn't want to fight Dofi. He told Luffy, like, look, I'm going to fight Burgess. My hand's going to be full. You got to deal with Dofi. So I feel like, because that's Luffy's fight, I feel like Sanji's dad's going to be his fight. So Sanji's going to have to, like, do it on his own. And
Judge think Judge is trash? Is Judge trash because Sanji was competing with him? Because I feel like a lot of people are saying that Judge is trash.
It's like I don't think Sanji's trash.
It's because of Sanji.
We got a question.
No, it's not because Sanji,
we
Sanji.
got an interesting question here. It's from AnimeFantalk. He asks, do you think the reason why Judge lost the North Blue was because of Dragon claiming like revolutionary territory that Dragon beat him, and that's why he now needs the help of a
That's what I thought.
That's a cool idea.
That's what I thought. I thought that made the most sense.
Possible.
I feel like that was like you one of the only people that could do that. So it's like, I thought it was Dragon. If Dragon's the only person that could take him out, that's pretty cool. And that could tie into why the world government still allow him to invite him to the reverie because
I like that idea. Who said that?
Like,
that was AnimeFantalk.
Good call. Yeah, good call.
One of the things I feel like that could happen, but I feel like when I was reading it, and then when I seen how they have like this mobile kingdom or whatever like that, I feel like their kingdom could be anywhere because it's mobile, and I thought that they just stopped on their own. I feel like they was never defeated, like they just stopped on their own, and they have all this. They have all this because check this out, like they said that they can go anywhere in the city that they want to. The government grants them access to it. And you know how like the most free pirate is like the best pirate, so it's like they can go anywhere they want to. They have their own kingdom. It's like what more could they want? Like I feel like they don't want land. Like I feel like they just wanna they're free already or whatever like that. So I feel like they might have had let it go, but I feel like maybe Dragon opposed the challenge and Judge just let it go, but now he wants it back or something like that. Like I feel like they didn't necessarily have to get defeated for them to lose. I feel like they might have gave it up and didn't care about it.
Why would they give it up to go get it back?
No, like at the all right, like if Dragon opposed them, they was probably like, you know what, just let him just have it. We'll just go do other things. But now he wants it back. That happens sometimes.
What do you mean? So you
could not care about something, and it's like how many people. Hold on. I just want to say this.
No, look at Oda writing the story. Why would he write Judge like that? That's so.
No. Look, listen.
So he gave it up, so now he wants it back.
It's like it's like if you deactivate your channel and then you react. It's like something like that, Like YouTubers do that. Like I think he could have had gave it up willingly, not been defeated, but now he wants it back.
Yeah, of course, it's a possibility, but likeliness is very low.
Wait, but we're not talking about the most important thing in this arc, though.
What's that?
Which is that if you were Sanji and your sister was Reiju, would you still smash?
There we go, Roger. That's so controversial. Exactly.
Because I'm gonna be honest, if that was the case, I might be coming from the perspective of an only child right now. But if that was the case, and that was my sister,
don't say it right.
Reiju.
Don't say it.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't know.
Wait. So let's say that maybe Reiju is the strongest, right? The strongest.
Reiju's definitely the favorite child for sure.
I don't think she's the strongest.
She might not be the strongest, but she's the favorite child.
Other than that, it's sexy.
I don't know that.
I don't think she's beating
Ichiji. I think Ichiji might be the strongest.
In that case,
Ichiji, come on.
What do you guys think Ichiji his power is? Red?
Well, someone said atomic lightning. It's like he's gonna have like a combination of both.
So he's gonna look like that dude from Star Wars.
Somebody said explosions.
Yeah, so it's like
Dude, if they had lightsabers, that shit would be amazing.
that would be dope.
That'd be dope if they had lightsabers. That'd be
Yeah, and another thing is like we think like that they're going to be using their legs to fight, but Sanji only uses his legs because he wanted to be a chef. And doesn't want
Yeah, but how Ichigo?
So do you guys think they're all androids and cyborgs or whatever, or do you think there's just that's
I feel like they could have been. I'm thinking that is a gag, maybe. Who knows? Maybe it's a gag.
I agree with.
They're just a bunch of Frankies.
It could be a gag, but I feel like they have been enhanced in some way.
Yeah, they're definitely.
But the thing is,
I agree with Brago. I feel like they've been enhanced because
about earlier.
Yeah.
You know what I'm thinking? That the doctor is related to the scientist. Oh my god.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I just thought of. You remember in Hunter x Hunter, right? How they said Killua.
Yeah.
He was basically tortured by lightning, so that could be his element. So he was like basically he was trained by getting tortured by lightning. So then he had an affinity for lightning as he got older.
Mm-hmm.
Each of these guys were kind of placed in, I don't know, a training chamber or something. Like Reiji was the poison, Yanji was that winch green or whatever. You had the electric blue, and whatever Ichiji is, where that's how they kind of came up. So that they
do you guys think that he's gonna have like an electric power?
Who? Electric Blue?
Because we already have Eneru, we already have Kizaru, we already have the Electro of the Minx.
Yeah.
Like, what would it be, like an electrical current thing, or like what? I don't know, man. That'd be weird.
Well, it wouldn't be a double fruit though. So
I feel like
double fruit. It'd probably be different.
Maybe.
Maybe it's something similar to Diablo Jumbo, just
Yeah,
that
exactly.
maybe
technology.
is our yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I
something
feel like
similar
with
like that,
with like brother number one, I feel like he was trained to be the strongest too. I feel like they focused on him to make him the strongest out of
He
all.
looks like he has two elements.
Yeah.
It's like he could have, because he's sparking red, so he could have.
And
like,
I feel like with
red
with
lightning.
Sanji,
We have this whole theory about Shanks having red lightning. That could be.
Dude, red lightning would be sick, man.
yeah. Wait, hold on. Look, so like if he has the same red hockey like Shank does or whatever like that, then that would show how Beast Day is, because look how Beast Shanks was with it, and like why Germ is like the mythical army and stuff like that. If he has that same hockey.
I don't know. I got Ichiji's the strongest.
Part of me
I
still
feel
kind
like
of feels
he
like Ichiji and Niji are going to be stronger than Judges.
Same here.
I think so. I think so, because I mean, how old is
I'm
Judge?
not gonna say anything about that.
I think the same thing. Like, well, I don't know about both of them, but I feel like
Ichiji for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like Niji probably got beaten by Sanji in the past. That's why he hates himself.
And that's why he.
Yeah, I feel like he's like, because Sanji's probably over.
Wait, Sanji didn't get good until after he left the family, though.
True, but Niji,
I think
but
only
Niji's
that.
got that. Niji's got that Rogersbase hair wave though. I like Niji.
I think only the I think only that the first brother we seen that was with his sister lost to him. I feel like I don't think yeah. I feel like the other two always been stronger than him, but maybe now it's different.
No, but I think
It's heavily hinted that like they were both stronger than him in the past, but Sanji's probably on par
with
number
Niji.
two, but with
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I feel like he did something. He probably got a hit in on Niji, and it's like since then he's probably hated Sanji.
Well, in the flashback, he did get a hit on Niji, and then he got put in bars and had some brace on his face.
Right.
So yeah, remember y'all was saying that Brooke sees Judge and he gets the flashback.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's say Brooke sees Judge and he gets the flashback, right? And it's Judge fighting Smoker, and it's like an even fight, and then Judge does wall, and Smoker doesn't want to attack.
Where the fuck did
Smoker doesn't want to attack, and Judge did wall, and then Judge beats Smoker.
Wait, Ty, because you think Smoker's trash too, right?
Nah, check this out. I don't think that. Check this out. I'm gonna clarify this. I don't think that Smoker is trash. I just feel like when people didn't have hockey, he was big and bad. Now that when the new world and people got hockey, he's getting defeated left and right. I feel like that's all I got to say about Smoker. You know what I mean? So to me, his ranking goes down.
You can say that about Kid though too. You can say that about Kid. Kids got wrecked every single time.
And you have him as his strongest.
Kids got some.
Bro, with Kid, but Raja, with Kid, I feel like Kid is just getting these back. like Kid is just getting. He's too bold.
You act like
He's too
Smoker
bold
lost
for
his
his own.
scrubs.
But check this out. Check this out. The Kid is too bold for his own good, and he's taking bad fights. I still think he's stronger than Luffy at the moment. I feel like he's like the strongest supernova still. But with Smoker it's different because let me tell you this about Smoker. What I'll say about Smoker is that I feel like he's weak right now. That doesn't mean that for the rest of the story he's a scrub and that's it. You know, no, I mean like right now at the moment he needs development. He needs development.
Oh
like, at the
yeah.
moment. He needs to be stronger. That's all I'm trying to say. I'm not saying he's done.
Guys, listen. When Luffy met Smoker and Tashigi, but they were swapped in bodies, he laughed at Tashigi Smoker and said, "Whoa, what happened to you? You got really weak." But then he looked over at Tashigi Smoker and was like, "Whoa,
you got really
pretty strong."
And that Tashigi actually hit Luffy.
All right, true, but where was all of that strong when Law defeated him? Where's
wait.
Law took Smoker?
Come
no,
on, bro.
But it's Law, bro. Law's power's broken.
Law is not a scrub. He basically tricked Smoker. He took his heart.
All right, now I'm lost because it's one person who's not a scrub and the other person's not supposed to be a scrub, but then that person beat that person, but then no, this person isn't a scrub. What?
No, but like it's all about matchups. It's all about matchups. Wait.
No, I'm saying if they're both not scrubs, right? If they're both not scrubs, then it shouldn't be that Law's power. You know what I mean? They should have been more on equal terms
Right,
or something like that.
Yeah, but look at their powers though. Like Smoker was fighting Virgo, right? But Smoker was just like smoke, and Virgo had hockey, so he could beat through the Devil Fruit. Law's power allows him to slice things in half and create surgeries and do all this crazy shit. So like, of course, Law is going to annihilate Virgo.
All right. So,
and then when Law went up against Doflamingo, Law had already taken all that damage. Plus, he got shot like 10,000 times.
Yeah.
Then he got shot another 10,000 times. It's like, I don't know, man.
Another thing is that Smoker's goal wasn't to defeat Virgo, it was to get Law's heart back to pay.
Exactly.
What I'm going to say about
and
Smoker,
then he
what
fought
about
Dofi after all.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
Yeah, exactly.
What about Smoker losing to Dofi so quick like that?
Losing to Dofi after fighting Virgo and Law?
All right, check this out. Look, he lost to Dofi real quick. And what I want to say about this is that he told Fuji, and we even got the flashback of it to bring it back to our minds. So he told Fuji, he was like, I was hopeless against Crocodile or whatever like that. I couldn't help.
Wait, didn't Doflamingo Smoker lose to Doflamingo because he was protecting his soldiers?
I don't think it was that. Dofi was just stronger.
He fought Virgo and Law.
He did also.
Yeah, he fought Virgo and Law.
Back.
He did also protect his soldiers.
Check this out. Like when back in Alabasta, he was hopeless against Crocodile. He even said it. But then after the time skip, someone like Dofi, he's still hopeless against Dofi. It's like he really needs improvement. I'm not gonna sit there and act like he's doing great when he's not. You know, later on in the story he'll do good. But at the moment he needs to get stronger.
No one says he's doing great, but he's not trash.
But put it like this, it's like he had very little development if like back at Alabasta he couldn't do nothing against Crocodile and then Dressrosa he couldn't do nothing against Dofi. I know Dofi's stronger than Crocodile, but it's like he can't do nothing though. You know what I mean? He should have been able to do better than that.
Right, he was in a scenario where he had no chance of winning anyway. So I don't feel like that's you can't just evaluate him based on that.
He had the handicap.
So how many? It's like when
you have Kid as the strongest supernova.
Yeah, because Kid, it's not like I have no reason to think that. Like I said, all my reasons is valid. I said that at the point when Kid lost to Big Mom Commander, everybody would have lost. You get what I'm saying? Like Kid. Now,
no, but I genuinely disagree with that because of matchups. Like I honestly feel Law at full power right now, due to his power, could take out Cracker because Cracker's whole thing is that if you touch his real body even once and you prick it, that he can't take pain. So all Law would have to do is scramble up the biscuits, get the real body out, and prick him. That's it. He wouldn't have to do anything.
That's true.
Meanwhile, when you look at Luffy, who's like brute strength, of course Luffy's going to have a harder time. But is Luffy weaker than Law? No.
All right, look.
That's all about matchups.
No, Roger, that's true. But at the same time, Law wasn't able to do that to Dofi, and they were saying that they told me it was a skill thing.
You already went over that. What you're saying about Cracker and just getting the pinprick. He seems to be a master of like armament hacking. You don't think he could just like hack up his body too and defend against pain?
Right, but look at full body hockey.
Basically, like not some guy who.
But I'm not saying full body, but like wherever he's about to get hit. Because like if you look at Dofi, when Gear 4 like punched him, he like hacked up his face specifically when he got a kick to the face. Like
just because somebody
if he's better than Dofi at haki, He can haki up that too.
Yeah, but he still got
Just
some
because he
flying.
says he doesn't like pain
All
doesn't
he's
mean
got to do though is
he's
the one
weak.
trick. Is all I'm saying. You
It
pull
does
his
not
body.
mean, but that doesn't mean that does not mean he cannot
Roger,
take
like,
pain.
just because he said I don't like pain doesn't make he's weak. He basically doesn't like get like.
No, but the thing is,
Exactly.
that
I'm
is
not
that
saying
is
no.
a
I'm not at all saying he's weak. I mean,
that
look
is a
at what he
weak-
did to
yeah,
Luffy.
Roger didn't
I'm
say
just
he was
saying
weak.
that like I'm saying that matchup wise, Law would have an easier time because Law could just get right to the straight
Agreed.
body. He wouldn't have to
Agreed.
worry about all the other stuff.
But I'm just
That
saying.
was
I am
mentioned.
not saying that
Roger,
Crackers
you
But I
do
want to
see
say
what I'm
this
saying
though.
about the haki, though, right?
That was mentioned, the short chink in his armor. So it's like that's gonna be a plot point going.
Exactly. Of course.
So it's like,
Roger, I want to say this that like okay now yeah, but like Lord 2 years ago, I don't think Lord 2 years ago though is gonna be able to do that to Cracker. That's what I'm trying to say. Like at the time Kid went, everybody
Law
would have
2
lost.
years,
I
of
feel like.
course, yeah. But Law 2
Yeah.
years. No, but with the time Kid did all this, Kid was already in the New World. This was 2 years later.
No, I don't think Kid. What I'm saying is that Kid didn't do this recently. Kid Kid did it 2 years ago, early on. Like while Luffy was training, while Luffy was starting his training, he went and did it just like right away. Like I feel like Kid did that in the first year or whatever like that. That's why he took the L. Like if Kid was to do it recently, like now, he would win too. I feel like.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
The only thing
Because look,
the thing with
they said that Kid they said Kid name first, like he went there first or whatever like that. Like another thing is that his powers is like Magneto powers almost. You know,
I
like,
do think Kid went pretty early. I do
Yeah.
think that as well, where he went pretty early and he wasn't
Too early.
And a lot of people feel like, okay, because Kid Luffy went and trained, the time skip and all that. But it's like would Luffy have gone and trained with like Rayleigh if he didn't get sent away by Kuma? If he didn't see Ace die in front of him, would he have
Yeah, I've got a question for you guys as well.
Yeah.
When they brought up these supernovas that challenged Big Mom's calamities, etc., Killer didn't come up.
What do you mean?
The thing, Killer's a supernova. He would have been with Kid, surely. Why is his name not mentioned?
Killer's an underling, so I don't think
he wasn't with his crew.
Killer's an underling. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Maybe he wasn't with his crew.
Also, Killer's a Smoke. So I mean, like.
He's a Bean Smoke.
Yeah. Hold on, but they got a point. Like if Killer's an underling or whatever like that, because like y'all try to always say that.
What do you think about that? About
Then
the
again,
thing
they said
No, but I'm saying like when y'all try to say that Zoro could take Luffy's opponents or that like I think that it's a gap. That's why they don't mention Killer. They just say Kid. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's a huge gap.
Yeah, I don't think it's a big gap either.
The gap doesn't have to be huge, but I think it's a decent size gap.
Yeah, but still, he's a supernova, and
He's a
Bruno was talking about
supernova, right?
supernovas.
But how strong can he be if he's second? If he's second on Kid's
I don't think
crew?
none of us are saying that Kid is like like the weakest supernova. We're just saying that compared to the other big names that are out there right now, like Kid has been stupid. Because if you look, like even the ones who were a little bit weaker, like Apu and Hawkins, they just realized like, same with Capone. They're like, okay, we're not that strong, so we're just gonna join the Yonko. Whereas Kid is like headstrong.
I want to say this.
Can I ask a question?
They said it was too big. During the
Can I
Yonko,
say something?
Hold on, who's asking the question? Somebody's asking the question. Hold on. Who's
All
asking?
right, so when they made that alliance, was Killer's name on the alliance newspaper thing?
No, it was Kid, Apu, and Hawkins. Because like it's the same way when Luffy and Law made an alliance, they didn't have Zoro's face there with Luffy and Law. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is with Kid, I still think Kid is either 1 or 2 as far as supernova. I think Luffy is stronger.
He's 3. He's definitely 3.
He could.
I feel like he's 1 though. I feel like he was stronger.
The thing
Hold
with
on,
Kid,
I feel like he was stronger than Luffy before the time skip, and I feel like he's still stronger now.
No, because Kid ain't a bitch. No, Kid is definitely powerful.
The
He
thing
ain't
is,
a bitch.
Kid's will.
The thing with Kid is
That's
that
gonna propel him forward.
he's a miserable guy. He's lucky as hell.
No, but I think
Why
Kid
y'all
is like
sleeping on X-Drake?
that's another thing with like people Kid is losing to.
Yo, who's with X-Drake's nonsense in the background? Get out of here.
The thing is, Kid lost to Kid didn't lose to Scrubs, right? Like we're not saying,
It's the Jack situation where
Yeah,
Jack
so it's
didn't
like-
lose the exactly. Yeah.
it's like the initial reaction to Jack, everybody hated Jack. Like everybody said Jack was a scrub. And then when you found out Jack, when was it Rhonda that said that? The only person we couldn't overcome was Jack himself. Then everybody's like, oh well. Like,
I was with Jack when he revealed 1 billion, but
yeah, I was with him. I'm like, yo,
Yeah, I
this
was
guy
with him all the time. Like,
he went solo pretty much because we saw.
I
the
mean, I was
difference
a
in the
mammoth
pleasures.
boy from day one, but
Right.
Ain't none of my business.
Can we talk
Man,
about that? Can we actually talk about that? Because we can all agree that Jack is formidable, right?
Oh, for
Hell
sure.
yeah.
Formidable, yeah,
Hell yeah.
absolutely.
Why
Jack
do you
would
think
beat the shit out of Cracker.
Why
Man.
do you think it is that
Oh
people,
my god!
why do you think it is that people don't think he's formidable?
Well, because they saw the events of Zoe and
Yeah.
they're just like, oh, an elephant beat
Yeah.
him. Like it's not
Yeah,
that
you
like
lost
God.
with Admirals,
Hold
Zunisha.
on,
I mean,
Zunisha.
it all adds up. Like,
Hold on, Roger plays Pokemon. I heard. So check this out. About the whole Jack situation, right? I
Right.
feel like Zonisha did not KO Jack. It just sent Jack flying. So I feel like what happened, like say like if in a Pokemon battle, right? Jack fights Zonisha, right?
Was it super effective?
I
No,
want to
check
know
this out,
what
look.
I want to know where this man's going with the Pokemon thing.
All right, check this out. Look, so Jack fights Zonisha, right?
Right.
And Zonisha does Raw or something like that, and it ends the battle. I feel like that's what happened. Like Zonisha was just like flung him somewhere, like get out of here.
It's
It
like
wasn't a defeat.
Wait, no,
Yeah, I mean,
like Rowan or
he was
Raw.
already. Yeah, he didn't defeat him. He woke up underwater and was like, "Oh man, someone's got to save me."
Like
See?
the thing about Jack is
I
like
don't know, bro.
Like I could only give Zonisha the credit for defeating him if Zonisha would have like stomped him out and choked him up with the trunk and all that.
Zunisha
That would've
did
been
kill his whole crew basically.
I'm lost.
Yeah, but not for nothing though. His crew was the weakest crew I ever seen though.
Thing is though, with the Pokemon attacks that you're saying, they aren't actually offensive attacks. So they don't actually hurt you. Zanisha
Right, they hit you
actually
flying out of the yeah.
hit him. Or you can say
True. All right, but check this out. All right, so I'll change my example slightly. The
All right,
Pokemon.
here's
Check
the
this out.
No, stop. I'm stopping you.
No, Roger, look.
No.
I got a
I'm
perfect
a fucking
example.
Poketuber. Shut your goddamn mouth. Listen. All right, listen. All right. Zunisha did Giga Impact on Jack. That's what he did. But Jack had a focus sash, so he lived with 1 HP.
Roger, I got a better example.
No. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, the focus.
No, Roger, look.
And he lived.
Look, I got a better example. You know the move Dragon Tail, right? When you do Dragon Tail in a battle, that Pokemon has to
He
switch
does
out.
damage and he sends you flying, but Dragon Tail doesn't
Yeah.
do that. Wait, why are we talking about Pokemon?
No, because Dragon Tail, it does damage, and then that Pokemon has to swap out. So that's like what happened. He just damaged Jack.
Again,
Like, had to swap out.
Explain me what is happening.
I'm a Jack
right now.
fanboy, but I realized that he at least did a ton of damage to him.
So that's like Dragon Tail.
Brother, you declare
Dragon Tail
yourself
doesn't do
as
that
a,
much damage, bro.
you declare yourself as a Jack fanboy.
I'm a huge Jack fanboy. What about it?
Okay.
But I agree.
Where did that even go? Oh, yeah, so Brago, you declare yourself as a Doflamingo fanboy?
I am a Doflamingo fan.
Okay.
You're string boys?
Come on, man. Dofi's epic, man.
Oh yeah, I feel like
Fracker, wait a second. Who's the fanboy of Fracker?
Everybody right now.
Everybody's a biscuit boy
Okay.
now. Everybody's a biscuit boy.
I feel like Jack is
guys, come
Kaido's
on.
strongest.
Everyone wants a ticket on the biscuit bus. I mean, come on.
I feel like Jack is Kaido's strongest calamity, but what I do feel is that, check this out. At the same time, Cracker Bounty is not too far from Jack's though. So like maybe
Cracker, his bounty was on his shield. It wasn't even on his like actual person. So yeah.
Like if that was his bounty though, and if it's legit, maybe BIg Mom's number 2 has a 1 billion bounty too, and then maybe her number 1, maybe the number 1's is higher. Like I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know.
I mean that's
what happened there. That
that is possible. That the Cracker's bounty isn't really what it should be because they're just basing off the outer shell.
Just like Sanji.
Okay. In terms of likeliness, how likely do you think it is that Jack is the 3rd strongest calamity?
Third strongest?
That'd be too OP though.
No way. There's 0% chance of that because X Drake. I don't care what anybody says. X Drake is definitely one of the 3 calamities.
See, I've been saying that too.
And I guarantee you, Jack would snuff the shit out of X Drake. He would demolish that man. Demolish that.
You can't deny that his arms.
Roger, I've been saying that too. That X Drake is the 3rd calamity, like he's the weakest one.
Yeah,
but
he's got it. Yeah.
But check this out. Every time I say that, they always say, "How can he be a calamity that quick?" But check this out. Blackbeard became a Chichibukai and a Yonko that quick. So why can't an X Drake become a calamity? It's just a calamity. It's not like he became a Yonko. I think he could do it.
Well, yeah, if Aruj can take out one of the commanders, right, but then take on another one straight after and lose. Like, let's say X Drake took out one, and the other one was like, "Yo, you're actually strong. You want to replace him?"
Yeah, I could see that. They order their armies differently. Like, it'd be like if Big Mom's like, oh, you took out one of the commanders, become my new commander, Arouge. And Arouge is probably like, fuck that shit. They're
Yeah,
like, okay,
and
Cracker,
it
go
also
take care of this man.
it also adds up to how like every calamity has a Asian zone. So yeah,
Yeah,
T-Rex,
exactly.
Mammoth, and I don't know what the last one.
Pterodactyl or Sabretooth or something. I don't know, man.
Like, you know, he could have beat one like Arouge did, but like I feel like what happened because he was like attacking Kaido forces and stuff like that. I think like when Kaido seen him, Kaido was like, you know, maybe Kaido beat him, but Kaido was like, you know, you're strong. You should be a calamity or whatever like that. And X-Drake thought about it and did it. And if that's not the case, I feel like because they call him 100 Beast Kaido, I feel like Kaido has something about him where he could control other zones and make them do what he wants against their will or something like that. I feel like
First
either...
he, so hold on. So first he immortal, now he controlling zones.
Huh?
So first he immortal, now he controlling zones. How strong do you want Kaido to be?
That sounds sarcastic, but like they call him 100 Beast Kaido. I'm pretty sure to put it like this: when I heard his name was 100 Beast Kaido, I figured that either he can turn into 100 different zones, which he probably can't, or he can control.
He has 100 lives.
Hey, wait.
You know.
He can probably control other ones.
Now I was putting in the chat.
Kaido, I think that's more of like a title to say he controls 100 beasts because he's got his own army. I don't think that's his power is. I 100% would put money on the fact that his power is either a fucking dragon fruit or the Oni fruit. That's like there's one of the two.
But the dragon fruit is because like dragon's dragon. Like, you know, like dragons.
No, listen, because it's been foreshadowed in color pages for a very, very, very long time, even since East Blue, the 1.0 arc, and in every 1.0 color page, there's a dragon in the background.
Yeah.
And
He's either going to be a dragon or he's going to be an Oni. He's not anything else.
It's along those lines. Like he even has the dragon mustache.
Yeah. And he's got the Oni. He's got the Oni club too.
He could be a dragon, but I'm saying when they're like 100 Beast Kaido, I'm thinking like, you know, he can turn into 100 different types of, like, that would still be beast. Like, you know, if he can turn into a dragon, but then he could turn into a saber-tooth tiger, he can turn into like gorilla, he could just, you know, change. Or that he can control the zones around him or whatever. Like, he's the head zone or whatever like that. Like the most popular zone fruit is, so he can control them or whatever like that. Everybody is making you know, we all guessing at this point. No, he's not my number one for the last time or whatever like that. Like, stop asking about my number one list.
I wanted to bring something Roger again.
Yeah, what's up?
We talked about Wano a couple of times in the other streams and who's going to be there. And we discussed that, like, obviously the Minks are going to be there. All of the Straw Hats, hopefully. Drake, Kid and Killer, Apu, Hawkins, Law. The Three Calamities, Kaido.
Yeah.
Marco the Phoenix, probably, if they find him.
I don't know, man. I feel like Marco's a wild card because I feel like Marco and Weevil we're gonna see at the same time.
Listen,
and I honestly genuinely believe Marco is with Shanks right now. And I think when we see Shanks is when we're gonna see Marco. We just saw Shanks. Is that my son speaking?
You know what, Roger? I got some beef to pick with you, homie.
Yeah, I mean, how about I show everybody that DM where you said let's fake some beef on the stream? Get out of here.
I think you're trash.
Wait. Not troll.
This ain't no barbecue. Get your beef out.
No, but for real, who talking about Pokemon? I just heard Pokemon. I want to. I actually clicked on Brago's stream. I was like, wait, Roger's talking about Pokemon? Hello?
I was gonna be like Flash. Don't make me show them DMs saying you want to fix.
I just wanted a link. That's
Come
all.
on, guys. Didn't you know this was a Sun and Moon live reaction stream?
No, I was hoping Roger would have DM'd me a link when I said that, but he didn't. But
I didn't. No, I didn't because I said, "What's his face?" Already sent you one.
Oh yeah.
What's his face? Like, you're talking to me, punk? You want to go, son?
I'm talking about you, Theory. Relax.
What's his face?
Come at me when you got 50K, Theory. All right.
If I had an extra,
you know, Roger, don't even talk if you haven't even hit 100K.
I'm messing with you.
Did you say don't even fuck with you until I hit 100K?
Yeah, you see, you're nothing, Roger.
I'm close, bro. I'm close.
See,
one day.
You got 4K though. You got a while.
True.
Yo, another thing is like you said about Weeble. Okay, here's something I want to know from you, Roger, as well, because we argue about this all the time. Do you think Weeble is strong enough to actually take out Marco?
No.
No.
It's not even a question. No.
Really, but here's my
argument.
Marco here's my
at
argument.
least. No. There's not.
Here's my argument, because I know it's not very valid, But Weevil has two goals. He has his own personal goal and the goal his mum put on him. The one his mum put on him is to take out Marco and get the treasure that Whitebeard left behind.
Right.
But his own personal goal is to take out Blackbeard.
Right.
Like, if you lose to Marco, what chance do you stand against Blackbeard?
But the thing is like, his mom is lying to him. Like, he's thinking from the perspective of like a little kid who's like, my daddy was killed by this bad man, so I'm gonna go beat this bad man up. But like,
Yeah, true.
he doesn't actually think he can. I mean, like, him saying he's going to try to beat Blackbeard doesn't mean that he's going to beat Blackbeard. Look at Buggy saying, "Oh, I'm going to try to kill Whitebeard."
Yeah, but I mean, like, Oda wouldn't write it if it's not going to be a confrontation eventually.
I feel like the whole Blackbeard thing aside, I feel like Weeble's gonna be strong enough to beat Marco because check this out, like, what would be the point of him looking for Marco if like, because I'm pretty sure Luffy's gonna intercept them and that's gonna be Luffy's battle. So what's the point of him looking for Marco if he can just find Marco and Marco can kick his butt? I feel like he's gonna be strong enough to beat Marco, but Luffy, since Luffy,
we've seen this before though.
Intercept Weevil. He should know.
No,
about
true,
Weevil.
but I feel like this, Roger. Think of it this way: the stories, each arc, villains are getting stronger and stronger. Look how much stronger Cracker's being than Dofi so far. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so I feel like by the time, remember, Weevil could still be 3 arcs away. He can be 3 or 4 arcs away still. So I feel like by the time he comes, he's gonna be at that admiral level, at that level where he can.
Every
beat
villain
Marco.
afterwards doesn't have to be progressively stronger. Foxy wasn't stronger than Eneru.
True,
like,
but
the main villain of every arc afterwards does not have to be progressively stronger.
True,
and I
but
honestly, no. And I think
Hey, Brago, they want you in the chat, man.
What did they say?
Roger, true, but I just want to say this. Look, but with this villain specifically, like they said he's like a young Whitebeard. So I think like with him, they're gonna make an exception to where like of course he's not gonna be Whitebeard in his prime, but he's gonna be like a young Whitebeard. They're gonna make him like that strong to where like I
mean, I can see him maybe going toe to toe with Marco.
I think
they're not
Weevil's
gonna have him. There's no way he's gonna be able to beat Marco.
There's
No
no
way.
way he's trash though, because that's a
wait,
waste.
hold on. But look, I want to say this. He's not gonna beat Marco, but I feel like he's gonna be strong enough to beat Marco. But Luffy's gonna stop him. Right? Like he's gonna, and then after that, Marco could kind of join the if Marco doesn't do it
Marco's
already.
gotta join. That's a matter of time. Marco's gonna join.
I don't know. I think Marco's getting killed off.
Because I feel
like
I feel like that would be the perfect time. Like Roger, I feel like that would be the perfect time for Marco to join because look, we don't want Marco.
The Whitebeard pirates are gonna die one by one.
Yeah, check this out. Look, Roger, we don't want Marco joining the fleet being OP. So I feel like if Weevil's strong enough to beat Marco and Luffy stops him and Luffy beats him, then it's like getting more respect for Luffy. And it's like, okay, I could be a part of the
an alliance though. Like Marco wouldn't like join. Like it would be
a part
at
of the
same
fleet.
level of like Law. Yeah, exactly. It'd be like, I'm like one of the heads of the alliance now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I feel like even now, I feel like all right, like Shanks can't just like Shanks isn't gonna just join the alliance and be an OP Yonko. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it has to be something to where like these people see Luffy's strength and they respect him.
Well, Shanks
so
isn't
part of it.
Shanks is never gonna officially join the alliance. Marco is absolutely going to officially join the alliance at some point.
Yeah, I know.
Shanks that's never even a question with Shanks. That's never gonna happen. Shanks will help, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But, like,
I don't,
he's never
Roger.
gonna officially
I
join.
think Weeble's gonna be making it to the end game, man.
I think Weevil's killing off Marco.
Man, I don't know.
I don't think we will.
Obviously, I can see your side. Like Weeble, like from what we've seen, there's no way he's on that level. But I just feel he's going to be that massive curveball in the story that no one expects.
Yeah.
But hold on, but then like I know it was in the anime, but they said that like they had a bunch of pictures they were showing, and they said he killed them and stuff. Like they make him to be a beast or whatever like that.
Yeah, but he beat like the AO pirates or whatever, who's like the 18th division of Whitebeard. Like
he didn't beat the pirates, he beat them all.
yeah.
Like oh yeah, what I was gonna say is that with
That nigga said nigga asked me.
Not in there.
What? No, I'm talking.
Oh, all right. What I was gonna say about Weeble, I don't think he's gonna kill Marco because I feel like he's gonna be strong enough. I feel like he's gonna be strong enough to kill Marco, but Luke is gonna stop him. And check this out. Remember, Marco saved Luffy's life at Marineford because Marco stepped in and saved Luffy's life.
Right.
So I feel like, and Marco was like telling Luffy like, don't worry about it or whatever. I feel like now this is gonna be Luffy's chance to be like, he's gonna think back like, nah, you're not getting nowhere near Marco or whatever like that. And Luffy's
What if
like,
it's the other way around? What if it's the other way around? Like he meets Weevil first, Luffy meets Weevil first, and Marco comes to his rescue.
I don't think I don't think that's gonna happen because that's like
Yeah,
Luffy
yeah,
has to
you
get
guys
his
remember,
own development.
If you guys
Marco
remember,
can't save him twice.
if you guys remember during the war, Marco did say like it's our job to protect Luffy in the new world. Remember?
Right.
Yeah, he did say that.
It's gonna happen. That's gonna happen for sure.
I don't
That
think
was hella
not
foreshadowing.
in that not in that way. Like I feel like you see how Sabo came, right?
They should protect him. I think they should welcome him in the new world.
No,
Yeah.
they said
I think protect.
They're
Yeah.
supposed to protect him.
Check this out. You seen how Sabo came, right? And Sabo was able to help Luffy out, but he didn't fight Luffy's battle for him. If Marco comes and deals with Weevil, it's like fighting Luffy's battle for him. It's like I don't think Marco's gonna do that. Like, well, Marco, like I could see Marco holding off an Admiral for Luffy or
That's
something
not
like that. I could see
Luffy's
Marco,
fight, though. That's Marco's fight.
but it's Luffy's chance to repay the favor. Like you
Wait,
protect
wait. How many
Marine
L's
Corps?
do you want the Whitebeard pirates to take?
What do you mean?
Whitebeard died. Ace died. Thatch died. You want Marco to die too? Joe's
I never said Marco was gonna die.
But who was saying that? Somebody was saying that.
Somebody else said that.
I'm saying he's gonna die.
Wait, who's gonna die?
Marco. So you want just all the Whitebeard pirates to be wiped out?
It's guaranteed that they're all going.
Wait, who's
possible
gonna
that they all
who's
die.
gonna
It's
kill him? Who's
possible.
gonna wait? To the person that say who's gonna die, I'm gonna give you one chance. Who's gonna kill him?
It's not gonna be one dude killing them all. It's gonna be a mixture.
No. I'm talking about who's gonna kill Marco? Like who's gonna?
Weevil's taking out. I don't know if he kills him, but he's
Yes.
How? Hold on. Like, you see how sad
Weevil's
Luffy
taking
was
out
when
Marco.
Ace. Like, hold on. I want to say this too. Like Luffy would be sad if Weeble killed Marco because Marco saved him. So I think Luffy's gonna like. All right, say Marco joins the fleet or whatever like that, right? I think Luffy's gonna meet Marco. Maybe he didn't make up his mind yet or whatever, but Luffy's gonna see how strong Marco is, and then when Luffy meets Weeble, he's gonna see he's strong enough to beat Marco.
Look
and Luffy's gonna take
at
that
it
fight.
like this as well. Like you can't introduce a warlord, right? With this like kind of background that they've been giving him, for him to then encounter the first person on his list, and then
Oh, you said the first person on his list?
yeah, he's got two people, Marco, then Blackbeard.
You said because
Those two confrontations have to happen.
Well, the thing
Why
is,
would Oda write it otherwise? It's like Luffy going. It's used something else. It's like Zoro going. Oh, I want to take out Mihawk one day, and then
right,
doesn't fight
Weeble
Mihawk.
could lose and he could be exposed.
Ooh.
I feel like though, like Luffy's gonna meet because Weeble's going.
No, what if
Weeble doesn't know
what if
where
Marco saves Luffy? Isn't Weevil going after Luffy?
Yeah,
That's what
he
I
is.
mean. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I think Marco's going to come in and
So
protect
what if
him.
Marco
And
jumps
Weevil's going
in
to fight
and
him right
starts-
there.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
Here's the thing,
Because
though.
Weeble is chasing Luffy right now to ask where Marco is.
Exactly. And I think
That's
Weevil
what I
is
would
gonna meet
100%.
him.
I'm
Luffy
100% agreeing
has
with
no
that.
idea where Marco is.
Right.
I feel like Luffy whole response though, like he's gonna be like, cause he's gonna think back, like.
No. I think what you're saying, Ty, you're saying that Luffy's gonna jump in for Marco, but I think Marco's gonna jump in for Luffy.
I agree. I agree.
Luffy,
Bravo.
but hold on,
I said that a minute ago. I'm not
wait.
on
I
board
want to
with
say this though. Why would Marco jump in and say Luffy when Sabo
Because
didn't
it's-
even do it?
A
No,
was
look, listen,
for sure- A
Sabo
was
didn't
for
even
sure.
do it.
No, because of what you just said. How he said he's going to protect him in the new world. Like that's
Wait,
exactly why.
But Luffy,
Oda
but
puts
check
that
this out
in
though.
for a reason.
Luffy has
Luffy's
the
not-
Pirate King.
Bro,
Wait,
Luffy can't even beat Cracker. How can he?
I was about to say, we know that Luffy, if he runs up against anybody, especially Weevil, somebody who's as strong as Whitebeard,
Weevil should.
he will turn him the F out.
Yeah.
But this, hold on, Weeble just has certain characteristics of Whitebeard. He doesn't have like he's not Whitebeard himself. But what I'm
Whenever
trying to say is
everyone
that
hypes you up, you know it's real, bro.
Kizaru said he had Whitebeard strength in his younger.
Whoa, guys, you just took a massive turn. You were saying a minute ago you can't, like the other streams, you can't use the young Whitebeard as evidence to support
I
he's
never said
strong.
that just to be on the. I always. Just go.
But now it's valid because Luffy's fighting him.
No.
It
Just
should
to
be
be
valid.
clear, I'm the only person who had Weevil in their top 10 during that ranking stream. All you niggas laughed at me, so theory is right.
Wait. What theory? What were you saying? I don't.
Basically, I'm saying like now it's valid to use Weevil's Whitebeard stats as a valid point to gauge his strength.
Shouldn't have always been valid.
Whenever it was brought up in streams before, I can't name names, but a few of you were saying you can't say it's Prime Whitebeard, you can't say it's Young Whitebeard.
Who said
Maybe he's
Who said it's Prime
Who
Whitebeard?
said that? What?
Because if it's Prime Whitebeard, then
Name
it's
some
stronger.
names. Name and shame right now, motherfucker. Name and shame.
It's not one person. It's people in
I
the
don't know.
stream.
I know I said that he's definitely not prime Whitebeard because I compared it to a young Luffy. I feel like he's a young Whitebeard before Whitebeard actually hit his peak. So I believe he's physically very strong, but I don't think we can just automatically put him at Pirate King
So you
level.
talking about pre-Devil Fruit?
I'm not sure if I don't think he doesn't have Whitebeard's Devil Fruit, so that you can
No, like
take that.
pre-Devil Fruit. Like
Does he have
his
Whitebeard's
strength before
Haki?
he uses Devil Fruit.
Dude, he has something though, because like I know it's a really bad example again, but the scene where he kills the AO Pirates or defeats the AO Pirates or whatever,
Yeah.
they walk away from the town, right? And it's like, and then it zooms out. Everything's completely barren. There's no water in sight, but somehow there's a massive galleon ship in the middle of the city. Where did that come from?
So you think he picked it up and threw it there?
I don't know what happened. Like something happened to get there. But you know what I mean? Like he's doing something crazy.
I heard somebody say I saw a theory about a landslide fruit or some shit like that. I don't know.
Hey, Roger, didn't you have your own theory?
About the fruit?
Yeah.
The porcupine?
I did, but unfortunately that shit was proven wrong.
Wait,
I mean, it was not necessarily. I mean, because if Reiju is a moth and not a butterfly, which he may very well be a moth and not a butterfly, maybe Weevil still has the butterfly fruit where he do the butterfly effect shit and rip his wings and shit. I don't know, man. Who knows? Because Weevil means bug. That's exactly what Weevil means. The word Weevil means bug. And a lot of people were like, oh, his name's Weeble. No, his name's not Weeble. His official name is Weevil. Weevil means bug. I could see him having like some OP bug fruit, but realistically, like, what bug fruit would be like overpowered? And knowing like how Japanese folklore comes into play with a lot of these devil fruits, like even the cracker thing, how like you put the cracker in a tea and then it multiplies or whatever. I think it's the same kind of thing. Maybe Weevil's got like a butterfly zone, and you rip his wings, and then it creates like a, I don't know, man. Who knows? This was Brago's theory in the first place. It was a joke theory, and I liked it, and I was going to make a video, and I never made a video on it.
Luffy is big. Luffy is big about his friends, so I feel like when Weeble comes and Weeble's like, "Where's Marco?" He's gonna think, because Luffy is kind of slow, so I feel like he's not gonna know who Marco is at first, and he's gonna think back. Like Marco, that guy, and then he's gonna go crazy.
But look at
He
this though.
already remembered. He's Pineapple Head. He remembers.
No, I'm saying
You
like they're gonna have to,
they're
gonna have to tell Luffy, like Luffy's gonna be like Marco. They're gonna be like the Phoenix guy that on Whitebeard. He's gonna be like, oh, that guy. But I feel like when he thinks who's Marco is, he's gonna be out. He's gonna be like, yo, you're not getting nowhere near Marco. You gotta
But
fight
listen to
me.
this though. Listen to this though. Whitebeard's crew, right? You can say that they failed at Marineford, right?
They did fail.
They failed.
Not that they can say. They did.
Right?
They felt, but
hold on. The payback war. They failed, right?
Yeah, the payback war. They
So
felt.
then, if Marco then tries to protect Luffy and fail again,
Wait.
doesn't that tarnish the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates?
Wait.
Hey, it is what it is.
Wait. Can I just say something? Going back to that Weevil theory, that's kind of debunked because his name means Red Dog. We don't see him Red Dog. Arf, arf, arf.
That's true. That's true.
I think he did it in the war, bro. He did the Hellhound shit.
Well, actually, his name is Sakazuki, so.
That is.
Oh yeah, but hold on. What if like you know how Aokiji made the ice bird? What if he makes a lava dog?
Ooh.
Yeah, hell,
Cool. I'd like
Well,
to.
he did. He has a move called Dark Dog.
Yeah, he made it. He made that already.
He basically attacked Marco with it, and Marco blocked it.
And Kizaru got a yellow monkey. That sounds horrible.
I'll say that again.
Signature move.
That sounds wrong.
Yo, what if Kizaru's like final attack is something like Light Harambe or something? That'd be crazy.
Oh, no. Light Harambe.
Let's say like if Weebles let's say Weebles
Light Harambe.
let's say like Weebles actually Luffy, where's Marco at?
Can you do it again, boys, please? That is awesome.
Your mic messed up.
I'll say it again though. Like,
Big stuff for Kizaru, man.
Weevil has end of story plot potential.
He does, right?
Oh, sure, for sure.
But the thing is, I think it's if Weevil goes against Marco and he loses to Marco, he can still get back up and go find Blackbeard. You know, it's like that's who he wants.
It's true, but like
I think he's gonna be stronger than
that makes
Marco.
the chance of him like even achieving or getting close to his dream zero.
But
Because
the thing is,
Marco
though,
I
lost
feel
a
like
bit.
Oda likes. Look how much Oda trolled with Cracker. I feel like at the same time, even though he didn't take out named commanders like Jozo and stuff like that, as this Oda trolling because he doesn't want to give it away yet, so he just made him take out the irrelevant people. But I feel like he's on that level where he could take out if he meets them.
There's the third possibility that Weeble's going to do a turnaround and become an ally. Like if we remove Miss Bucking from the equation.
Yeah, just fuck up Miss Bucking, and then it'll be like, because then, like you said, he can
if
still
Marco
achieve his
beats
dream of
him, right?
facing.
Yeah,
he can still achieve his dream of facing Monster Blackbeard, but with Marco by his side. Or whatever.
If Marco beats
that
him
could work.
and then Marco
I
tells
like
him
that.
about
I like
Whitebeard,
that.
if
Wait,
Marco
wait.
and tells him about Whitebeard and what really happened, and it's like he has a change of heart, then he joins that whole fleet thing.
Yeah, he'll join with Marco and stuff.
True,
Yeah.
but I feel like
I
I feel like he's only gonna do that though after Luffy kicks his butt. I don't
But
think.
the thing is, no. But the thing is though, if Marco acknowledges him as like, because technically, if he feels like he's Whitebeard's son, and Marco is technically his brother, like, it's like I don't know. I don't see why they couldn't be okay because it seems like he's being controlled now.
All Luffy has to do is punch Miss Bucking in the face. That's it.
No, here's how I say. If
Miss
they get
Bucking
Marco,
is the one controlling Weevil.
Celestial Dragon.
It's
The only problem is that
Bobbity and Boo.
the only problem to that is that he loves his mum. The only problem is that he loves his mum so much. If you hurt her, he's gonna flip out.
Well, yeah, but then it'll be like, listen, it's a Bobbity and Boo situation, man.
I feel like we're taking.
First
like,
of all, stop saying Bobbity Boo because Bobbity Boo is way different from there.
No, it's not. Bobbity and Boo is definitely like that.
I know Weeble wants Marco, but I feel
Wait,
like
no, time out. Explain to me how that situation is any different, please.
Bobbity and Boo Daddy.
True.
Excuse me?
Yeah, but Miss Bucket. Okay, it's Babbity B.
Boo is let's not compare him to Weevil, please.
Yeah, right?
It's disrespectful to both characters.
Yeah, but we all know if there was like a cross, like if Boo like absorbed Weevil, it'd be like Weeboo or something.
Oh yeah, but I want to say like I know Weeble is looking for Marco.
Yeah, let's
So
let's
like I know.
question, though.
You said that like 5 times.
No. But I'm saying like.
Hold on,
I know
we gotta
Weeble's
move on,
looking
we
for
gotta move on.
Marco, but I don't think that that's Marco's fight because I feel like if Weeble was to ask Luffy, "Where's Marco?" and if Luffy goes, "I can't tell you that," and if Nami's like, "Luffy, why you can't?" he'll think back and he'll be like, "Marco saved my life." Like it's up to Luffy to take out Weeble. I feel like that's not for Marco.
Why would it be up to Luffy?
Because that Marco saved his life in Marineford. Luffy should be strong enough to deal with this on his own now. So he's
Wait, why? I still don't
He's
understand
not strong
why
enough.
we're talking about Weevil when we're on Whole Cake Island. Like what?
Wait. Think about it like this.
You guys think Miss Barking is connected to Big Mom at all?
I think so.
I think so.
Maybe.
That would
She
mean
might be a
Weevil
daughter,
is
actually.
connected to Big Mom.
I don't think so.
No, I don't
She
think
looks.
so.
I think she's too old.
Have we met the first daughter of Big Mom yet?
Yeah, but look at Brule.
Nah.
She's like 70 years old.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Look, Miss Bucking might be.
And she's like the 7th daughter.
I don't
That would
Yeah,
mean
yeah.
Big Mom
Brule
has
is
control over
what is
Weevil.
Brule? Brule is the what? The 7th? You said?
Or the 6th, I don't know. Forget.
6th? Jesus.
People
Where's
talking about Sabo's Hell's memories and that his power is gonna be based on his experiences with his brothers. What do you guys
Yeah,
think?
because he hate his family, all the bad memories.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be stronger.
It's gonna be stronger. It's gonna be
Sabo
stronger.
does not have Hell's memories.
We're talking about Sanji. He meant Sanji.
Sanji.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
Wait, what did you say? What did I say?
Sorry.
This is Sabo.
I was about to.
I just said Sanji. Wait, you heard Sanji? No, yeah. So Sanji.
Yeah, that's a good point. When Sanji does Hell memories, it should be extra boosted. It should be powerful.
Oh, that's actually good thinking.
Yeah, so against his brothers, he gets it's amplified.
Ivankov would have taught him like to fuel, like to use like his hate as fuel for his power.
Yeah.
He might get blue flame.
Is that why he's trembling because he can't control it right now?
Maybe.
We're gonna see black flames, bro.
Yeah,
Black.
so next chapter
Black
we're just gonna see
flames?
black flames attack blood
So maybe
agents.
I assumed Sanji was trembling because he got triggered. Like he was thinking of like when he was beat up as a kid.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that's beat.
yeah, I do think that as well. But if it's
But
like,
but he can use those memories to fuel him. If
yeah,
he
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
Or maybe he's doing a gone. He's like really excited to fight someone strong.
Well, like I heard a lot of people say that in the
it's just like Killua.
Now the
I heard
main
a lot of
question,
people say that in
main question we gotta ask though that we sort of skipped over when we were talking about Whole Cake Island stuff, and I think it's really important. Do you or do you not think Sparrow eats ass?
You hear me?
Hey, come
You
on.
said Sparrow eat ass.
Dude, of course he does. He can turn, no, guys, of course he eats ass. He can turn crap into candy.
He turns
That's
the
what I'm
candy
thinking.
first.
That's what I'm
he eats that
thinking
ass up.
exactly.
Wait, who's ass? Who's ass?
Sparrow eats ass, man.
Confirmed.
Hello?
Who confirmed this?
We can hear you, sir.
Okay, great. Okay.
Okay, when I was reading that panel,
someone
with Sanji with the
said
cuffs on
ship
him.
licky tongue with Sparrow.
Hey, cut that
No,
out.
don't be
When I was reading
disrespecting
that-
my favorite Pokemon like that, man. Licky Tongue's my favorite Pokemon. Don't fuck.
What about
Oh, you're very disrespectful right now.
When I was reading and looking at that panel with Sanji with the cuffs on him and him shaking and stuff like that, I wasn't sure what was going on. I thought that maybe he tried to get out and he blew his arms off or something like that. Or I thought he was thinking about doing that.
Come on, bro.
No. I know it's check this out. I know it's extreme.
Wow.
I know it's extreme, but I felt like he was think like something like that because the way that it was, I didn't feel like it was related to his brothers or whatever like that.
Someone just said Trey was a devil fruit user in a comment I saw in a video just now.
What would you say?
Someone said Trable isn't a devil fruit user.
He was clearly a devil user.
Come on, man. We know there's a little bit of special One Piece fans. You don't have to address all.
Man, I still can't get over that Big Mom actually killed her son.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
She
right.
killed Moscato?
Well, I mean, she's like, if you don't go to a tea
That's
party, she sends your best friend's head in a present. So
And that shit's crazy.
Yeah, but that scene was weird though, cause one guy was like saying, "Don't like live a second out or something." Like
Yeah,
we can bring him back.
He'll be alive.
I don't think
he's dead.
Maybe she could put
No,
him
I think
into
he's dead, but they just have his soul, like his
They
years.
want-
and
Yeah,
shit.
maybe she could
Like,
put him
his
into
years.
Maybe they're gonna put him in like another body or something.
Yeah, like maybe they could put him inside a room or something like
the weird
that.
part is though, like let's say she takes your soul, right? Your soul is still alive, but your body's just a husk. But they said that even like all her abilities cannot interact with, like she can't put souls inside human bodies.
Yeah, so she just
like
cannot put it back.
Yeah, so like even if like she takes your soul, she can't put it back in your husk. Is that what it says?
Yeah, I think so.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they said that.
She might make him a toy then, like
A big ass tree.
Sugar, bro. She's not sugar.
Well, I
Another
need to double check that, because I think they said like people like living hosts, people with souls already.
No, she said that something the souls can go into living things.
Into living things. Like if you've taken your soul, your body isn't living anymore. So she could put it.
Do you guys think that Pudding is going to be saved at the end of this arc? Or do you think
so. Yeah.
I think
there's two alternatives. Like she's
Viola.
mad evil, or she's gonna help.
Yo, that third
So
eye.
what do you think, guys? He's gonna betray everybody, or I mean the crew. The
Wait.
Luffy crew?
Do you guys think the third three-eyed chick and Puddin are different people or the same?
I think it's the same person, but I feel like
honestly
she's
don't
not
know.
trying
It
to
could be a
reveal it.
troll. It could be a troll.
Like, cause if you remember, Lola has like a twin that looks
Right,
exactly.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm like, it could be a troll move, like that whole time.
Maybe.
I
I
feel
don't
like
know.
her third eye makes I feel like her third eye makes her look weird, so she just hides it unless she's using it.
That's what they want us to believe. Yeah, obviously that's what they want us to believe. But
I think he's using her some massive bluff troll card,
Yeah.
dude. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
maybe the 3 eyes are hinting to like triplets or some shit. Like, honestly. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, one has 3 eyes. One has.
Pudding does seem to have smaller boobs than the girl with 3 eyes.
Oh, wait. Well, that's a good observation right there.
That's a good observation.
I didn't notice that.
Wait, but don't they still have the blue slime by them?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that kind of mean that
They might, I might confirm it.
Wait, they could have more than one blue slime.
identical?
Yes.
Yeah, but
they all probably look
the
the
blue
same.
slime is very different because it's got a face and a hat, and it's smaller than the one on the Triple I girl.
Mmm.
You sure?
Because the Triple I girl one is like the size of her head to her stomach, and it doesn't have a face or a hat or a cigar.
That's true.
And one
thing
other
I want to say
thing is,
about the girl with the 3 eyes is that like when I seen her in the anime, she had a look on her face like.
Oh my god! What if the three-eyed one is like the first Calamity or something?
Stop.
Hey! Wait, why we automatically think that's crazy?
Hold on, like
say that?
I was gonna say is that like when Big
When you
Mom ate
search,
that person,
wait, this is right. Sorry to break in. I just noticed this. I typed in three-eyed girl on Twitter, and on Google, and the very first image that comes up is my fucking thumbnail for the three-eyed girl theory. That's awesome. That's awesome. All right,
But yeah,
continue.
she had this look on her face like when Big Mom ate the person. Some people said she had a look on her face like she didn't mind, but to me she had a look on her face like she's sick of this.
Yeah, it was disgust.
So what I'm trying to say now, look, now if that's Puddin, she's just like disgusted of that. I could see them rescuing her when this is over, and her wanting to leave or whatever.
But why does she have
It's gonna be like Dress
throne
Rosa,
in
bro.
like Big Mom's
It's gonna be like
room?
Dress Rosa.
What do you mean?
She has like a throne in Big Mom's like palace. Like
cause she's a daughter, she's royalty.
She's royalty?
Yeah, like I feel like all remember her son
Yeah,
that she
you
killed,
guys are
they
right. Like,
called
the
him master,
three-eyed one
even
looks
though
very
she killed them.
The three-eyed one looks very
That's
different.
why I was saying this. Like they're two different people. That's what I think.
You think the three-eyed girl is
Yeah, I
different
think they
from-
could be
okay.
different people.
Like they could be different people, but I feel like
if Lola has a
feel like
twin,
they're the same.
that's possible. We might have like two people that look like Purin.
Twins, yeah.
They're two different, like they could be two different people. But
I'm
I
about
feel
to
like it's
post it in
the
the
same
chat.
person because check this out. If they're two different people, the only reason that they should be different is if she has a hack's devil fruit with that eye. Because then it's like
It's in the
if she's a
YouTube,
weakling, it makes no sense. But if that eye is gonna be powerful, and if like Puddin's like that's my evil sister or something like that, then it gets interesting.
I mean,
If
it's
she's
like
gonna
the
be
first time we're seeing someone with like 3 eyes, so it must have.
One thing I do think it's interesting though is a lot of the named children, they all either have a devil fruit and they're a commander, or they have like a title, like Minister of Gelato or Minister or whatever. And when they introduced Pudding, she doesn't have a title. What if she is? I don't know. Like, obviously, this is a crazy ass theory with no basis. But what if maybe she is one of the commanders?
Yeah, I can believe it.
Yeah,
Wow.
the thing is that she can't be strong because Luffy would have sensed it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, well.
But yeah, it could be a different Purin,
I will have an emblem.
Cracker was inside armor, and Luffy didn't really sense that, did he?
Nah, he sensed it.
No, he said he was strong, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, who are we talking about?
Cracker.
Luffy was Cracker.
Uh-oh.
Wait, wasn't Cracker the minister of Biscuit though?
No, no, that wasn't him.
Wasn't?
No, I don't think so.
I think he said
I
something.
swear he said something. Yeah.
I thought he was the Minister of Biscuits too.
Yeah, he said something about him being. Yeah. How many ministers did
They have like
They got one for
41
all the
islands, right? Like 40 plus islands, and they have all ministers in it.
I still think it's funny Capone's kid is named Pez. That's just funny. Little baby Pez dispenser.
Yeah, dude got a cigar, man.
I think he called it Pats. Pets, like.
Well, Pets. No, Pets was the fucking manga stream translation. The official translation was Pez.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
in the-
I like the fact that they called him, if it was called Pets, like, it was like Sabo basically couldn't remember Gats's name. It's funny.
Pets.
It's kind of confirmed that Capone's son and that Shanks' daughter will have something.
Oh fuck no.
It's also possible Pudding's design changed because it was designed a very long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, look at Big Mom when we first saw her in that scene too. She looks way different.
As well as Kaido.
Yeah, Kaido's the one that.
Kaido looks the metamorphose with that dude was incredible.
Kaido looks way different. Like at first, the way that they was showing him, I thought he was like a small guy with like a big head or something like that.
Yeah,
I
thought he was a
eccentric.
priest or something.
Real eccentric.
He looked like a man, like a regular person now.
Yeah, like a mafia guy or something like that.
He looks fat.
What happened with?
Do you think that was intentional?
Yeah, I think Oda was just hiding him from
To
us.
show that he went through some transformation.
Maybe,
Whoa,
maybe,
whoa.
maybe. That's a
Yo, there's
possibility.
speculation though.
Where it's
I don't
like,
know. I don't know about Kaido going another transformation, but I do think it was intentional because I don't think he will reveal the silhouette earlier on that series.
Like
He
putting
probably didn't
third
even have
eye.
them finalized yet at that point.
I mean, but it's like completely different now. Even Big Mom is still fairly the same.
Yeah, yeah.
But
Big Mom looks pretty different. If you look at the original Big Mom sketch and the new one.
the Big
Well,
Mom.
Kaido look like two different people though.
Yeah, but like you could tell it was Big Mom. So Kaido was like, "Who the hell is this guy?" And, like after we saw him in 795, I was like, "That's not who we saw."
The other thing, like that image tricked us a lot because like I'm like I know he has to be beast, but the way he looks is like I didn't think he was that strong.
He looked
Kaido
like a
was like
savage.
he had a regular face. He didn't
He
have.
looked like a savage back then, but he
He
still
had a
looks like
huge
one
ass
too.
face though, with like long
Yeah,
hair.
big
With
head,
long, yeah.
curly hair.
But now
And then
it's
they
like,
said that he's like you can't reason with him. I thought he was like mad small. Like I call a shots.
Yeah, everyone was saying he was gonna be like this small guy with like a
Yeah.
crazy devil fruit.
People said he was
giant dragon.
People said it's gonna be based on Napoleon.
People is on.
Yeah, that was alpha.
I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't know if this means he went through some. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Or did they change the design?
Maybe.
Maybe. But if it's like this is what Kaido, looked like back then, and then all of a sudden something happened to make him transform into this big creature.
Know what it could have been though? It could have been that no one ever even seen him or something like that. So like that's what they thought he looked like. Or
No,
whatever
no,
like that.
Gecko Moria, he was rivaling him, and he was a Shichibukai. So
And-
It could have been like
Wasn't it-
what he did to Marco.
Well,
because
true,
Marco
but hold on.
ugly as shit at first.
Like I want to say this. Yeah, Gecko Moria knows what he looks like, but as far as what Luffy knows, Luffy like didn't know that. I think that's the image Luffy put in his own head about him.
No, but it was
When we really seen him, he looked different.
But it was stated that the Marines and the Yonko captured him, so they must know how he looks like.
No, I said they know, but I mean like I think the silhouette we seen was from Luffy's point of view. Like that's what he thought about Kaido.
Wasn't
That's
that
why
from
he looked at
Garp's
that way.
point of view?
Do you guys think Moria defeated Kaido at one
Hell
point
no.
in time?
Oh my gosh!
No.
Oh my gosh!
Kaido killed his entire
Don't go there.
Guys, you can say he did because Kaido has suffered like 7 defeats or something like that.
Yeah,
yeah, that doesn't mean that came from Garp.
And you're thinking that Moria is one of them? Nah.
But Moria after his crew died, it was different.
Like no, listen, it doesn't mean when he was a Yonko he suffered 7 defeats.
Yeah, we know it
His,
could have been.
it was his entire life as a pirate. So Moria could have defeated the original Kaido before he became OP.
I don't think that's
I don't know.
I love
can't
Garp
say.
and Moria, but I don't think he.
I can't say that.
Moria
But
lost to
think
Luffy before Luffy even had hockey. So like,
Yeah.
I don't think
but Moria
It's not that
is
far-fetched.
Moria is like really rusty compared to his prime.
It's
Like
not
if you look at Film Strongworld or Film Zero, the Moria you see at Roger's execution 20 years ago, a very different man.
Oh yeah, he had a
he
square.
was
body.
buff. That's true. Yeah.
I don't think it's that far fetched because like
Didn't they say Moria relies on his power too much now? He's just relaxing.
Yeah.
maybe he just after that Elder Crocodile, I mean, he lost his crew.
Yeah. After you
Not
lose your
Crocodile,
crew,
but
you pretty much lose everything.
Yeah, there's like his confidence. He got fat, got weak.
What is he? Is he like a
the
human
dude's
or something?
Dude could have lost weight, bro.
In 20 years ago.
Say that again, Theory?
Gecko doesn't even have a neck 20 years ago. Is that what 20 years does to you? You just get some giraffe neck?
Yeah. What is it? Is it like a creature or something? Like
it's very possible that he's a.
Because he has horns.
Like I don't think Gecko Moria is that strong as a fighter, but I feel like he has something to do with Weevil. I feel like he has something to do with Weevil because
I
it
was
seems
saying the same
sketchy.
thing.
Because like Dofi came and said you're too weak to be one of us or whatever like that, and he tried to execute him or whatever like that. Somebody said that somebody stepped in and saved him, but I think that they did something where it's like, okay, we'll keep you alive under these circumstances, like help create Weevil or something like that. And he helped.
But the thing is, like, if you're saying he's got Whitebeard's shadow, that's impossible.
No, I'm not saying. Listen. I'm not saying it's shadow based or whatever like that. I'm saying that like he used part of his power with somebody else's power. What if he worked with Vegapunk and made Weevil or something like that? I'm saying like he could have had a hand in it. I'm not saying it was him all alone.
Gecko Moria is the first person to shit on Gear second. So
Yeah,
he's definitely not
pretty
underrated. Or he needs to stop being underrated.
Yeah, Shadow Asgard and like Black Box and the Brick Bats and
If he- if-
Brick Bat though.
They're
He
like,
did some good moves though.
if he gets a lot of shadows, he's strong or whatever like that. But the thing is, like, Dofi kind of had a point where he was like, you know, you're too weak to be one of us. Like when I was looking at the warlords and stuff like that, he seemed the weakest. He seemed the weakest or whatever
I
like that.
think
I was hyped. I was. It's like Kuma took all his spotlight once Kuma came or whatever like that.
Did Moria use his shadow abilities?
Wait,
during
you said
Marineford?
You said Kuma took.
Yeah.
Yeah, he used it on like
I
versus
feel like he did
Jinbei.
because I
You
thought
know,
I thought he
Jinbei
was
now
gonna go
used
in.
the water
Did he use
thing
like
and
Brickbat and Doppelman?
nah, he
No,
only
he
used like
didn't
the
use none of them.
zombies.
Right, that's no. Listen. I just thought of something. Maybe because it was daytime, that nerfs his ability.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's a fact because we know he can't hang in the sun. But
The sun, yeah.
Yeah, true.
wait, Ty, what did you say? I just forgot what you said.
This is my opinion.
What do you guys think to that? Is that actually legit?
Think to what?
The daytime thing.
Maybe he was
He
nerfed
can
during
use his shadows.
the
Oh
war.
yeah, that's a fact. We know that.
Yeah,
If he brought it out, he would have got He would have got. Yeah, let's not use that word, but he would have. It would have ended nice for him. That's why he was nice in the island.
If that's like 100% true, that changes everything. Like why he was so crap at Marineford.
Yeah.
And also, notice how he roasted Kuma too. Kuma tried to threaten him. He was like, "Shut the hell up! I know about your ability." So he obviously wasn't scared of him.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Oh
mean
yeah,
that he went against Kuma, he would have won.
So what I want to say is that this is just my opinion. I feel like Moria was like at that time or whatever like that. I was looking forward to it or whatever like that. But I feel like he came off as weaker than Crocodile. I feel like he came off weaker than Enel or whatever like that. And I feel like Kuma just took all his spotlight at the end when Kuma came. He was even shook a Kuma kind of like, what are you doing here or whatever like that.
Wait, who was Shika? Kuma?
Moria.
I don't know if shook is the right
Like
word.
you shook up Kuma? No.
It would kind of be more surprised.
I said to me that he was like the weakest warlord.
Oh, that you
at the
think
time,
Moria was the
yeah.
weakest warlord?
At the time, yeah.
Yeah, I can see that happening. I can see that.
I could see probably be Crocobones.
I don't think he's being Crocodile though.
Moria? I don't think Moria.
Listen. Dofi wanted to team up with Crocodile with Moria. He was like, "You're too weak to be one of us." You know what I mean? I don't want to team up with you, nothing. Like, so I think Crocodile's stronger.
No, but at the same time, Crocodile, Crocodile, he was fighting against the world government. Dofumi, he was like, "What are you doing? You're supposed to be underneath me." So it's not like he was like, "I need you on my team." He was more upset that Crocodile, he was like fighting against Marines. He was doing all this weird shit, helping out Luffy.
That's not the case because Crocodile was an ex-warlord. He had no ties to Dofi whatsoever. Dofi was just saying like, "Yo, team up with me," and Crocodile was like,
Yeah, I agree with that. Where
That's a good point.
Yeah, where Crocodile was kind of acknowledged by Dofi, and Moria was kind of like, "You're trash."
Yeah.
But I don't think it goes to. I think he was just not. He's just not the same anymore. Like after losing all those people, I just feel like, yeah, you just.
Like, cause Dofi used pacifistas to kill him off. Something like that.
I mean, at that point, I think Moria's trash. Everybody said Crocodile would destroy Moria.
I'm not going that far.
Yeah, I can't see that.
No, Moria he ain't that bad.
I don't think he's destroying Moria.
Wait, but I know that the YouTuber that goes by AnimeFantalk, he has a theory he wants to share.
What's the theory?
Well, you know, most of the people in here just disagree with having a second time skip, and mostly One World HD. So I wish he was here, but I'll do a video on this. Anyways,
One World HD.
One World HD. Yeah.
Hey, don't worry. Cody's trash. Don't worry. Continue talking.
Yeah, do your thing.
Listen, majority of you guys do not agree with the second time skip, especially One World HD. Okay?
Repeating himself.
But okay, I'm getting to my point. I found evidence of a full time skip. Extra Oda, and almost one or two arcs here and there. There are little kids, okay? We got Aya from Skypiea. We got the little fishmen, or the fisherman kids of Fishman Island. Then we have Shuri. Then we have Capone's little baby. Then we have Momonosuke. All these little kids you see, they want to be like Monkey and Luffy. And they're all strong, and we've seen them try to fight before, and obviously they've been defeated. But I feel like these little kids, are just a placement for the final war. And that's my theory. That's the second time skip.
What the hell is Capo's little baby going to do?
You could add Toby in there.
No, Ashura, you're
Yeah,
taking it out of
too.
context already. What he's saying is that if there's a second time skip, depending on how long it is, those children are going to take a role
They're
in the
going to be
future.
grown. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay.
I feel like that second full time skip or whatever though would be like in an epilogue. I don't necessarily think it would be by the Throne War. I would like it. I think that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel the same way. Like they would be grown up towards the end.
How old is Momonosuke right now?
10,
The only problem with the second time skip, even if it was like 1 year or 2 years, is that with the original time skip we have, there's so much that happened that we haven't seen and missed.
Right.
If there was another one, there's even more stuff that would have
Too
to
much
catch up
off
on.
screen.
I think you would kind of like have to extend the series.
And then the series will end like Bleach.
But what I will say is that
One Piece isn't Bleach. One Piece isn't Bleach.
is that like I do agree that there needs to be a time of training or like a point in the story where the crew just go somewhere and they just with themselves and they train. But I'm not sure about a time scale, like not more than a year.
Yeah, true. I agree with him. Like I'm actually gonna say this because we don't actually need an off-screen time skip. What if like Luffy is strong enough to where he's gonna give Shanks his hat back, right? And let's say Luffy meets Shanks, right? And Shanks is like, you've been a pirate for a long time. It's about time I show you this. And he's just like, he shows Luffy something OP. And like I feel like they can get a training power up like that to where like, we get to see it and he works on it, he hones it. I don't think we don't need a time skip. I think they just need to learn something to put them at a higher level. Like Shanks could be like, all the it's even more stronger than King's Hockey. All the pirates, all of the top tier pirates in the New World could do it. Like all the Yonkos.
Wait.
Like,
Wow. Is somebody wait. Is somebody playing Skyward Sword right now?
Yeah.
Because I just heard dun and dun and dun and dun and dun and dun.
Wait, but I was about to say
But hold on, but what I'm saying, wouldn't that change things if Shanks shows him some top tier like official joint that he could use that might be able to take out a Yonko or something like that once he masters it or something like that?
Wait, but at the same time, would Luffy take it though? Because what if he's like, I don't want this shortcut?
Why would you not? That's not a shortcut. This is somebody teaching you.
No.
That you have to respect.
He gave him something that was like super OP.
It's not like
Shanks isn't going to train Luffy because Luffy wants
Shanks
to
is not going to train Luffy.
Yeah, like
that's not
how
Shanks.
Then how is he going to surpass Shanks by using his own ability?
Well, I don't think Ty is saying a full training, but I think it could be like they have
Shanks
like
isn't anything.
I just use Shanks as an example. It doesn't have to be Shanks. It could be anybody.
I would like to see a spar against Shanks' crew. You see,
maybe Marco. Maybe Marco and the White Beard Pirates.
Yeah, I can see Marco training Luffy.
Marco can do it.
One more HD a long time ago made a film.
Wait a second, but don't y'all have
if Silver's Rayleigh was the one to train Luffy and Haki, that Scopa could possibly be the one to train him in his devil fruit.
That'd be okay. Yeah, that'd be cool.
I can see that.
But if it's a little bit too predictable for Oda.
I think Luffy is kind of he's somewhere near mastering his devil fruit already.
Yeah.
But don't you think before Shanks gets his hat back, he's going to have to test Luffy?
Yeah, of course.
He's going to test him.
He's going to see if he's going to like, all right, are you strong enough? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's
what if Luffy was like so strong that like he accidentally one-shot Shanks and killed him?
Oh yeah, what I want to say about the Shanks thing is Luffy doesn't have to be stronger than Shanks when he meets him. All Shanks said is that he wants
take
Luffy
your hat, idiot.
No. I'm not
wait. Hold on. I'm just saying that all Shanks said was he wanted Luffy to be a great pirate. At Marineford, Shanks was like, you're not a great pirate yet. That would be breaking the promise. So I feel like once Luffy's a great pirate, then
walked up to his face, dude. You disappoint me.
Arguably, Luffy's already a great pirate.
No. Wait,
Wait,
Brago. You can't say that because you were saying that Luffy needs to work on his base. This cracker fight.
No.
Look.
What does that have to do with being a great pirate?
No, Brago, look, listen.
What does that have to do with being a great pirate?
I'm gonna explain. If Luffy had to go all out just for a clone, that he's not a great pirate. Now look, when Shanks
what makes a great pirate? Strength?
No, look, listen. Look, when Shanks came at Marineford, I thought Luffy was a great pirate, but Shanks said he was like, you're not a great pirate yet. That would be breaking the promise. I don't even want to see Luffy or whatever.
Can you give me the link to that translation?
So Luffy, while he's impressing us, to the top tier people, to the monsters, he has work to do before he's a great pirate.
What's
But
a
how
great
did that make him
pirate?
not a great pirate though?
What's a great pirate then?
Who knows?
I don't
Maybe.
remember Shanks
Hold
saying
on, hold
you're
on.
not a good
Like
pirate.
maybe to Shanks, maybe that's Ben Beckman level. Maybe that's like his right hand
So
level
it's
or
strength
something
then.
like that.
That's what you're saying.
It's not gonna be based off one thing. Shanks said though that Luffy's not. Put it like this: if he wasn't a great pirate at Marineford, I'm pretty sure he's not a great pirate right now. But soon he will be, because he'll give him later on he will be. But I don't think he's a great pirate right now.
So what do you
Like,
think he
hold on,
is? He's a good
you know
pirate?
who's a great pirate? Unfortunately, like Blackbeard, I feel like is a great pirate because look at how much he accomplished. No, look how much he accomplished. Look how much he got done. Look how strong his crew is. I feel like he's a
Luffy
great
has
pirate.
saved 2 countries.
Luffy, no. It's other people that are great pirates. But I'm just trying to give an example. Like
That's
Luffy's
the
a great
complete
pirate.
opposite. That's a terrible pirate. Like Luffy
No,
said
they're
it to-
all
Luffy-
pirates.
no,
They're
Luffy- no,
all
Luffy said it to
evil.
Jinbei.
That's not a. You don't have to be a.
That's not a terrible. That's not a terrible pirate.
I mean, pirate life. Blackbeard did good. He's a great pirate. You can't-
But Luffy wants all the meat to
Luffy,
himself.
if Luffy saved 2 islands, that's not a bad pirate because you know Whitebeard, he actually helped out the fishermen and everything. So
Yeah.
just because he saved the island doesn't mean you're going.
Yes, no. There's a big difference because Whitebeard then claimed that island as his territory, like a pirate, and because of his strong name, that thus protects that island.
And didn't Luffy claim Fishman Island?
Yeah.
No, he hasn't.
Nah, it's still. I think it's still on the
he
Big Mom.
still needs to defeat Big Mom, and then he takes it.
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like Jack's a great pirate.
And Brago, what I want to bring up is that we just seen Shanks on the cover page or whatever like that, and you said it yourself that he looks like a proud father, right? On the cover page. All right, but it looks like one of those things to where, like, you know, all right, like you just graduated 5th grade or something like that. Like, yeah, I'm proud of you or something like that. Or like check this out. Or it looked like, you know, like you just graduated 8th grade. I'm proud of you. You know, you moved up. But it wasn't the type of look that's like, congratulations, you did it. I'm ready to get my hat back. It wasn't that. Like Luffy.
What would that look be? Just
No, you get what I'm saying? Like he wasn't shocked.
He
Like
lost his virginity. He's happy.
he wasn't shocked to the point to where it's like, you know, wow, Luffy did it. He can't impress me no more. He did it. It's like one of those things where, like, I'm happy, but, you know, it's more you can do. I'm looking forward to what else you do or whatever like that. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, he wasn't as happy as he could be for Luffy to be a great pirate yet. You know, he was impressed by it, but I feel like, you know, it was like you graduated 6th grade, yeah, or like you graduated 8th grade, yeah, Luffy, all right.
Would you? Okay. So you're saying a great pirate has to be able to claim their own territory? That's what we're saying?
No, it's not about that. It's that don't make what I'm saying hard to understand. A great pirate, like
I'm asking the question.
a top tier pirate, Brago, a top tier pirate in the New World or whatever like that. He has to be like a great pirate, like
You keep saying a great pirate.
No, I gave an example with Blackbeard. Forget that. I don't care how much
saying
people say he
Yonko.
did. No, check this out.
Pirate, that's it.
You
No,
said
but
Yonko.
listen. It's not about being a Yonko per se though. You could be a great pirate without, like, Dragon's a great pirate. Blackbeard's a great pirate.
Dragon's revolutionary.
But wait. By saying the saying, I'm not like other girls, it's based on the idea that women in femininity are inherently vapid and lack value. Always reject that.
Are you gay?
Where did that come from?
What was that thing?
What the hell just happened that
I think Roger bumped into a feminist that she's got.
Yeah. Hashtag feminism matters.
All right, so Brago, and then another thing is that, like, you're saying, hold on, wait.
Anyway,
let me check, Brago. You think Luffy's a great pirate right now? And I mean, great to Shanks' expectations. You think, and this guy's a Yonko, so you think Luffy's a great pirate, or you think what I'm saying, like, you know, he's doing good, but he has a ways to go still? Because I think he has a ways to go still. And
Yeah,
I think this
I
fight
can
with
agree with
Cracker.
that because
Asking, like, at what point do you think he'd be a great pirate? That's all I'm asking.
Keep in mind Shanks and Luffy's relationship. They were great pirates.
That's a really hard question because that's like saying
No.
At what point do you think Luffy will become the Pirate King of
No, it's not. No, it's not. Because it's like if I ask, in your opinion, what makes Luffy a great pirate? And you said he doesn't have territory, so that's what your opinion is, right?
I never said he didn't.
I saw it in the theory.
Oh, okay.
That's not my opinion, no.
So what do you think?
I was arguing the territory thing for someone saying that him saving islands makes him a great pirate.
No. I said that. When you
So,
said
Brago,
that,
do you
said
think
that
Luffy's
would
a
make
great
him
pirate?
the opposite. That doesn't
Right
like,
now?
Do I think he's a great pirate?
To Shanks standards, the standards with the hat thing. And when Shanks at Marineford, he said he wasn't. or whatever that.
No. Wait. I'm not. No.
And Brago, keep this in mind that Shanks was so serious about it. He didn't even want to see Luffy.
All right, I'll step in here then. I'll say that the Shanks requirement for Great Pirate is when Luffy is strong enough to take on a Yonko, equal to Shanks.
Right now? Wait, no, but on a serious note, I just sworn I did not remember Shanks saying that. I thought he said he didn't want to see him in his current state.
He didn't say
no,
that.
he said it wasn't about his state. He said that Luffy's not a great pirate. That's why he didn't want to see him right now.
Nah, he said it would break the promise if he met Luffy right now. Oh, I can't really remember.
You're wrong.
Yeah. No. I'm saying like it would break the promise because at the moment he's not a great pirate. Shanks was saying, so he can't see Luffy right now or whatever like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's true. That is true.
Yeah, that I think that's
all right, Brago. I'm just asking you. Do you think Luffy's a great pirate to Shanks' expectations right now?
Hell
you say yes or no. You don't have to say yes. Just say no.
What do you mean? No. What I'm saying is like with.
I asked you something. Can I get an answer?
Are you dodging?
wait. Can I answer the question?
What's the point of dodging the question?
My nigga, let me answer the question.
Bro, who's taking this shit?
Wait. Who's making that noise, man? Let me answer the question. So, as far as Shanks' perspective, what do you mean?
All right. Luffy being not just some random great pirate or whatever like that. Luffy being a great pirate to Shanks' expectations.
No. Why do you need more laying out? It's obvious what he means. He means when Shanks.
He always does this. He's trolling.
Return this back to me.
Listen, because you can't answer the question.
Just ask the question.
No. Stop. What he means when Shanks said to Luffy, "Return this hat to me when you are a great pirate." Is Luffy at that great pirate standard right now?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think he's a great pirate already. Yes.
All right. So Brago, you said that he's a great pirate already. Yeah. So then that means that next arc, Luffy could meet Shanks, give him the hat back, and the story could be over. I feel like when he gives him that hat back, the story's gonna be over around that time. So. Now, wait, hold on. Look. So, are y'all ready? Look, if Luffy met Shanks next arc, gave him the hat back, and Shanks
Luffy
goes,
wants to be
great. No, look, listen.
He's a great pirate already.
Listen, look. If Luffy meets Shanks next arc, and Shanks goes, Luffy, you're a great pirate. Give me the hat back, and then it starts to end. Where y'all be disappointed?
He become pirate.
All right. So hold on. So wait. Hold on. So why would the gap from Shanks' expectation of a great pirate?
Can you imagine that? Like Shanks turns up, it's like, bro, give him my hat back.
Luffy will become a great pirate when everyone in his crew reaches their dream. Basically, he'll become a good captain and he'll become a good pirate.
Wait. Did this man actually just suggest that Luffy is going to give Shanks the hat back and the series is going to end? I'm done.
Yes.
He did. No. All right. I said that I didn't say that that's what's gonna happen. I said that like if you're saying Luffy's that kind of great pirate right now, I feel like then that's like saying that the story could end pretty much because he's that great pirate. No, listen. I know Luffy wants to be a pirate. I know Luffy wants to be the pirate king, but I feel like the gap from pirate king and the type of great pirate that Shanks is talking about is very slim. That like. That's like towards the end of the story.
But
so hold on. So look. So even if the story doesn't end, next arc, Luffy meets Shanks. He gives Shanks the hat back, and for the rest of these arcs, he's no longer Straw Hat Luffy because he has no Straw Hat. You think like it can't go like that. He needs.
First of all, that's the most dumbest thing I heard. That would never.
He's gonna be Straw Hat Luffy until the end of it.
No. First thing, the thing that you said when you said that if he would have turned it, even if he does turn in the hat, there's still multiple obstacles there he has to go through. That's not saying that Blackbeard just would be like, oh, he gave me back the hat. Let me just stop being Pirate King.
That's not true. If the hat plays a big part of the story or whatever like that.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
Remember the hat
wants to be Pirate King now, so it wouldn't end the story.
The hat used to be, but Shanks said a great pirate. How is he a great pirate already?
Because
he has accomplished a lot.
Oh, Rogersbase left?
Yeah, he did as soon as I said.
Hold on. So wait. So then look, that's like saying Shanks must be a scrub then, right?
What?
You think Luffy's a scrub?
What are you talking about, Ty?
No, but like, look. Because look, if you're saying that Luffy's the type of great pirate that Shanks was expecting right now, and Cracker just told him you went all out on my clone, and like that's like
But
saying
didn't you say that? Didn't you say that it doesn't have to do with strength?
You just said that.
I hold on. I did not say that. I said that.
You
it
said
has
that's not
it's
the only
gonna-
thing. You said that's the
exactly.
only
I said
thing.
it's gonna factor a whole bunch of other things into it, but
Right. Luffy's a
if-
great leader. He saved people. He saved countries. What?
That's
yeah,
not-
he's broken out of Impel Down. What else? What else makes him a great pirate?
Disrespectful ass niggas.
No.
Bro, leave me out there for how long? I brought you all hospitality. Void Century.
We set up a table for you.
Brago, look, I'm gonna say this. All the stuff that Luffy did, right? You said he got out of Impel Down and stuff like that. When Shanks came to Marineford, Shanks know Luffy got out of Impel Down, but he was still like, yo,
Wait,
you know,
he didn't know he got out of the Impel Down.
Shanks, the Yonkos know, they know. Shanks was like,
No,
you're still not a great pirate.
No, come on, Ty.
Big Mom knows everything. Shanks,
It's not. No,
Blackbeard,
hold on.
Kaido,
Y'all saying Big Mom? They said that all the Yonkos have
Well,
that
you
great
guys,
information.
like, I need to
They
correct
can
the whole
gather.
thing about Luffy saving islands. Luffy saving islands does not make him a good pirate. It's not what pirates do.
Well, you said by Shanks standards, though.
Yeah, by Shanks standards.
You said by Shanks'
is a normal
standards.
pirate. Though.
Hold on.
In
Look,
that case,
you can't even say that. You can't even say that about Shanks.
Didn't you say Blackbeard is a great pirate? Do you think
Because
Blackbeard's
look,
a great pirate?
yeah,
Blackbeard is a
pirate
great
life. Shanks, look, hold on, look.
Do you think Blackbeard is a
Shanks
great
didn't live the
pirate?
pirate life.
Yeah,
though.
look,
Shanks did not live
Blackbeard
the
is a
pirate
great.
life.
Well, look, Blackbeard is a
Guys,
great pirate.
being a
Remember
pirate
when
is about being
Shanks?
how free you are.
Hold on, look.
Exactly.
Remember when Shanks was fighting the bandits and Shanks was like, "We're not saints. Pirates are gonna be pirates." What Blackbeard is doing, it might seem evil compared to what
You
Luffy's
said by
doing, but
Shanks
he's
standards.
being.
Do you think Shanks thinks
You
Blackbeard
think
is a
Shanks
good
thinks Blackbeard a good pirate? Fuck him.
Yeah.
Here's another
Hold on. So look, so wait. So let me tell you this.
What is that? What is that?
That's somebody trolling.
Oh, my bad.
Shut your ass.
All right. So look. So I want to say this. When Shanks told
My
Whitebeard,
bad. I thought I was
see,
muted.
look, Shanks told Whitebeard, he said Blackbeard scarred me. My guard wasn't down. Then he even told Whitebeard Ace is not ready yet. So he must think he's a great pirate if he's telling him like,
No,
you know,
he just-
don't
Wait, no.
send him after him yet. Look out for this guy.
No.
Y'all act like hold on. Shanks is not a goody two shoe. Like when he told the bandits, they're not saints, they're pirates. So you know, pirates are gonna be pirates or whatever like that.
No,
It's not,
but what you said about Ace, Ace, that had nothing to do with pirate. That has to do with.
Well, here's another thing then. When Jinbei was telling Luffy to save Fishman Island, Luffy was like, "No, I don't want to be a hero," and Jinbei was like, "What are you on about?" And then he was like, you know, he did the analogy about the meat or whatever, and how a hero shares and the pirate has all the meat to himself. Luffy, like saving islands, that makes him a hero. It doesn't make him a pirate.
So what are we saying by Shanks' standards?
Luffy defines pirate as someone who has the most freedom, though.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Think about it like this. When it comes to the island thing, look at it at who he's taking the islands from. He's taking them from Chichibukai, all these strong pirates. So he's basically
These
leading all these
guys,
notable pirates.
a lot of these guys, they already consider them.
It's similar. If you think about it, it's similar to when Blackbeard was doing.
Wait, what are you guys arguing?
If Luffy's a great pirate.
No, but listen. LegendMac, look, by Shanks standards, yeah. Remember at Marineford?
Did you guys think Doflamingo's a great pirate?
Hell
We're talking about Shanks standards.
I don't think Dofi's a great pirate because he's with the Kaido.
No, he's with the Marines. He's not a great pirate.
I'll bring that for so many other factors. Just by Shanks.
No, hold on.
Okay,
You can't say that he's with the Marines, he's not a great pirate, because Mihawk is with the Marines, and I think Shank thinks Mihawk is a great pirate, so I don't think the Marine
Work
thinks
for the
that.
government and be a great pirate. That makes no sense.
So Mihawk is not a great pirate.
No.
I think
no.
So the world, hold on.
Wait, the thing is, everybody. I feel
The world's strongest swordsman is not a great pirate.
Wait.
Y'all keep adding on different standards. We're going by one standard.
Who said that Mihawk's even a pirate?
He has a pirate ship that he is small, but he goes around.
He got a pirate canoe.
Mihawk doesn't even have a crew. He doesn't have any of that. Maybe he's just sailing and trying to. Hey, I think being the greatest.
He doesn't need a crew. He's that much.
But what I'm saying,
technically the warlords are supposed to be pirates.
Yeah.
They're not pirates.
Do you guys think
Doflamingo was a pirate? I mean, they should all be pirates.
Hey, do you guys think the worst generation are great pirates?
Not yet.
Yeah.
We haven't seen their
wait, hold
all
on.
defeats,
I'm just gonna say this. Like, I feel like
we haven't seen enough of them.
For a reason.
I feel like Shank's standards to being a great pirate is very high, so I feel like none of them is on that level yet. The only person I feel like is on that level is Blackbeard.
To make this easier for everyone else, define what Shanks' perspective of great pirate is.
Someone who can follow in his footsteps.
That's not
Blackbeard
Ty's.
portrayed his own
That's not
crew.
Ty's
You think
definition.
Shanks would think that's a good standard if he
I
portrayed his
feel
own
like
crew?
based on your
Well, I feel like
guys,
what because all right, Luffy. I feel like not like Blackbeard is not the what's his name? What do you call it? Like he's not the best example or he's not the best role model of it. But I feel like Blackbeard
tell
is a
them
great pirate.
tell them what a great pirate should do to live up to Shanks' expectations.
That's what I've been asking.
All right, well, look what Blackbeard did. He had the concentration for his goal or whatever like that, which was like he stayed on Whitebeard's ship for that long. He used Ace or whatever like that to turn into a Shishibakai. He used that to turn into a Yonko or whatever like that. I think that's a great pirate because he's setting goals and he's reaching them or whatever like
How
that.
would that great pirate by
like,
Shanks' standards though?
So basically, what you're saying, Ty, a great pirate is a backstabber.
By Shanks'
standards? Hold on, it has
a manipulator, a backstabber, basically.
Hold on, look. I want to put it like this. It has nothing. Pirates are not saints. Shanks already said that earlier.
No. The question was by Shanks' standards, pirate.
A pirate is a pirate.
By Shank's standards,
I think you have to take away. You have to take away by Shank's standards. You have to take that.
So you're
away.
telling me that Shanks would go up to Blackbeard and tell him he was a great pirate?
By Shank's standards, Blackbeard's a great pirate.
So look, I'm gonna put it like this. First, they're both Yonkos, so they're both equal. So he has to respect them on that level anyway. No, hold on. He has to respect them on that level anyway because they're both Yonkos. Another thing is that he told Whitebeard he scarred me with my guard up. Like, you know, I'm a great pirate myself. This guy
That was before he even got Whitebeard.
That means
that was before he even had any territory in the New World. That was before he even did shit.
No. But this is what I mean. So before he even did that, look how highly he talked about him and stuff like that.
That's what I'm on your side, dude. I'm on your side.
Yeah,
dude.
okay. He even said this. He said I'm not saying that
it's surprising, huh?
He told White, but he said I'm not trying to say that Ace is not ready or whatever like that, or that your, Ace is not capable of being your second in command. He just shouldn't go after Blackbeard right now. So I feel like Shanks thinks highly of Blackbeard. You can't. It's not about being a backstabber. Pirates.
That's respecting him. That's not thinking highly.
No. Think about it like this. He's not saying that Ace shouldn't go after Blackbeard because it's piracy. He's saying that because of raw strength. He knew that he couldn't defeat him. He's not saying, oh, he captured this.
No, that's not true. Because that's not true. It's not just solely strength. It's strength and his manipulation and what he would do if he defeated Ace. He said to Whitebeard he would use it to manipulate, like to get into Whitebeard's position and come for his title one day.
You guys remember when Don Chinja was like in the Coliseum fighting Luffy, and he's like the only one of your generation that's actually can put in work is Blackbeard.
Yeah.
Like Blackbeard has got the respect of a lot of people out here. Like he got like.
So is Luffy.
No, but Don Chinja said it to Luffy. And Luffy is
and Don Chinja got polarized.
That's a really good quote.
No, but no, we're not talking about strength here. We're not talking about strength.
Well played.
We're not talking about strength here, though.
No, but I'm saying, okay, for Don Chinja, I'm pretty sure you can bring up another. Big Mom, she's even thinking highly of Luffy. I would rather have Big Mom.
A lot of people think highly of Luffy.
I'd rather have Big Mom side.
Hold on. I have to debunk that. Big Mom is not thinking highly of Luffy. The last time, hold on, like no, put it like this. I'm gonna say this. No, look, I'm gonna say this because you're quick. You've been like disagreeing with everything I've been saying for like the last hour or whatever.
Hey, wait, whoa.
All right. And also, I'm not arguing. I'm not even arguing Luffy. I'm arguing Blackbeard right now. That's
No. I guess my thing is when he said Shanks' standards. I don't think Shanks thinks highly of Blackbeard at all.
Hold on. Look, I want to say this about Big Mom.
Well, who does Shanks think highly of? Tell me who Shanks thinks highly of in this One Piece world right now.
Yasop.
Your name Deckman, Lucky Roo, all these niggas.
Yeah, he went on a banana. He went on a banana boat.
Probably Marco. Probably Marco.
Yeah, Marco.
I don't think he's thinking highly of Marco after
Why would he think highly of Marco?
Why would he not think highly of Marco?
I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. Because look, I'm not biased.
Did you miss him?
Marco's the man. Hold on, look, Marco's the man, but we got to keep it real. Not only, all right.
You said it's not just strength.
Check this out. No, because look, Marco took control of the Whitebeard Pirates, right? He was the captain, right?
Okay.
He got into the payback war with Blackbeard.
So you're saying because
he lost badly. No, look, listen, I'm continue. Not only did he lost, after he lost badly. Hold on, look, let me finish. After he lost badly, I guess the other commanders were like, you know what? Yo, we disbanded. Wait, we can't be under Marco. Yo, this isn't working out. They probably argued and then they disbanded. So how could you think highly? How could you think that's a great pirate? If, look what happened. He couldn't even hold
So
it
it
down.
is strength.
He could no, it's not. It's not.
Wait,
Brago, because I want to say this. He has no leadership. They left. He disbanded.
Can I say something? Ty?
Wait, what?
Yo, who in the stream thinks Blackbeard? Who in the stream thinks Shanks thinks Blackbeard is not a great pirate? I want to know that in the stream.
I don't know.
I do. Okay, then you said I do. Okay, do you think Shanks thinks Marco's a great pirate?
Yes, because Marco risked his life to save his family. Blackbeard betrayed his whole crew.
Shanks would call Marco
I'll say this. I remember when Shanks came on Whitebeard's crew, he told Marco, "You want to join my crew?" Like he's like an underling of some sort. And he told Blackbeard, he scarred me when I was on guard, and that was before Blackbeard even took any territory in the New World. That was before Blackbeard was like being the worst generation, stealing Whitebeard's Delph food, has the power now. Like
y'all
mix it up.
Y'all wait.
I'm not getting territory. I'm not talking about strength. He took all Whitebeard's old territory. I'm just saying. His reputation as a Yonko, and he's not a great. Shanks doesn't think him as a great pirate. All the Yonkos think of each other as great pirates.
I don't think so. Okay, so
another thing that I'm going to say, hold on, is that when
Shanks standards?
Shanks met with Kaido and stopped him from going to Whitebeard.
Okay, I think I see this. I think I see the problem here.
Hold on, wait. I'm going to say this.
You guys are getting reputation and how people get to that position ethically mixed up. Like Blackbeard's a bad guy, right? But he's still a great pirate.
Yeah, exactly. He's a great pirate.
Blackbeard defines pirate.
I agree. Blackbeard is a great pirate, but from Shanks' perspective, Blackbeard is scum. We cannot say Shanks.
He's not scum.
How
is he a Yonko? A Yonko's not scum.
No. He said from Shanks' perspective.
Blackbeard is
Shanks is not.
No. Listen. Would if Ben Beckman say, you know what, I'm about to kill Yasopp for his gun and I'm gonna start my own crew, would Shanks be like, go ahead, dude, I approve of it? No, he would be like, okay, this guy's scum.
That's different. Hold on.
No.
How is that different?
If you look at all the people who told Luffy.
No, that's his own crew. That happened on a different crew.
No. But
let Brago talk.
As far as a pirate, Blackbeard is the best pirate in One Piece. Period.
Yeah.
Period. But as far as from Shanks' perspective, I don't think he thinks highly of Blackbeard at all.
Yeah.
He thought so highly of Blackbeard. He went, oh, it's a Whitebeard ship, another Yonko.
No.
That's respecting his power.
That was the one Whitebeard.
That's not respecting his power because Blackbeard himself at that time was not that strong.
Brago, Brago, look, I'm going to say this. Shanks thinks highly of Blackbeard.
He scarred him, but we saw him first ace. We saw an old sick Whitebeard take him out. He respects
Do you think that's the extent of Blackbeard's strength?
No, I don't think
Brago, I'm going to tell you this.
We've seen him numerous. You guys are saying that. Okay, let me say right now. First of all, you say the reason why he went to Whitebeard ship is because of his strength. But then I bring up the whole Yonko stuff. You're going to talk about strength. You're talking about. You say I bring up the strength thing when he doesn't have all the power. The Whitebeard Delphu, the 2 years of time skip training that Delphu.
Wait. So you think he went to Whitebeard because of his prestige as a pirate? Because he felt like he was a great pirate. That's why he went to Whitebeard.
What'd you say?
Do you feel like he went to Whitebeard because Blackbeard was such a great pirate he had to warn Whitebeard about it?
No, all I'm saying is this: Whitebeard at the point. The reason why I'm saying Blackbeard is a great pirate. First of all, my biggest reason he's a Yonko. If you're a Yonko, I feel like every single Yonko feels like
I need to stop. I need to stop it there. Like you can't use the Whitebeard situation to define whether Blackbeard is a great pirate because that wasn't the purpose of the meeting.
We're not saying he's not. Hold on, look. We're going by Shanks.
Listen. You can't. Let's say.
Shanks is the same. Shanks is the same guy who have Lucky Rule kill a nigga on the spot, yo.
Exactly. And Shanks, they're not saying.
Luffy.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. Like, y'all act like Shanks is a goody two-shoe pirate. And hold on. And, like, one of y'all said something about the territories. If Shanks is such a goody two-shoe pirate who's doing good all over the New World, how come we never was on a territory that Shanks' crew owned? Shanks don't care about none of those territories. None of these territories was owned by Shanks. None of these territories. Hold on. No. Look, listen. None of these territories was owned by Shanks. Wasn't protecting none of these territories. And I mean, like, to say that when Blackbeard is what a pirate is or whatever like that, you know, sometimes they got to do dirty work. he's a great pirate. So why wouldn't Shanks acknowledge that? Shanks is gonna acknowledge that. And hold on, what I want to say about Marco.
Can I stop this stream for a second?
Yo,
hold on, Theory.
Wait.
Who's AFK? Who's AFK?
Yeah. Let me say something for
AFT wants to get in here and talk about this discussion, and one of us is AFK.
And he said he's gonna end this whole debate. So what's he got to say?
Hold on. What I want to say about Marco real fast is that when Shanks was on Whitebeard crew and he told and he said Marco join my crew, that's like disrespecting him or whatever like that. So he didn't acknowledge Marco whatsoever. Because look, you can't be a loyal first in command and then you just go join his crew. So he was like
talk about all the time when Doflamingo acknowledged Crocodile.
That's different though. Crocodile had no sworn loyalty to the Marines at that time anymore.
Wait, that's acknowledging Marco. You want to be part of you.
No, but he did it. It's disrespectful. It's like, yo, join my crew. That's why Marco said F you or whatever like that. Disrespectful? Yeah, to ask. All right, if Shanks goes and says Zoro, join my crew, and if that's disrespectful because
another Yonko comes and says I see you and I want you to join my crew, that's disrespectful.
It's disrespectful because hold on, he's loyal. Marco
himself took it as a disrespect.
Yeah, exactly. So Marco took it as disrespect. He didn't take it as a compliment. Was Marco smiling? Was Marco like, ha 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 ha? Thanks, Shanks.
Both of you, you're both wrong. Like what you're saying is not related to being a great pirate. You're just using people's respect or admiration for someone else. It doesn't. That doesn't necessitate great pirateness.
Hold on. Another thing is that Marineford, Shanks said if anybody wants to continue fighting, he's like anybody.
So you just completely ignored everything I said.
No, I'm saying that if Marco was look, if Shanks saw
going nowhere.
Look, if Shanks thought Marco was a great pirate, he'd have been like, look, if anybody wants to keep fighting, except Marco though, not him.
Can someone let AnimeFantalk in this so we can shut this down? Because he seems to have a strong opinion on this.
Well, who's the nigga that hasn't been speaking?
Wow. Yo, if you guys want to join the after call, if you're just staying here to join the after call, like you still have the link. You can join right after that stream ends, and then
AFT just gonna come in for it.
I'm probably gonna leave right after the stream ends too, yo.
Anyway, what I was about to say is like, you can't use those situations where people go and meet people to warn people about other people as signs of being a great pirate. That doesn't mean anything. Great, like it's their actions that define whether they're a great pirate.
And again, back in Brago,
all right, theory, true. But I want to say this about not only did Marco lose, not only does he have the power not going his way, he has no leadership because the Whitebeard pirates, they disbanded. If he was a real leader, he would have been able to hold the crew down and keep it together still.
They lost their captain. They lost.
Marco's the new captain now, though. Brago, at that point,
they lost half their crew. What?
Yeah,
they had no chance versus the Blackbeard pirates.
Brago, on the reverse.
No, you know what would be perfect.
You can argue that Blackbeard is a great pirate in parallel to Marco because Marco came for his head, but he was still yet able to remain and stay strong in his position. He was able to defend his title, defend his title as a one of the strongest pirates in the world.
What do you mean?
Wasn't that like the defining moment?
If you can squash any rebellion against your power, doesn't that define you as being one of the greatest pirates?
Yeah, you can squash a rebellion.
As in, like, if you can squash like opposition.
If you can win a battle.
No. If you can maintain your title.
But at the same time, isn't escaping a prison that no one's ever escaped or a few people ever escaped that's helped?
That's not pirating. That's not pirating.
What?
Escaping isn't pirating?
Wait, I have a question for you guys.
What I want to say is that, like, I feel like people are being biased again because
no. Listen.
Wait. No. Like, not only did Marco lose, right? He lost the fight. The rest of the crew had no faith in him, so they disbanded or whatever like that. That's no leadership right there. Now look, I feel like this. To say that he's a good no. Look, listen. To say all right, either way, no matter what their feelings or what their reasons are, that means he's not a great pirate. Now, what I want to say is that this. Look, if that went the other way, let's say somehow they won, they beat Blackbeard, right? Or let's say that they lost, but the crew stayed together. Then it's like, okay, he lost, but the crew is still together. They're still working it out. For the crew to disband, he lacks leadership. Like he can't be a captain.
Wait
a
a
second.
Why, okay, how about this? How about what if I say this? Yo, I think Shanks thinks Marco's a great pirate and Blackbeard's a great pirate. Both of them are great pirates. He sees them as great pirates. Thoughts?
Agreed.
Well, what's the whole big deal? Why are both you guys arguing Marco and Blackbeard? I feel like
Marco's not a great pirate anymore at the moment. No, look, listen, let me stop this at the moment because look what he did. Y'all wanna pay his failures no mind. Like not only did he lose, the crew disbanded. It's no more Whitebeard pirates.
What was your original objective for this discussion?
No, but look, listen.
No. Let me ask my question first. Was it to show that Luffy isn't a great pirate? Was it to show that Blackbeard was a great pirate? Or was it to show that Marco isn't a great pirate? What is your intention behind this discussion?
The after effects of it is the after effects of it, but I was just trying to say that at the moment, Luffy's not a great pirate.
But you didn't answer my question. You didn't answer my question.
No, Jerry, I did.
What is your intention?
I said that at the moment, Luffy is not a great pirate.
Right.
And then
so let's go back to that discussion. Let's leave Marco out of it.
Well, Marco's not a great pirate. I'm saying it. If we're gonna act like it's okay to lose a payback war, and if we're gonna act like it's okay for the whole crew to disband, let me put it like this: if the Straw Hats disband, we lose a lot of story. Like if Zoro quits, if Sanji quits, if Nami quits, that's the whole crew falling apart.
Why do you think the pirates are disbanded?
I have a question for you guys. No, back in the day when like Whitebeard and Roger are fighting, was Marco fighting really?
One can assume.
Yeah, and also I want to say another point. I remember when Shanks came to Marineford, he was talking to Marco. He's like, "Yo, Marco, just stop this." Didn't you see that? I'm not too sure if it was
Yeah, I think he did.
Yeah, so
he told Marco to just give it up.
Yeah, and Marco was like after Whitebeard died, Marco was like the head and like he stepped in as the leader pretty much, So I definitely think that Blackbeard's a great pirate, Marco's a great pirate. I don't know how Shanks.
I just want to say that Marco, his last
I think
wish from Whitebeard was
pirate in One Piece. I think so. Personally, I think Blackbeard is the greatest pirate in One Piece because he found a way to achieve his goals.
Why does Shanks not? Why do you think that Shanks is not seen as a great
pirate? From Shanks' perspective, that he just doesn't respect Blackbeard. He just doesn't see him as a great pirate. He sees him as a traitor.
I want to add into what you're saying.
I feel like you know more about pirates than Shanks. That's what you're trying to say?
No, I think Brago's trying to go off.
No, Brago. That's what he's saying. He's saying that. What do you mean? Brago's. You're pretty much saying that everybody here agrees that Blackbeard is the definition of a pirate, right? He's
correct.
The perfect definition. Yeah. So by that logic, you're saying Shanks is not.
But he's not the right type of pirate.
Definition of a pirate.
Brago. Look, I just want to say
he's not the right type of pirate to become Pirate King. That's what he's saying because when Whitebeard killed,
so we're talking about great pirate. What's Pirate King? Where's Pirate King come? Where did
Pirate King is the greatest pirate.
Yes. We're not talking about the greatest. We're talking about great.
Whitebeard said you're not the one Roger's looking for, like stuff like that. Like that's what Brago's going off of right now.
That's right. Well, hold on. Did we say great pirate from Whitebeard? Or did we say great pirate?
No, I'm just using that as an example. All
right. Well, hold on. Wait. I want to say this.
Do you think Whitebeard and Shanks are independent?
I think you can't say Whitebeard isn't a great pirate.
Okay, wait. We gotta understand. What did Whitebeard say?
Whitebeard is a great pirate, but I'm saying that remember they disagree because Shanks wanted Whitebeard to call Ace off, and Whitebeard was okay with it, so they disagree. So what Whitebeard thinks is a great pirate, and what Shanks thinks is a great pirate, is not the same thing.
Guys, you need to redefine.
Let me say one thing. Whitebeard and Roger had an amazing conversation about the Will of D, the history, and Roger didn't finish what he was supposed to do as a Pirate King. So I definitely think that Whitebeard knows what Roger was supposed to finish as Pirate King, and he knew Blackbeard would not do that if he became Pirate King. He would not do what Roger was supposed to do, and Roger's waiting for that one person to do that.
And Shanks knows also. I'm pretty sure Shanks, he was on Roger's crew.
But you can know. The task that Roger set isn't what makes you a great pirate. Like, because from what you're saying, Roger isn't a great pirate because he didn't accomplish that goal either.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not arguing Blackbeard's not a great pirate. I'm just saying that.
No, I'm talking to the guy who told me how Whitebeard.
Let me say this. Let's end this right here. If Shanks removes, let's end this right here. If Shanks removes any personal battles or any personal opinion he has of Blackbeard is a very great pirate.
Yes, I
feel like because of the things that he experiences with Blackbeard, I don't feel like he will ever acknowledge Blackbeard.
I know how crazy that sounds, bro. He said Blackbeard didn't even jump him. He said he was on guard.
Yeah.
In the top.
What I want to say, Brago,
He's
like,
pretty much saying
what I
that
want to add
he
into
fought him
what,
honorably. He's pretty much saying that, yo.
yeah, Brago, what I want to add into what you're saying is like, I feel like Blackbeard is a great pirate, right? And I feel like Shanks knows he's a great pirate. But here's the thing: while Shanks knows Blackbeard is a great pirate, he just has a grudge against him. They have beef, but that's a great pirate. You know what I mean? He just has beef with him. I feel like he acknowledges he's a great pirate, but they just have beef. So when he sees him, they're fighting. But to him, Blackbeard is a great pirate still. You know what I'm saying? It's like if
you're
you
saying
look,
that-
Brago, look, like if you and another YouTuber, like y'all both of your channels are just as good. Or whatever, like,
Ashura, are you here? Ashura?
Yeah, I'm still here.
you could probably respect them as being a great YouTuber, but it's just that like, yo, we got a problem or whatever like that. That's what I'm saying. It's like he respects him, but they just have an issue.
So you're saying that Shanks has a level of respect for Blackbeard, just like a certain level of respect.
They just have a problem though.
Okay. So you're saying
That's
such a long way.
Wait. Now that we have this whole Blackbeard thing cleared up, how does this have to do with Luffy not being a great pirate?
I don't know. I didn't even argue that whole. I didn't even give my answer to the Luffy thing.
Luffy isn't a great pirate yet.
He's not yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Ow. What is he have to do?
Because Shanks said he wasn't. That's it. There's no.
Look what Blackbeard accomplished.
He hasn't accomplished anything massive. You
Okay,
go,
I'll be honest.
He escaped from Impel Down. He infiltrated Eni's lobby. That isn't a great pirate. That's just someone with determination who broke the rules of the world government. That's not a great pirate.
But he's free though. He's doing whatever he wants.
But Brago, look, at the same time, look, when that happened, Shanks was at Marineford. Shanks knows about that. So Shanks, if that was the case, Shanks would have been willing to see Luffy. He didn't care about Enel. He didn't care about Impel Down. He didn't care about Crocodile. He didn't care about none of that stuff. Shanks was like, you're not a great pirate yet.
No, listen, nigga, because like if stuff like that, right? If stuff like that makes you a great pirate, like the person to return that, or someone on Roger's level, why has no one ever infiltrated Eni's lobby? Why has no one infiltrated Impel Down and escaped at the same time to be a great pirate? Luffy was the first to ever do those things. Why does that make him a great pirate?
Wait, okay. This is my thoughts. This is my thoughts. Yo. Do I think Luffy's a great pirate? I think Luffy's a great pirate. But do I think the Yonkos see Luffy as a great pirate? No, I do not think they see him as a great pirate. John, not yet. You know what I mean? Look at Kaido. Kaido's like, these guys are playing little pirate games.
Exactly.
Cracker's calling him a scrub. Like, I don't think these top tiers think of him as a great pirate. Even Doflamingo was pretty much.
To that point, though, everybody consistently underestimates Luffy.
No, but I'm just saying that's the point. Luffy's gonna rise up the ranks. Luffy is
rising right now.
So Big Mom has. So it's like, is he finally gaining that respect?
Yeah, that's what.
What I'm gonna say about Big Mom is that I feel like maybe by the end of the arc, Big Mom will gain his respect. But the last thing that Big Mom said,
stories for Luffy to become known as
the last thing that Big Mom said about Luffy.
No. Let's move on. Let's move on. That was cancerous.
Yeah.
All use some really bad arguments.
Hold on, you said it was
that reminded me of Tyquan against when it was Crocodile and hockey. He argues
just because like they don't agree, just because it don't come out with the outcome you expect, I don't think it means that it's cancerous or whatever like that. We just feel like Luffy's not a great pirate.
No, that was cancerous. That's not the point. You know what I'm saying? The point that we were just going back and forth, not getting anywhere, that was cancerous, not the outcome.
I thought you said the topic and stuff.
Yeah, we should have put some democracy stuff here. We all should have just voted and see who was right at the end. Yeah, all of us here.
Put a straw poll.
Democracy in the comment section too.
Isn't always right.
Is Luffy a good pirate? Yes.
We should have got people in the chat too, yo.
Democracy doesn't necessarily.
I didn't care about who's right. I just want to see like who was vote for who, you know. And then people in the comment section vote for who's right.
Yeah. I think that's where after like 5 minutes we're gonna start doing that. We just gonna go to a vote.
Yeah, just let it vote.
We're just gonna go to a vote. Like,
and if the person loses, then the person who loses might be still right. Who knows? But the person who loses is still
to move on.
No, but that's really biased and really bad. Because like technically the community have a general consensus.
Yeah, so your theories on that British stuff, yo. They have the monarchy, yo. They don't have the.
I don't know.
I don't know.
After Brexit, you know, there is no law and order over here, you know.
What's the next topic, brother?
Yeah, what are we gonna go on now?
What is a great pirate? That's the next topic.
Oh, tell it.
I thought you guys.
Oh yeah, they're saying in the chat to use straw polls.
Like, yeah, I did say
that. Yeah. That's true. Well, you live and you learn, right?
Yeah.
Because like actually, I think we should definitely start using the straw.
Yeah, we're gonna start doing that going
Yeah.
forward.
Yeah,
Yo, is this, how long is the stream? I'm trying to get the stream to 8 hours, huh?
This stream
It'd be cool.
It's been
Oh, Brago,
Yo,
it'd be,
dumbass.
like
it'd
5
be
hours
cool
now.
if they had a thing where like
What's that?
you could put a thing and people could vote on it and we can see like what everybody vote was and stuff.
Yeah,
like
that's a straw poll.
Yeah, that's a straw.
Yeah, you can like
my God.
set it up as far as like what the vote. Remember, One World made it.
Tyquan, thank you level.
Tyquan, thank you level.
Yeah. FAQ level. You didn't look for thank you level. I remember that.
Yeah, that's right.
That shit was hilarious.
That's a straw poll. Yeah, what are they saying? Anyone say Thunder Fury?
So it said next topic, A stronger than Aokiji.
No, we're not going to.
Bro, this is some Inception shit, bro. We're going back and forth.
I know.
The whole first hour of that
Can we
video.
talk about that chapter? But
Ain't
the thing is though, with these things, if you see the comment sections, it's like this is literally what people do back and forth. Like
Yeah,
in the
pretty
comment
much.
section. It's just
Hours.
But I think
Hours.
it feels better to actually verbally express yourself.
That's how I joined this community. I was in the comment section arguing like I'm ashamed.
Yeah, bro, I've been
Shanks,
there, bro. Like,
you know that one video where Shanks and Ben Beckman and like Kizaru had that situation. Like I was arguing with people in that comment section talking about Whitebeard, Admirals, all that stuff. That's why I joined the community.
I was in the comment section.
It's the comment section
wars,
like
though.
those people because those people don't get to hear your actual voice, like your actual
True.
points.
Yeah, I'll be getting wars for like 4 weeks, yo. 4 weeks we'll be getting fights.
Yeah, you go on
500 comments.
I come back to my notification, go okay, send a comment, come back a week later.
I think in the
Gotta
comment
go
section
back.
as well, they never win because no matter
Shit ton of people.
no matter what, people
You
just
can't
back with something.
change their opinions.
It's like
That's the
no
thing.
matter what.
It's like talking to a mirror, bro.
Especially when people say Zoro stronger than Luffy, and I'm just.
Well, that's
That's
why.
another-
Oh yeah, the other thing is
No,
that
but
in
that's
the
the
comments,
thing.
right?
That's the purpose of debates. You're not gonna really change the other person's opinion. You're gonna have other people like watch.
Yeah.
Some people do change their opinions when you actually give them some
When you
facts.
give them facts.
I've met
There's a lot,
people.
but it's rare for someone to take an L. You know, a lot
Yeah,
of people
it's
have
rare.
pride. You know, they have
Right.
pride.
But the thing is, I don't feel like it's taking an L. It's actually like getting.
Yeah, you're getting smarter now.
Yeah.
No, but it's still taking an L. But you have to be proud of it. If anyone who's
It's a lowercase W.
anyone
Yeah,
who
It's a
could
lowercase W.
anyone who could take an L, they're good. Yo. That means they're not gonna take this serious. You're gonna move on. Yo. That's what move on is. Taking an L. Luffy took L's in the pre-time skip. Yo, he moved on. He got stronger. Yo, L's make you stronger.
The hard part about taking the L's though is like if you truly believe like that the other person hasn't listened to your point, like it's hard to take the L.
That is true.
Yeah,
Like
that
if the
is
person
true.
isn't respecting
What I
it,
wanted to say about like in the comment section is that like someone will completely ignore what you say and then they'll keep going and it's like you have to keep reminding them. It's like in a conversation though, like up here you could be like hold on, like you could get your point across easier than in the comments because in the comments it's like
I mean, in the comments sometimes
Yeah.
for paragraphs, I'm not reading all that shit.
Ty's right.
LegendMac, you just said taking an L that makes you great. What about basically Kid taking an L from Kaido right now?
Here we go.
No.
Kid is a boss.
Ashura out of nowhere.
Everybody's been
It is a
saying
boss.
big.
Funny, when I joined the stream, I was trying to go defend.
Maisie's asking an instantly toxic question. Are
Yep.
Luffy and Doflamingo on the same tier?
Yes.
They're gay.
Yes.
What was the question?
What was the
Like
question?
are Luffy and
Can they do that?
Doflamingo equal power level?
So it's like, wait,
Luffy
we
and
have
Doflamingo?
Flamingo A minus and Luffy B plus, right?
Hell no, Luffy A minus.
I thought only Gear 4 was the A minus.
But that's still
Gear
Luffy.
4
Without the time limit.
without the time limit, yeah.
No,
I feel like right now he has
Thanks for the poison, Maisie.
with the time limit he was bouncing all over Doflamingo.
But he still lost though.
He still has time limit though.
No, but he was still bouncing all over him.
But he still lost.
Nah,
But he was bouncing all over him.
But he still lost the fight.
He still lost. He ran out of time.
So you told me that he wasn't bouncing his rubbery cock all over him.
It's not, he still lost though.
That's good.
It's crazy.
But I don't know.
They made a win is a win.
Like he lost, bro. He ran out of time.
Like, who's arguing that Luffy beat Luffy 1-1?
I was joking.
You better be.
Hey.
But nah, I think I understand if you like for them to be on the same level because
I feel like right now they're equal.
But the thing is, don't we have Cracker at A minus as well?
Cracker's an A plus.
Bro,
I thought it was just an A.
I think he's an A. He's an
Yeah,
A.
he was an A.
We had him A minus. Based on this chapter, he has to get elevated to an A.
Cracker.
If he gets defeated next chapter, does he go down or he
Bro,
stays?
He stays, but Luffy goes to A minus.
Let's say he did got defeated after 24 hours. So what did Luffy do?
Then
I'm
Luffy
gonna
went
quote
to, then
Cody
Luffy
on
goes
this
to A
one.
minus.
We have to understand how Luffy defeats
Right,
him.
exactly.
I'm gonna
we have
quote
to
Cody
understand
on this
too.
with that
Okay, so hear this real quick.
King was double. What was that shit Cody
Double
said
King
again?
Kangu gun.
What's up?
The weird thing is,
He pulls that off.
I want to ask y'all, what if next chapter, right? Y'all see a big shadow or whatever like that, right? And then it's Gear 4th Luffy walking to the castle. What's that thing? What if, no, check this out. What if he mastered Gear 4th and he's just walking to the castle and Gear 4th?
Hell no.
Nah, that would make
You
sense.
know what I'm saying? You know why people are saying Luffy defeat. The thing is, the way Cracker's treating Gear 4th is the way Doflamingo's treating base Luffy. You notice that? The way he's laughing at him, calling him a scrub.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you guys think this Gear 4 is stronger than the one?
Remember how
that
Doflamingo
was
punched Luffy off the building and then like he hit him with the arm and haki when he was base Luffy, and then like that's how Cracker he cut through Gear 4 and it was like Luffy was
he was kind of fodderizing Luffy. But the thing is, with the Gear 4 we saw versus Cracker, Luffy used a new attack. They didn't use on Dofi. So
Yeah.
it's like
If Cracker was that weak, though, why would he show his real body and fight with him?
If Cracker was that weak,
If his real body was that fragile, why would he?
I think
he's
Luffy
fighting
because Luffy broke his armor.
Luffy forced him into that. I don't think he
He
wanted
took
to
another
show.
armor
I don't think he wanted to show his body. I do think hopefully that's not a cop out.
Wait, wouldn't that be a feat that Luffy broke that armor? Because
Yeah, that's a
everyone,
feat.
It
definitely is.
That's definitely a feat.
because everyone knows him as like the giant guy, like the armor.
I think where we kind of got thrown off was when he was like, "You did all that to take out one of them." And
Yeah.
it was like, "Oh,
That's-
damn,
This
Luffy
is why Cracker. This is why Cracker. This is why Luffy has the strength of
Yo, what's that person name in Naruto? The plant dude that he was half white, half black. Yeah, yo, that reminded me of some Zetsu joint. Where he was like, yo, who are
it
you?
reminded me
I'm
more
like,
of
what?
I'm sorry.
Nah, Zetsu. Like I thought
That's
that was like some
Zetsu.
black Zetsu stuff. I'm like, yo, was he just like in the grass the whole time or something like that?
You always have to disagree.
Talking about Cracker.
What happened?
If Cracker never said the pain shit, people would not be thinking Luffy could even touch him.
No, but the thing is that you got to understand that for him to say that he doesn't like pain, that's like pretty much implying that like whatever
he doesn't feel pain.
No,
He
no,
doesn't feel
no,
pain.
no, no,
It doesn't,
no. Listen,
it doesn't imply that he can't
I
handle
think you
pain.
and Roger brought that up in the stream. I didn't like the answer. You're saying that because he doesn't like pain, he's hiding inside the sunshine. Like I don't think it's because he doesn't like pain. That
No,
that's
likes
weak.
pain. Listen, no, look,
I
for
think he
him,
doesn't. He doesn't like to.
it's
He doesn't
different
like
though.
to fight. That's all.
They're
Like,
saying
guy,
that,
you know,
like,
I'm touching.
Look, look, none of us in this stream likes pain, but with him, it's almost like a mental thing, or it's like a conditional where he really dislikes pain. So to him, every hit is gonna be like double the damage because he really it's like needles, pain, everything. So I feel like if Luffy gets the right hit off of him, it's gonna hurt him.
Fight. That's all. He doesn't want to fight. Go out seriously and sweat.
Hold on. Look how much effort. Look how much effort he put into making sure that he doesn't get hurt. Look how strong his arm and hockey is. Like I think he has.
Let me say something. Now, you know how this is the whole pain thing. This is how it works here. This is how I feel it works. First of all, the world government sub hasn't seen Cracker's new form. His bounty is with armor. So the fact is that like how many people have seen his rare true form? That's rare. So also Cracker, the way he was fighting Luffy, he was like he did even though he hates pain, he was fighting like he wouldn't mind. Like he doesn't think Luffy has the haki to even go through him, like to give him pain. Also, I'm thinking the reason why he hates pain is probably that scar on his face. You know, after that scar, probably he trained his haki like non-stop, so he can never get out hakied again. You know, some shit like that.
Yeah, that and mastered his fruit.
Those two combinations are amazing.
I said this before I think it's the same with like Blackbeard, where if he gets hit, he's gonna be like crying over, but he can take it. He will get up.
Yeah, Blackbeard took an earthquake to the face.
Look, I agree with you on that, but I feel like he's not gonna be able to take too many of them because I feel like in his case, since he's like he doesn't like the pain, it's gonna affect him more than it really is. It's gonna like all right, put it like this. Say like you get a punch to your face, right? But you're ready to hit back. And now let's say scenario number 2, you get a punch to your face and you're like, why? It hurts. You know what I'm saying? Like
just
I don't
because
think
he hates it doesn't mean he can't tolerate it.
Edge on beating him.
It's not
Like,
equal.
I feel like if it wasn't the case for the pain, he would beat Luffy hands down. But I feel like the pain thing, that's like Luffy's only hope right there. And I feel like Luffy's gonna utilize it or whatever like that. And that's like
he got strong.
I think the when we finally see Cracker show pain, that means the person who inflicted that pain is on either superior to Cracker or Luffy has found a way to actually go through Cracker's haki. You know, things like that, you know? And it's like, okay, the fight's getting serious now. Cracker's showing pain. He's pissed off and shit. What the fuck, nigga?
We're gonna see after the official Viz translation what it actually says.
Yeah, true. Viz is good. We gotta rely on that Viz. I gotta read that right away on Monday.
Because that might actually change the whole situation.
Yo,
Yeah,
but seriously though,
that Viz changed that whole Cracker hockey thing, yo.
If he says like I don't really I've never really felt pain. You know what I'm saying? Does that change the whole thing? Like, okay, he's been so durable that nobody really has ever got
I think he's been hiding inside that shell of his for so long.
Wow. Yeah.
The other thing that I want to bring up, real fast is that like, what's the difference? What's the difference between a Logia not being used to getting hit, and then when you finally hit him, they get hurt a lot, to Cracker the way, you know, he's not used to getting hit. He has an armor on. I feel like when he gets hit, it's gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah, I remember
that doesn't mean
his hockey though.
But that's the thing. That's why he even brings his point to the further that Cracker is legit. Like he's not gonna get hit by one hit, and oh my goodness, like someone said that like your second punch will end Cracker. I'm like,
no, look, listen, I'm not saying LegendMac. I'm not saying that one punch would kill him. What I'm saying is that one OP punch would kill him. Like one like old.
Okay, you know, I'll give you an example. Remember when we saw Luffy hit it now, that first time?
Yeah.
Like, can we assume that at that point, and that was he thought he was a god. Like, who hit him? Who had the ability to hit Linnell? Like he thought no one could touch him. Luffy hit him, but Luffy hit him multiple times, multiple attacks, reflecting punches, and that's when Luffy finally hit him with the golden punch, the golden bell, and he still had the power to go to the moon. Yo, he's going to the moon right after.
Not that you bring
LegendMac, look, that's a great point.
Versus Luffy versus Eno thing.
Now the difference between Enel and Cracker is
that fight's a retcon. If you look at it, that fight's a retcon because he's basically a Thunder Logia. How is he basically touching him?
LegendMac, look, what I want to say is what you said is a great point. That's a great point, but I feel like the difference between Luffy back then didn't have the hockey to like really
my point is Cracker
be as strong. Right now, Luffy is so strong right now though, where it's like, you know, if he hit him, it's gonna really hurt.
Hell no, Cracker's hockey is
if he hit him, look, if Luffy does a double King Kong gun or something like that, you think that's not taking Cracker out if that's like his hit? Like that. Or if Luffy does a King.
If Luffy gives Cracker a double King Kong gun, Cracker's gonna feel pain. I'm not saying. I think I'm not too sure if he'll take out Cracker, but double King Kong gun. We saw like the King Kong. Like, why did we not the double King Kong gun? Like King Kong gun itself is destructive, you know?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I feel like if not one, if it doesn't have to be that one attack, but that one, I feel like two attacks, 3 at the most. I feel like he's done.
Do you really think Cracker's giving Luffy the chance to even use those attacks?
Luffy got the first couple of attacks off on him. I don't see why.
He's blitzing Luffy now. He's full attack now. With the Cracker shields for defense.
Yo, if Luffy used double King Kong gun, your whole King Island might be like.
Do you guys think Luffy
that would decimate the entire
win?
I don't
think Luffy could win, like especially since a day later Cracker didn't come back to Big Mom, so something went down. Like I feel like
why would always even hype up Cracker?
Or it's folded in half.
No, here's the thing. I said this before. I say this again. Just because somebody loses does not mean that they're weak. They can be strong and still lose. You know what I mean? It's just that he lost. Like that doesn't mean that he's weak now.
Someone said in the comment section, Cracker wouldn't have mentioned the pain thing if it wasn't pivotal. My point is the pain thing is still pivotal. I think the fact when he shows pain is going to be a big sign to all the readers that he's.
Honestly, I think Luffy just ate Cracker. Honestly,
hold on. What I want to say about his armament hobby.
Devil like you, yeah.
Yeah,
what I want to say about Cracker's armament hockey and stuff like that is that he's used to using his armament hockey on his shield. He's not used to using it on himself getting hit. So even if he listen, because that's what he's been doing. He's been using it on his armor. He hasn't been using it on himself. So when Luffy hits him, even if he's hockeyed up, I think it's gonna hurt him because he's used to pain.
Hey, can I bring up a different topic?
He's not used to pain. I mean, he doesn't like pain.
What's the new topic?
What's a different topic?
All right, so I do not feel like those handcuffs Sanji has will actually hurt him if they explode. Because, like, Pell can tank a nuke and he's fine, right? But Sanji, those handcuffs are going to take his hands off? I don't believe it.
No, but that's different.
That's stupid because, like, if Sanji can just hack you up, right, and defend against the explosion, what's he got to worry about? He should just fight back right now if that's the case.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying that's what I'm saying is bad writing.
No, but those handcuffs though.
Oda doesn't do bad writing. Sorry, sir.
Well, you
That's
heard
a
like those
controlled
handcuffs.
explosion towards
Wait,
his wrist.
if you guys remember during the what was it, the Subody arc? Remember like the first slave they showed, it like exploded, but like he didn't get any like serious like injuries or anything like that. It was on his neck as well.
So you're saying that Oda just read a plot hole, dude?
Yeah.
Wait. What are you
Like
saying?
Sanji's
What are
body
you saying? What are you saying about Oda?
explosion, but not the handcuffs. Come on, that's BS.
Well, I'm saying right now, Pal, that's why when it comes to Pal, the whole Pal
Maybe
thing.
they're hockey infused or something. Maybe they're special handcuffs.
Pal was badly injured, yo. Like you guys see that part where Pal like went to that one dude and he had to heal him and everything. He found the one dude found his body, and then also I'm thinking like Pal's a Zoan, and we know Zoans.
Yeah,
like,
Zoans have like
yeah.
regenerative.
Yeah,
Like
they're
there's
durable.
many things that could be. There's many things that could have. We need to get. I think when Pal goes to Mary Jo, we might get more answers to that. To be honest.
Hell no, he won't go into that. He'll be like, "Oh, this house about to nuke."
Well, people call it a nuke, but it was just a city-sized explosion.
He awakened himself. That's what happened.
Yeah,
Like, people in One Piece can't die.
exaggerate with the nuke. It was
Can't die in One Piece.
it was like an island level attack. So like, or not island level, but you know, like one of those big attacks. Not
City level.
yeah, city level. That's the one I'm looking for. Thank you. Yeah, it was not a nuke, so you need to chill with that.
Yeah. Also, I want to get
like pre-time skip. Frankie was in Vegapunk's lab and it exploded, and he's still fine. It's just like those handcuffs aren't hurting. I don't believe it.
Hold on. What if
Frankie's
this?
a
Hold on.
god, dude.
I'm gonna say this. Kid lost his arms. What if those handcuffs was the handcuffs that made Kid lose his arm? Then what?
You
Then they're dangerous.
And you're right.
Then
Why
they're
would you
dangerous.
put handcuffs on Kid though?
Yeah, how did he lose only one arm?
Dude controls metal, man. Come on.
So it just blow up. No, but look, when he tries to mess with it, it just blows up on the spot. I said, like when he tries to use his powers, it blows up.
Wait, but how would he only lose one arm?
They was only able to handcuff one arm.
Come on.
I think that thought it all the way through.
No. I'm joking around. I don't think that's what really happened. I'm just saying, like, what if that's how he lost his arm?
Yeah,
With the handcuffs, and they're more dangerous.
You said it handcuffed one arm?
What if it was like a one-arm commander that she had?
One arm commander.
Hold on. How many arms does Bobbin have?
Are you gay?
Two, right?
Is that a trick question? Wait, what do you mean?
All right. What if Bobbin just put one handcuff on, but he used his teeth, so he only got one kid arms?
What if Bobbin's
It's like what you guys are saying essentially means like when people use like other smaller items in the series, that it shouldn't really affect any of the characters, such as smokers like Jite. Yeah, it's got like Karaseki on it, right? But he's still swinging it with like a smoker kind of force, so it shouldn't really do as much damage. If you know, do you know what I'm trying to say?
Not really.
But personally, I don't think Sanji's gonna.
Not really.
Because like, look at it like this. Look at it like this.
I don't think he's gonna risk it. You know, he doesn't know how strong the explosion is. So how is he like? There's always.
I feel like Sanji doesn't want to hurt those hands because you remember what Zeph told him. He says these hands are like important to you, so he's kind of remembering what Zeph said, and he's like respecting it.
I don't think he's gonna try it, even if he can.
Yeah, another thing is that like if he tries to break out of it, let's say like his hands don't blow off, but he breaks out of it and his hands get hurt, he might never be able to cook again. He doesn't want to risk that.
He might get scars on his hand or something like that, you know.
Actually,
I feel like
I'm a culinary student,
be able to cook
right?
again.
And I can tell you, like, people cut their pinkies off and they can still cook. So.
Yeah, but I think Sanji's gonna want his pinkies. But
Sanji has too much pride in his cooking.
That's what I was cut their pinkies off and they still cook. Their food is dog shit. I'm telling you right now.
They cook at a high level.
They ain't on Sanji's level. I'm telling you right
They
now.
be putting blood in your food and shit.
Not that one dish. You throw that dish out. But I'm talking about dishes they make after their pink is reattached or whatever.
They ain't on Sanji's level, 100%.
Okay, I can see what you guys are saying because like let's say you put handcuffs on Kaido and he like retaliates. Is it gonna kill him?
Who?
If you put the handcuffs on Kaido, like is the explosion gonna hurt him? You know.
No, it's not.
I can see what you guys are saying. That's what I mean.
The thing is, it's different mindset. Someone said if they put the handcuffs on Virgo's busting out the handcuffs, bro.
It's just like
is it made of like Kairoseki or something?
Virgo's the only guy to get one shot at that gets more respect from people in the comics.
I guess they're representing the haki, where he would like just because he was so confident in his haki.
I think the anime did such a good job of portraying Virgo that the fan base still like him.
And they kind of embellished the reactions to it as well. So
everybody sounds like they got mad energy and stuff like that. Like they're not even tired at all or whatever like that.
One team gives you energy, bro.
This stream gonna be like 12 hours long.
Are you saying that you need a senzu bean?
You guys don't even realize it's 10 a.m. here. I've been up since like midnight.
Taking nails and burning blood.
It's
I'm on the West Coast.
It's 5:06 over here.
Yeah, 5:06. You East Coast, bro?
I got 4:06.
It's 5:06 right now.
Yeah, I'm on the. It's only 3 a.m. here, so I'm good.
I'm in the day.
Wow.
It's 5:06 for you, man.
Oh, come on, you guys gotta ignore that. The second time you did that shit to me.
People say they're trying to go to sleep.
If you go to sleep right now,
Can I go to sleep?
You can watch the rest of the stream tomorrow.
Let's talk about Bleach, yo. These niggas are all false.
So what about a new Soul King?
Bro, I think you hit 200 views, bro. Like, just I think that's like your highest.
Yeah, that's crazy. And we were talking about some crazy shit. I don't know.
Big Mom Defeat Kaido.
Nah, man.
Bro, don't bring that.
No, not again.
I think that shit is Blackbeard a great pirate, yo. I think that shit.
Bro, don't bring that kind of Big Mom shit back up.
The Blackbeard. I don't know. I think the Big Mom Defeat Kaido. That's like.
What was the worst topic today?
The worst topic today?
Great pirate. Worst topic.
Marco a great pirate. That
probably
was the
is
worst
Marco
one.
a great pirate.
Yeah.
I feel like Marco's not a great pirate. Like, I feel
no,
Let's not get there, yo.
Ty saw boy naked.
Hold on. Like we don't have to talk about. I just want to say that.
Is
Like,
Blackbeard a great pirate? Their best topic, yo. We went at niggas were going at it.
Yeah. Nah, that's another good one. But
I think I'm
what I
gonna
want to say.
separate
Hold
that
on.
in a video by itself.
If Marco, hold on, wait. I just want to tell how biased people can be sometimes. Marco is a great pirate, right? Even though he lost the fight, and even though the crew disbanded, and that shows a lack of leadership. But if Marco would have won that fight, he would have been a great pirate. It's like Marco can't lose the way that y'all got it set up. He's gonna be a great pirate no matter what.
Cool.
You know what I'm saying? Like if Marco jumps off the roof, hold on. If Marco jumps off of a high island,
this was the worst. This is.
I didn't hear
if Marco jumps into the river and kills himself. If Marco jumps into the river and commits suicide, he's still a great pirate. That's like the way that y'all have it.
Marco can't die.
He jumps into the water. He's
Marco's
done.
Immortal.
So hold on. So I just want to say this because I feel like it's that way. If Marco would have won, he would have been a great pirate. If Marco would have won, but his crew didn't disband, he would have been a great pirate.
Wait. Ty, the crew never disbanded, though. It was never confirmed.
The remnants of the White View Pirates disbanded. Why do you think that?
It never happened.
No, but listen, I'm saying that like the way that y'all have it.
Ty, you just said we don't have to talk about it.
You brought this all back up.
No. I'm talking about something else though. I'm just using it for. I'm saying that like the way that y'all have it set up.
Oh my God! Get him out of here! Get him out of here!
Hold on, look. I'm saying that the way that y'all have him. That's my meme. The way that y'all have him set up. He's a great pirate no matter what. That's all I'm trying to say. Look, scenario A. Hold on, look, because this shows biasness. Scenario A, right? He beats Blackbeard.
Wait, Ty, real quick. Let me ask you this. So all the stuff Marco has done to get to be the first commander in Blackbeard's crew is disregarded. That?
Hold on, look. I'm gonna say this. Me, honestly, hold on, look.
But Ty has some Luffy level influence. Like you guys got.
Hold on, look. To me, honestly, after he look to me, honestly, after he fought, I don't sleep on Marco. Marco's one of my favorite characters.
Ty, this is one of those where it's like we're not gonna agree.
No. All right, look, we don't have to agree, but I just want to say this. Look.
No, Ty. I understand what your perspective is. You don't feel Marco is a great pirate.
All right, look.
We disagree.
All right, look.
Understanding the points you've made. You said they disbanded.
All right, Brago,
Marco
look.
lost to Blackbeard, right?
Okay,
what else do you have that?
All right.
Marco's a great pirate.
What I'm saying is that
honestly,
right,
before we get into this,
is no shade because look, because I said this before. Look, my favorite characters is Ace, Marco, and Sabo. I like Fire. So this is now, but I'm not gonna lie about it. I'm not gonna lie
So
about.
why is Blackbeard not on your list? Since he's
I
a
don't
good
like, but I like people with fire powers. I'm not. Blackbeard's not gonna be. He's not gonna be my favorite character.
Your favorite
Yeah,
character is Ace,
Marco, and Sabo.
Ace, you think is stronger than Aokiji. Marco, you think is stronger than Kizaru, and Sabo, who was the
Ooh, so
Tora
you're
fight, but you don't know.
biased.
You can't decide.
All right, but look, I'm saying right now that Marco's not a great pirate. I feel like because look, if I like Marco, hold on. Wait. I just want to talk about this a little bit. If I like Marco's design, that's one thing. If I like Marco's powers, that's another thing. But now, as far as like him taking control of the crew, losing, not only did he lose, the crew disbanded, and that shows
But
a lack of leadership.
we literally
It shows a lack.
Guys,
It
I'm
shows a
about to
lack
go
of
to
leadership.
if I
But
come
hold
back
on.
and you're still arguing, like I don't even know what to say.
Hold on, wait.
No. We moving on. We moving on.
Wait. Here's the one thing I want to say, because I'm not being biased about it.
No, Ty,
Yo,
literally.
this man is one Brago to monetize this shit, huh?
No.
I feel like
Ty,
if hold
right
on,
now,
look.
you're not
I feel
talking.
like you're being biased about it because look, hold on. Can I talk for a minute?
No, Ty, no, bro. We can't give you any wiggle room, bro. You just run with it. You can't.
Hold on. No. I'm not gonna run with it. I just want to say one thing.
Ty, you already ran with it, bro.
No. I'm not gonna run with it. Look, I just want to say one thing. Look, the way that y'all have the thing with Marco, right? I'm saying he's not a great pirate. You're saying he's a great pirate. We disagree, but I feel like it's biased because I'm gonna give you 3 scenarios.
No.
Every scenario. But look, how come I can't talk now all of a sudden? That's not right. I can't talk now. Look.
Go ahead.
Hey, what the fuck?
Look, scenario A, right? Hold on. I just want to say this. Look.
All night long.
Wait.
Wait, real quick, Ty. You just talk for like 5 minutes. Then you just say, "Can I talk for a minute?"
Yeah, look, because what I'm about to say is brief. Look, scenario A. Right?
Wait,
Hold
you
on,
about to
look.
go into 3 scenarios, bro?
Brago, it'll be quick. This is not a long story. Look, scenario A, right? Marco beat Blackbeard in the Payback War. He's a great pirate, right? Yes,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
All right, scenario B. Marco loses to Blackbeard, but the crew does not disband. He's a great pirate, right? Now look, scenario C, which is the one we have, he lost the Payback War and the crew disband. He's still a great pirate to y'all. Like Marco can't lose. That's bias. It's like he's never gonna be. It's like y'all will never look down on him. Or y'all will never think he's not great because every scenario y'all think he's great. And this is why when I say like Ace could beat Aokiji and stuff, y'all don't agree because y'all have these admirals and situations and y'all have Marco too, where like no matter what the outcome, they're great still. It's like I don't agree with that. You know what I mean? It's like if I see someone not being a great pirate, I'm gonna have to say Marco, you're not a great pirate. If I see Ace overpowering Aokiji, or if I see
All right, Ty.
all right, hold on. My minute's up, so I'll be quiet. But I got my point.
Minute? You think that was a minute, bro? You know that was a minute, bro.
But hold on, but y'all could talk about.
Get him out of here, though. Get him out of here.
Y'all could talk about what I was saying. Y'all don't get what I'm saying. Where it's like no matter what the scenario is, y'all got Marco as a great pirate still. That's what I'm saying. I'm not that. I can't be that biased about
No,
it.
I
Like,
feel you. We just gonna have to agree to disagree, bro. That's it.
Yeah, that's
all. That's all. It's all.
I can't believe you let this nigga say that.
Listen, man.
We trying to monetize this shit, yo.
I thought it was gonna be a different just some different scenarios, but it's just the same things, Ty.
You always lead back to.
Nah, I didn't get to. I was saying
There's
it.
more?
Elaborate.
You're not done now?
No. Look, listen. I don't have nothing else to say about that. I'm just saying that like the 3 scenarios, in all 3 scenarios, Marco's a winner, and I feel like that's being biased. It got to be like no. Situation A, he's a winner. Situation B, he's a loser. It's like y'all don't want to.
We fucking all night long.
But
I cannot let this guy stay here.
More than likely,
Get him
the next power ranking stream, we're gonna try and get it in Sunday, yo. I don't know. I don't know, bro. But
Thanks for joining the stream.
You know, Brago, you know you got
staying for so long.
Brago, you know what you gotta tell on the stream, right?
What?
Hey, hold on.
Fucking all night long.
Yo. Like the stream, yo. Like the stream.
Yeah, like the stream.
Subscribe. I appreciate everybody coming through. We had some intense arguments. FT said he was gonna come into debunk.
Yeah, he's already in here. We didn't even let him speak.
Wait, what? Like, did
Let him get the final
Hold on,
words.
and then it's not even over though. Like, I mean, the stream is about to be over. I'm just gonna say this: when the stream, when the stream is over, I'm going at it with the LegendMac because I'm not finished. Hold on.
They fucking all night.
Wait. Does FG have anything to say?
Yes. Yes. TY, are you saying Marco's not a great pilot?
TY?
Call him.
All right. Don't let finish. Don't let finish.
Hold on. I just want to answer AnimeFantalk. All right.
But you're in the stream version.
This has been my dream. I always wanted to answer you. All right. Now check this out. So look.
Wait, Ty. He already heard everything you had to say.
All right, Brago. I'm not gonna. I just want to repeat one thing. Look, AnimeFantalk. For real, like before I answer you, just remember that I had said that within the 3 scenarios, every scenario you have Marco being a great pirate, which is why I don't agree with that. So I feel like right now he's not a great pirate.
Okay.
Right now, he's not a great pirate. Before he was. I feel like right now.
Let him go.
What makes a great pirate if that character can go down in the pirate history? The Boris say.
Whoa! Hold on.
Let him speak. Let him speak. No. Let him speak.
The Gores say the top dogs, the face.
Hold it down. Yo, don't speak.
The world government, the Gores say acknowledge Marco.
Oh no.
Oh,
man. Why is it lagging?
He's fucking his internet, man, right now.
All right, AnimeFantalk. It's funny that you say that he's gonna go down in history. He's gonna go down in history as taking the biggest L to Blackbeard and having the crew disband because of him under his leadership. That's not a great pirate to me.
Let him speak.
I'm sorry. We got
they
this.
Fucking all
we got this. Yo, people like the stream. Subscribe to the channel.
Yeah, like the stream and subscribe.
Listen, I appreciate everybody coming here tonight. I didn't expect this to be this long. It's been 4 hours and shit.
Fucking all night long.
I think what Fantalk was saying is that the Gorosei called on Marco.
They called out Marco for being
They respect him great enough that he could possibly take down Blackbeard.
But then what happened when he fought Blackbeard?
But then they respected him.
Wait, let's be honest here, yo. This whole time I've been the only one saying that Marco and Blackbeard has been a great pirate, so seen by everyone. So he's out.
They fucking all night.
Hey, no.